The story began on that pouring evening, when the soldiers appeared to the ancient temple. Standing at the stone walls of the sanctuary, they were looking for refuge from the rampant elements. The jets of rain ruthlessly whipped the streets. The travelers no longer hoped to find a refuge when the young inhabitant of the temple suddenly appeared on the threshold. The appearance of the boy was struck by the harsh fighters. They could not imagine that it would seem that someone lives in an abandoned, seemed to live. However, the soldiers were not going to retreat. Their leader is a tall man of about 50, with severe facial features and piercing scarlet eyes. After a long silence, he turned to the young man with a request to provide them with refuge for one night. For some time, the temple hermit was silent, clearly nervous in front of strangers. Not knowing who these people, he felt their restrained respect. Apparently, they mistook him for the caretaker of the sacred place. Having bowed in response, he considered these people quite worthy. The young man explained that several years ago he discovered this abandoned sanctuary and has since lives here. He allowed guests to be located anywhere, with the exception of his personal chambers. The commander of the detachment immediately expressed deep gratitude for his kindness, and he pointed out his subordinates for the night to go away from the owner's room. The warriors bowed respectfully, realizing the order, and scattered around the temple in search of shelter from increasing rain. On the wet clothes of the aliens, the temple resident noticed the characteristic hieroglyph of the Tan clan. All these people belonged to one family, and the boy was curious to find out their purpose. However, he had more important things, so he retired with courtesy into his chambers. Soon the doors of his rooms opened. The young man entered the room, looking around the usual atmosphere. The time for feeding his pets has come, an activity that invariably brought him joy. Almost jumping from anticipation, the hermit headed into the corner of the room. There were barrels with prepared food. He was impatiently discovered the first container. The owner discovered small crickets there, a treat for his favorites. Taking a jar with insects, he apologized to his wards for the delay, realizing how they were hungry. And then he went to the next home. There he was waiting for a black earthen tiger, a huge Chinese tarantula, reaching 20 centimeters in length, with a characteristic tiger color. Taking the feeding sticks, the young caretaker fed to his pet. When the spider clung to prey, the guy experienced sincere admiration. It was hard to believe that the baby, once the size of a pea, managed to grow so significantly. After the dark predator was saturated, the caring owner continued the bypass, and soon reached the habitat of another pet. Opening the first box that came across, he saw a bright orange lizard, cave gecko, the usual inhabitant of these places with characteristic stripes on the body and tail. The temple hermit rejoiced at the possibility of maintaining such a pet. In a past life, he barely had enough funds for himself, not to mention expensive reptiles. However, even such small creatures had his own burrows that Hikon demonstrated, immediately biting his master. The boy began to wave his hand energetically, trying to shake off the tenaciously clung lizard. And at that moment the pain aroused the memories of its former existence. Before reincarnation into this body, he was a blogger with 1 million subscribers on a channel dedicated to collecting thrills. The main content of its platforms were toxic animals. Problems began when, in honor of the achievement of 1 million subscribers, the fans asked for a live broadcast. For this, he even went to Africa in search of a black mamba, one of the 10 most dangerous and aggressive poisonous snakes in the world. Returning to the hotel, the blogger admitted to the audience that he could not find a snake. After all, these creatures were not yard cats found at every step. Apologizing to the audience, he decided to relax a bit before the searches. Going to the refrigerator, he wondered why it was so difficult to find a regular snake, not suspecting that the black mamba, which he was so carefully looking for, was right on his refrigerator. The reptile instantly bit him, and the blogger lost consciousness, quickly died of poison. Remembering these events, the current inhabitant of the temple found it funny that he could not find a snake that was nearby all the time. He did not know that at that moment at the entrance to his room, the young general from the Tan clan was already waiting. The military leader knocked on the door and called the young man. Hastily hiding the lizard, the owner headed for the door. As it turned out, the representative of the Tang clan came to thank the hermit for his kindness and invite him to share dinner with them. As soon as the general mentioned that Olenin would be for dinner, the boy's eyes were literally shone. He had not eaten fresh meat for a very long time, because all this time he ate only snakes and lizards that he caught on the street. The temple hermit literally shone with joy, showing gratitude for the fact that they decided to share the meal with him. The military leader led the young man along with him, and soon the rain stopped. A fire was already burning on the street, over which a huge piece of venison flaunted. From one glance at this delicacy of the guy, saliva flowed, and the general, watching the hero, barely restrained a smile. The commander explained that the meat needs a little more time for full readiness, and decided to take advantage of the moment to ask the boy. The young caretaker agreed to the conversation, although he was ashamed that he completely forgot about the manners, not looking away from his mouth, watering meat. At this moment, the elder decided to find out how long the hermit has been living in the temple alone and how old he is. The boy uncertainly replied that he was about 14, and this oscillating answer seemed strange. Fearing to reveal the truth about his rebirth, he had to lie that in childhood he hit his head and he had problems with memory. The man quickly realized that all this time the boy really lived here alone, and also found out that he had no special talents, so he caught snakes and sold their skins. The military leader became sad from the fact that such a young creation is already hunting for such dangerous creatures. At that moment, they were interrupted by an old man who brought the first piece for their savior. He smiled, seeing the hero's hungry gaze, realizing that he needed eating the most. Having accepted such precious food, the boy honestly admitted that he had not eaten real meat for a very long time. Then with pleasure, bent into a deer carcass. At this moment, rejoicing in the awakening of taste receptors, he literally blurred with happiness, and the men, watching him, were surprised at the excellent appetite of the young man. While the temple resident was chewing, the young general decided to tell him the reason for their arrival. They were looking for something and wanted to know if the hermit was noticed in the vicinity of anything strange. The military leader doubted whether it was worth giving specific details, but the elder was sure that they could trust the boy who sheltered them. In addition, he considered it unaccounted for hiding something from a person who showed such generosity to them, especially considering that he lives here in complete solitude and is unlikely to be able to get their secrets to someone. Agreeing with his father, the commander carefully looked at the hero, and he admitted that they are looking for a Scolopendra with blue spots on the body. This news caused the boy a great surprise. Then the warrior clarified that we are talking about literally giant Scolopendra, so huge that it is difficult not to notice. The young hermit suggested that it was possible she is the size of a hand, and decided to clarify her true dimensions. However, adult Scolopendra could easily absorb the hero himself. Then the boy finally realized that he had fallen into a completely different world. Before that, it seemed to him that he simply rolled away for several hundred years. The elder, seeing his fright, explained that they arrived here to catch this creature. The temple resident decided that they probably wanted to tame it for use as a domestic animal. The old man coughed when he heard it. Then he laughed, and his son, taking the words of the young man as a joke, and they explained that they planned to kill Scolopendra in order to use it as a medicine. The hero seemed doubtful that the insect would make a good remedy. Nevertheless, they were ready to try, because the granddaughter of the elder was seriously ill, so much that she could not get out of bed. It seemed to them that Scolopendra crystals filled with internal energy would be able to heal her fragile body. The granddaughter, obviously, was at the same time the daughter of a younger warrior. Seeing their despair, the hermit realized that they were trying to find at least some remedy for its cure. And although the boy did not know for sure whether an indigenous multi-leaf would help, he decided to help these people who treated him with meat. For this reason, he seriously thought about Scolopendra. But he upset the men, explaining that he had never met her. Nevertheless, he assumed where she could be. Soon an idea was born in his head, and he finally became convinced of his innocence. Nevertheless, the boy was a pungent collector, and even if he died from the bite of a poisonous snake, he was better than others in the reptiles and their relatives. Of the approximately 8.5 million species of living creatures, it is known that 20,000 of them are poisonous, and all the information about these creatures was stored in his memory. Multicapons were no exception, and if it was about toxic creatures, then he had no equal in this knowledge. Therefore, he began to leaf through the book of his memories, and soon he found the right chapter. Having learned everything necessary, he closed this mental book. After all, I found all the required information. After that, he already with more confidence explained to men that he knew where they can find this creature. The warriors literally jumped, not believing their ears, and the hero thought for a while before giving an answer. At first, he wanted to know where the military still conducted searches, and at what time. It turned out that they were looking for a multi-tone to the north and east of this place, and mainly only during the day. In the north, they focused on the ground near the river. Now everything became clear to the boy. It is not surprising that they never stumbled upon Scolopendra. After that, he decided to explain to them the cause of failures. Militaris are representatives of arthropods and have a wide range of territorial activity. They constantly need shelter to maintain temperature and humidity. It should also be noted that, unlike most insects with a waterproof shell, Scolopendras have too weak membrane, and their body is showered with breathing holes on the surface of the shell, which is why they completely do not like to be in water. This creature needs high humidity, but at the same time does not tolerate a large amount of water. However, in an area where there is no moisture at all, polings will not live for a long time. From all this information, it follows that the giant Scolopendra most likely lives somewhere in the jungle, but certainly not by the river. The elder sighed disappointedly. After all, He had evidence that polings live near reservoirs or in trees. In such places you can really find small scolopendras, but they were looking for a creation of enormous sizes. If such a large multi-leaf lives in the forest, then a rotten tree or a place under the stone will not suit it. She just can't hide there. Hearing this, the representatives of the Tang clan looked at each other. After that, the young general decided to find out where to look for this giant Scolopendra. They were even ready to reward the hero if he directs them along the right trace. Smiling, the boy immediately pointed his finger towards the west. He believed that they should look near the mountains. The hermit also said that in the afternoon, polynices are resting under warm stones, and with the onset of the night they roam around the environs. For this reason, soon the whole company of soldiers was in the vicinity of the mountains. They scattered around, studying everything around, here and there. The general stood at the top of the mountain, examining the area. However, he could not find anything. Soon a warrior appeared, who invited them to relax, believing that the young man was mistaken. The commander agreed to complete the search today, and asked to release a signal arrow in order to notify the rest. Soon a bright ray of light soared into the sky. Then he exploded vividly above the ground, notifying the rest of the group about the whereabouts. At this time, other soldiers licked the fire to warm up a little. It could only be hoped that the boy knew what he was talking about, but it seemed strange to trust a person who had never seen a giant Scolopendra. If they really find her, then the young man is undoubtedly very smart. The head of the clan listened to the conversations of his people without interfering. His thoughts were completely dedicated to the daughter of Genu, who was predicted by the fate of the healer of the Tan clan. Obviously, the heartfelt father could not come to terms with the fact that the disease decided to take the girl to her. Soon, the soldiers reported the return of the elder. The commander immediately turned around when he saw the old man with his subordinates. First of all, the man decided to find out from his son if he had any news. Then he said with disappointment that he also, unfortunately, was not able to find anything. As far as the old man knew, the granddaughter would last no more than 3 months, and he doubted that he would have time to find Scolopendra in at least 10 days. For this reason, both men froze in indecision, not knowing what to do. The father suggested going south the next day, because here they could not find a trace of a single animal. The elder only sighed bitterly, realizing that the son was right. In this area there really was not a single living soul. However, suddenly he realized that this was the key to unraveling. Then he laughed, not understanding how he did not understand this right away. After all, they were already in the right place. It was the fact that he did not notice the presence of any creatures. There was absolutely no one here. Therefore, it seemed to him that they had already approached their goal. Over the past 3 days, he decided to find out if they found at least someone near the stone mountains. And indeed, no animals were discovered. Only after thinking about it, the father finally understood the essence of the matter. Obviously, it did not make sense that there was not a single beast in such a vast territory. It really was suspicious. And this meant that they were all either eaten or scared by the Scolopendra. For this reason, the old man patted his son on the shoulder. He was sure that the monster they were looking for was here, which means that they could save their granddaughter. Father could only rejoice, because the matter remained small. But suddenly the earth around them trembled. Everyone began to look scaredly, wondering who it could be. The warriors simply panicked, could hardly resist their feet due to strong shaking. Then they noticed how the earth near their fire began to crack. And then there was a large scale explosion. The frightened representatives of the Tan clan even were afraid to imagine what was in the place of this explosion. But soon they saw something that appeared from the ground. After that, the creation began to slowly get out. All that the soldiers remained was scared to watch and pray. After all, the creature which appeared from the ground was truly huge. Finally, they realized that they had met the desired. It was a creation with a strong armored body, and many small but powerful legs. This was the same giant Scolopendra. Even in the temple, the sounds of how the monstrous multi-bend raked, the hero was interested in how huge she was. He hoped that the warriors who went there would be careful. After all, such an insect could really turn the mountains. The hermit was captured by the only idea that this creature is so huge that it could absorb a person entirely. He would give everything to look at her better. After a couple of hours of battle, when the sun began to slowly sit down, the battle ended. People managed to defeat this millipede, from which they received a crystal of a giant Scolopendra. Everyone cried, realizing that they would finally be healed by General. The general, exhausted by the battle, asked his father to take several soldiers and go back home. At this time, the general himself decided to linger a little, realizing that they had incomplete things that they require here. The elder realized that he had completely lost his head from experiences for his granddaughter, and he asked his son to visit the young man who helped them, listen to his wishes. He also promised to take the wounded warriors to the village in order to take care of them. The soldiers suggested that the boy would be interested to hear what happened to them. They did not know that at that time the hero was sitting, covered with small scolopendras. During the night, he became a father for several cubs. As it turned out, recently the hermit returned home and laid the eggs of millipedes on the bedside table. When he woke up, it turned out that they had already hatched. It was clearly news for him. Moreover, the cubs were very tiny, and the hero did not assume that they would be born so early. In addition, these kids did not want to drop from him at all. He asked the kids at least to mourn for a short while. However, the crumbs clearly believed that the hero was their mother, and no one wanted to lag behind him. The young man recalled the events of last night. He was too interested in a giant Scolopendra, capable of absorbing a person. After all, he, as a collector of acute sensations, had to satisfy his curiosity. Thus, he went in search of this giant and soon discovered his cave. In Logov, he met a huge beetle, so he had a fight. The temple resident almost lost the only source of light that he had. But still, having won with relief, he fell to the ground. Finally, the most difficult part of the path was completed, and in his bag there were already 3 eggs. In addition, the hermit rejoiced that the rain stopped in time, thanks to which he managed to find the cave, guided by the footsteps. After that, he realized that he had to hurry. After all, he had to return home and take care of his pets. Having tied the bag tightly, he hit the road, and he promised the kids that very soon he would redeem them in warm water. So the hero could not see the giant Scolopendra, but still managed to save at least these crumbs, although he initially did not plan this. Also, the young caretaker knew that the kids would not eat until they are twice, so you could not worry about food. It was slightly uncomfortable for him that the cubs were constantly sticking to him, but he came up with a way to get rid of them. If he approaches the water, then they get off him. As soon as he spoke about the water, these little creatures were already scared. Somewhere at that time by morning, the general finally returned to the temple. He began to step around the territory where it was very quiet, and he went to the door of the boy's room, but he did not respond. Obviously, the man stood for some more time, but then he was alert. He even reached out to open the door on his own. Then he went inside. Once in the room, the military leader began to look around. Seeing medicinal plants and blood vessels, he even thought that a boy who has no combat abilities is engaged in healership. However, I realized that it was too impolite to enter the room without permission. Therefore, he left, intending to come a little later. But the general stopped when he heard strange sounds. They came right from behind his back, and they seemed to go from a box or from large vessels. Therefore, an uncertain man moved in their direction. Then he slowly removed the lid. What he saw there shocked him. There was a huge spider that eats his victim. Immediately closing the container, the military leader looked back at all the nightstands in this room to check his guesses. He opened the next bedside table, and he found there a beautiful orange lizard. Then, finally scared, the general decided to check other vessels. In one of them, he found bugs. There were eggs in the other, and in the third, dried snakes. He could not believe in what he saw, because it turned out that the hero was not a doctor. He made toxic creatures. Even the best poison experts were able to only extract poison, but not to increase the number of living creatures. Initially, the man believed that they were very lucky to find a means to save his daughter, but now he was sure. In this journey, they discovered something more important. Get deep into his thoughts. The military leader did not notice how the hero approached him. Seeing the wounded man with a bandaged hand, the boy immediately ran to find out what happened to him. However, the general only patted the young man on the shoulder, explaining that he would really like to talk to him. But soon he saw something moved behind the boy's back. It was a bright purple light. The silhouette began to appear there. He was weakly similar to human, but as soon as the creature approached closer, it became obvious that it was almost a demon. Without thinking twice, the general immediately threw the boy away, despite his wounded hand. At this moment, the enemy had already accepted the combat pose, and accelerating, he rushed at the guy. The general blocked his path with his whole hand. However, the blow was so strong that blood poured out of his mouth. But in the last second, he managed to invest more strength and throw the enemy away. Then he collapsed to the ground, coughing nervously. Looking at the enemy, it became obvious he was at the same level as his father. The military leader wanted to ask the boy to escape, but the enemy had already reached the boy. He strangled the child and giggled angrily. It turned out that he heard from someone that people from the Tan clan arrived at this island, and rejoiced that, having come here, he found their head of the wounded and helpless. The chapter himself, who had no idea who this person, asked him to introduce himself. However, this man only demonstrated his wounded face and a red fist, which his elder, the father of the head, awarded. Then it became obvious. In front of him was So Unan. Once Tang Chol-san heard that this man fell into the head of an poisonous arrow and dropped him from the mountain. He did not think that in some way Unan Yang managed to survive. Now the chapter had no choice but to ask to let go of a boy who had nothing to do with the clan. In return, he invited this demon to take him himself. However, So On, Yana was not interested in such a deal. He was going to kill everyone who would meet in his way. This man was really a real devil if he was ready to kill the innocent. At this time, the hero was hardly retaining the last forces because he could not take a breath. And so Unyana only pleased his face distorted from pain. After all, he was waiting for the moment when the boy would make his last breath. He was even going to help him in this, just break his neck. All that the boy could do is only pray for salvation. And at that moment, 3 pairs of luminous eyes responded to his prayer. The little cub's scolopendras crawled down the enemy's hand, approaching his neck. Then they began to slowly bite into his skin. Each bite was accompanied by a quiet tweet. They stood up for their father. This devil only tried to crush them, believing that such insects would not harm him. But in the end, he could not even touch them. His body began to become numb. As a result, a poisoned man fell to the ground, and soon he died completely. Therefore, the cubs returned back to their parent. The hero could only hope that So on the Yunyang, who was killed, was really a bad person. The chapter had no words left. He was so surprised. However, he soon giggled joyfully, realizing that this guy was not a weakness at all. This young man must have joined his clan. A few days have passed after the murder, so, Unyana. The hero determined the martial artist in one of the rooms, and all these days he looked after a very wounded man. He was grateful to the boy, but the hero understood that he himself had to thank the person who, despite the wound, tried to save him. After that, the boy decided to find out where his subordinates were to go after them, although he was worried about leaving the general alone. However, surprisingly, Tanchol-san was as calm as possible, even despite the fact that literally recently he did only that he was hackle with blood due to internal damage. The temple resident tried to explain to the man that he was in critical condition, and in the end, the general agreed. However, he explained that this would not break him. After all, he was a native of Murom. At first, V and Ryan did not even believe his words. He thought that perhaps the old man flies everywhere and fights, using various techniques, and partially turned out to be right. Therefore, the boy was convinced that it was clearly some kind of parallel world. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain the existence of Scolopendra the size of a monster. Of course, the chapter did not forget to thank the boy once again. He understood that this was a real blessing, to meet him. He also finally decided to introduce himself to the head of the Tan clan, and V and Ryan introduced himself in response. His name was literally deciphered as a little dragon, which is why the chapter grinned. After that, he uncertainly decided to ask the boy a question. He himself already guessed that the creatures sitting on the hero were small scolopenders. However, it was clearly not assumed that these were children of a giant millipede with blue spots. This information caused him a real shock. Also, the man admitted that while he was waiting for V and Ryan, he accidentally saw that he had another toxic animals. Therefore, in order to explain everything, the boy had to tell a rather long story. And the chapter was ready to listen to how he was looking for this Scolopendra. But the chapter was very surprised by the fact that the boy decided to pick up eggs and grow these insects. The hermit explained that they suddenly hatched because he assumed their appearance sometime later. After that, he decided to demonstrate something else. Seeing how shocked Tanchol-san experienced, he showed him several of his little geckos. An ordinary lizard with yellow stripes on the body and white tail. He also pointed to the lizard, which he crossed on his own and received only a 2-tone reptile. Obviously, this was incredible. The chapter could not understand how the guy made a lizard of this color to be born. He finally became convinced that the guy was incredible in front of him, and he even suggested that he could unite 2 creatures with strong poison and create animals with the most powerful poison. In principle, according to the law of Mendel, this was not entirely impossible, but it is still difficult. Therefore, he explained to the chapter that if there was more knowledge, he would probably be able to do something similar. Tanchol-san, who did not expect his guess to be true, literally shouted with happiness. Then he patted the guy on the shoulder and invited him to join their clan. He also promised that they would first be trained in his martial arts. He will be able to access any elixirs, herbs, and generally to everything that he wishes. It was a benefit to them, because with the help of a hero, they will be able to grow 10 of the most poisonous creatures of the central Chinese plain. And in the event that the boy did not satisfy these arguments, the military leader said that there were 3 recognized beauties on the entire plain, and his daughter was one of them. But the young man did not even listen. Obviously, women did not interest him. However, Tanchol-san believed that the boy, although so young, is primarily a man. At least until the hero asked to stop talking about all this nonsense. He was more interested in the 10 most poisonous creatures of the Chinese plain. The hermit hoped that they were as majestic as a giant Scolopendra. However, it turned out that although it was a magnificent creation, she did not stand nearby with the legendary dozen of toxic creatures. This list included scorpions the size of a bull, as well as gold frogs. Surely a boy could never even think about the existence of such animals. The head of the clan realized that this conversation was clearly interested in the boy. In his appearance, it was clear what choice he would make. Events moved 2 days later. Then finally, the general reunited with his soldiers and said that he had seen the bloody Rakshas, also known as So, on Unyang. In all details, he said that they almost found themselves in trouble because of this demon who had been hunting his martial arts all the time, and was even at the same level with the elder. The warriors already thought that the gentleman independently destroyed So on Unanyana and reached a perfect level. Therefore, they immediately began to crumble in congratulations. However, the elder explained that everything was completely wrong, and pointed to the hero who independently destroyed this warrior. Obviously, the soldiers immediately began to look at the young master of martial arts with admiration. They thanked him for saving his head, and even considered him a rebirth. Those who returned the young body after the process of rebirth or through enlightenment. However, the head asked the boy to tell the curious warriors how everything was actually, perhaps even demonstrate. In principle, the hero knew that these people were reliable, and did not see anything shameful. Therefore, he asked his kids to get out. Soon, 3 small curious faces appeared from behind the gate. These were pollinates, children of a giant Scolopendra, who just the same killed their bites and killed So on the Uniyana. Only at that moment did the soldiers realize how strong their poison was, and could not believe that such a young man managed to tame them. The head also said that he invited the hero to join their clan, but so far he was still in his thoughts. After that, the military leader decided to transfer the topic to something completely different. He saw his condition and understood that he could already move, which means it was time to act. Vi and Ryan also guessed that the chapter again needed to find something. The sad man reminded of the So on the Union Yana. The skill to which he studied was called Bloody Poisonous Claws. To increase the level, a person needs the blood and brains of other people. It was a really terrible skill. Even the hero could not understand what kind of martial art it was. Tanchol-san was worried that if suddenly So on Yang left her legacy, or he had followers, then they would begin to act. Therefore, they need to be destroyed by all. After all, one cannot allow such a horror to penetrate the world. Moreover, if someone became a prisoner like that, they were obliged to save them. Tanchol-san hoped that the young man would join them. Moreover, the terrain was better known to him. After thinking a little, the hero realized that belonging to the clan would mean something like a lifelong work. Before taking office, people usually undergo an internship in order to have an idea of the company, employees, and management. Therefore, he decided to help them as this internship. In addition, he was not against helping to save poor people, and also planned to study the Tan clan thoroughly during this time. In the end, this is exactly what competent people did. They conducted reverse interviews. So 3 days after the restoration of the health of the head, they stopped in the village with the temple to find the place where the bloody Rakshas lived. Having met local residents, they asked if any of the village people disappeared. As it turned out, usually 1 or 2 people disappeared once a year, lost in the jungle. But this happened irregularly. This information interested the chapter. They also thanked the villagers. For those, it was a great honor to help the head of the famous Tan clan. After that, saying goodbye, they left, never finding any traces. View and Ryan had already begun to worry that they could not find evidence in the next village. Tanchol-sana also alarming. He thought that the shelter was nearby, since Unyang noticed them so quickly. However, the search turned out to be more complicated than he expected. It seemed even to the boy that it was impossible to track a man. He remembered his words at their meeting. Then he, laughing, said that he had heard about the arrival of people from the Tan clan on the island. This, in principle, gave an answer to all their questions. The hermit asked the chapter if the man remembered the words of that villain. However, he remembered that the chapter then was clearly not up to conversations. He was very wounded. The young man quoted the words of such a monster, and he explained that most likely this means that someone accidentally informed him of their arrival. It made sense. For this reason, the boy decided to go around all the places where they had before, using leaflets and asking people if they had seen So on the Yunnan. This idea turned out to be really brilliant. Even the chapter did not understand why they had not thought of that. After all, the word said So on can only mean what he heard from someone news about their arrival. Therefore, everyone began to praise the boy and went on the road. Soon they arrived in the next village. However, it no longer looked so joyful, but still it was the village that the inhabitants of the past village spoke of. In addition, according to the hero, local residents are not hostile to strangers. Walking along the street, they saw that she was not filled with joyful laughter. People looked obviously tired and very painful. They even hardly looked towards the guests. However, nevertheless, they were wary of visitors. First of all, the elder came out to them in order to find out what brought these people to the village. The people who came out to meet them looked just as exhausted. and even despite the fact that they were from the highest strata of society, this slightly alerted the head. But bowing, he introduced himself, after which they discussed the reason for their arrival. The hero looked around the village in which there was not a hint of life. Even the children looked very exhausted. But suddenly the guy noticed something suspicious. The condition of the inhabitants was not just painful. Everything looked as if they had consumed forbidden substances. The head of the village also explained that no one disappeared with them. Everything was calm in the village, and rudely demanded, so that the arriving would go away. The chapter drew attention to the fact that they had much more graves than residents. However, the old man only loudly asked them not to climb into their affairs and began to drive them away. The head was embarrassed by such behavior. After all, the hero claimed that the natives were not hostile, and before it really was like that, but they did not have time to figure out how the little girl lost consciousness. The old man immediately ran to her tears. After all, she was the only valuable that he had left. Then he talked, not understanding how it happened that the girl was infected. Immediately realizing what was the matter, the chapter advanced to help the girl. Although he was not a healer, he had some skills and could inspect this child. The old man led the man to the girl, but said that not so long ago, a monster began to go to the village for them. He distributed a leprosy from which the strongest men suffered, not to mention children. Finally understanding the reasons for their nervousness, the head immediately took the girl in order to examine, after which they all quickly moved to the nearest house. The old man carried his granddaughter in his arms, while everyone else fled after. At this time, the boy asked one of the warriors what skills the head possessed. As it turned out, since the martial artists have to deal with the poisons, they were skilled in medicine. For any martial artist, it is necessary to have knowledge about the body that is also required in medicine. Initially, it seemed to the hero that only someone like killers was using poison, and he realized that if he joined the clan, he could also study medicine. But it turned out that in order to understand the action of poisons, did not conduct experiments on bad people. Hearing about this, the hero realized that they may have not been very good people, but there was no choice left. Soon they were in the house. The head healed the girl with the help of his inner energy, and he remained to follow her condition so that her breath would not stop. The head of the village scattered in thanks for the salvation of his only granddaughter. However, Tanchol-san nevertheless noticed the strange. The girl had an inconsistent heart rhythm. He had the feeling that she was sick from birth. However, the girl began to get sick 6 months ago, and then the disease spread to all other people. The head of the village was sure that the whole thing is in the leprosy. Due to the fact that he did not want this leprosy to be transmitted to the guests, he tried to rudely drive them away. As it turned out, fortunately, the head of the clan had a remedy against leprosy. He asked to collect all the inhabitants in order to try the effect of these drugs. Obviously, the old man already burst into tears, learning what blessing he had driven. Now he looked at his benefactor as a saint, and the hero was interested in the origin of this medicine. When night came, the head returned to his home. His assistant was praised by Tanchol-sana for doing a huge job, helping the sick, after which he asked the man about the symptoms of the village. As it turned out, they had a slight temperature and intermittent breathing. All symptoms differed in every person, but those who were clearly expressed also had inflammation. After that, it came to the hero. He was very tired while he helped with the sick, so he went to another house to rest. This was not surprising, given that his body was not adapted to martial arts. It was difficult for him to keep up with their pace. But still, the head decided to thank the boy for his help in caring for the sick and visit him. Soon, he already opened the doors of his house. There he saw a young man who was sleeping on the floor, and next to him, his little Scolopendra. The commander was about to leave quietly, so as not to disturb the boy's sleep, when something suddenly riveted his attention. The expression on the warrior's face has instantly changed. He hastily approached the sleeper, and with a grand scale he struck directly on the young man's cheek. The boy immediately jumped up, as if stung, and staggered back to the wall. All this time he looked at the chapter perplexedly. His appearance expressed obvious irritation. The temple resident sincerely wondered why there was such a painful blow. However, very soon the military leader began to crumble in apologies, justifying the fact that the insect, which he wanted to slam, was sitting on the boy. Seeing the hero's distrust, he asked the boy to listen to him and told him he went to him before going to bed in order to check his well-being. However, he saw that Bukashka was sitting on the young man's face. Obviously, the man did not have comprehensive knowledge about all the creatures, thought that the insect could be poisonous, and without knowing it, he hit the guy greatly. As evidence of his words, he demonstrated a dead bug on his hand. The hero began to look at this creation with lively interest, and came into a real shock, not understanding how such a bug was here. This insect seemed familiar to him. Therefore, he decided to find out if the inhabitants of intermittent breathing and various other symptoms have. Hearing a confirmation of his guesses, the hermit realized what the cause of the local suffering was. The fault was just this little bug. It was called a kiss bug. This family of parasites received a similar name because they sucked blood from the eyes and lips of sleeping people. They were also called vampire bugs or killer bugs, since unlike mosquitoes, they were more silent. The insect itself was not poisonous, but harmful parasites lived in their stomachs. Therefore, with a bite, the release of this pest fell into the body. Thus, the villagers fell ill with trypanosomosis, also known as Chagas disease, a parasitic infection that occupies the 7th place in the list of deaths among people. Seeing understanding in the eyes of the elder, the hero decided to find out if the old man noticed similar symptoms in the dogs in the village, and was right. This gave the boy an almost 100% guarantee that this particular parasite was guilty. The old man wanted to know how to save his granddaughter. However, the boy's thoughts were quickly interrupted by the chapter. He and his partner began to praise the undoubtedly talented young man. Then they started talking about their Tan clan again. Obviously, the hero did not understand what this conversation was being conducted for. So far, the head did not say that the name of the clan was present at the hieroglyph, meaning poison. The same hieroglyph was found in words denoting the magic of poisons, poisonous insects or reptiles. In a word, the existence of animals bred by evil people. Such villains forced insects or reptiles to bite the victims, which is why they had unbearable pains or control of the mind and body were completely lost. It became clear, in this way, it was possible to control people through these bugs. Many in Marima fell victims of such a poison. Some began to kill the children, then themselves. Someone betrayed the family, becoming a puppet of evil forces. Therefore, Muram's people have tried to create an antidote for a long time. The main goal was to completely remove the poison from the body. And there was one single place that completely devoted itself to the creation of such a medicine. It was their great clan Tan. Now a man had a tool that could dissolve almost any poison. He was also called the witching ball. Therefore, looking at the tearful old man, the head asked not to worry. He promised that both his granddaughter and the rest of the villagers would recover. As a result, all the inhabitants of the village after taking the medicine began to recover. They were immensely happy with the guests. Judging by hospitality, rumors that natives are cheerful people turned out to be true. In addition, the head publicly recognized the merits and the salvation of residents precisely behind the young hero. Therefore, the village began to surround him with thanks. Obviously, the hero was surprised that the head gave all the honors to him, despite the fact that the inhabitants were healed with the help of the clan. In addition, he saw how the military leader looked at him with a warm, fatherly smile on his face. It really touched the guy to the core. However, after such praise, the village also pampered their young savior a little. After that, a little more time passed. The elder of the village remembered what Tanchol-san asked as soon as they arrived at them. It was about missing people. Since the old man really wanted to repay people for his kindness, he began to look for information and very strange rumors came to him. One of the inhabitants of the village married a woman from another village, but that village was destroyed several years ago. People there began to die literally one after another. It was exactly what was needed. Therefore, Tanchol-san immediately decided to find out where this village is. Soon the path brought them straight to the west. As soon as they approached the vicinity of the village, they felt a strong cadaveric smell. But what they saw terrified everyone. Around lay dead bodies, as well as the remains that literally turned into skeletons. Around the thick cadaveric poison hung that at first V and Ryan even wanted to take everyone away. But unfortunately they did not have time. Soon they noticed a bright gold predator holding the head of a poisonous snake in its beak. It was an incredible beauty of a bird that was looking for food here. Obviously, one of the soldiers could not allow this creature to disgrace the bodies of the dead even more. He threw the stone straight into it. And although the head asked to stop, it was already too late. Obviously, a feathered creature quickly noticed uninvited guests. Then she carefully cast them with a vigilant look. Then Tanchol-san asked his comrades to shut up. This bird behaved too strangely. Soon she climbed into the sky, scattering her feathers here and there. The hero was horrified by what he saw. As soon as the pen hit the skull, he immediately began to literally melt in front of his eyes. And the bodies that were still deprived of the flesh began to decompose faster. No one could say anything. The head dragged the hermit back. He ordered all people to urgently leave. A poisonous hide was found here. Soon in the nearest village, everyone gathered in order to discuss what happened. The head reported that the bird had large wings, a sharp beak of copper shade, and purple feathers covered the body. When the feathered creation became furious and waved its wings, it lowered the poisonous feathers, poisoning everything in its path. Something like a golden crown, a sign of a true king, flaunted on her head. Hearing all this description, the hero began to guess what kind of essence it was. Most likely it was one of the 10 legendary poisonous creatures, and it turned out to be right. In addition, the poisons of this bird occupy the first place in toxicity among all 10 creatures. It was the true king. Obviously, View and Ryan could not believe that there was a bird, before which even the poisonous snakes seemed sweet and not at all frightening. This bird was literally a real biological weapon. The chapter summed up that the bird attracted toxic snakes. It was known that it eats their heads. In addition, it was not at all a common phenomenon. Even to meet it once in its entire life was considered the greatest rare. Because its appearance can only be seen once a century, the hero immediately thought about the fact he heard. He decided to find out if this bird would be able to catch. The hermit wanted to take possession of it. However, he was worried that it was too dangerous. Seeing the boy's curiosity, the head of the clan only smiled. He saw how much the guy is interested in 10 legendary poisonous creatures and told the ways to catch this bird. As you know, a person who has mastered the martial arts of the clan, a person becomes invulnerable to all poisons and can resist even the poisons of legendary creatures. The martial arts of the clan are unique all over the world, but the problem was that they did not share their knowledge with strangers. And even despite the fact that Tanchol-san really wanted to help the boy, he could not break the laws. The boy realized that only if he enters the clan, he would be able to learn everything and become invulnerable to any poison. And he was right. The head even promised that if he agrees now, he would personally teach V and Ryan everything that he knows. Moreover, years will not be wasted in vain. But still, the man could not help but be upset. After all, the hero's thoughts were dragging on about the entry, and now he also needed to think about his proposal. Obviously, the hero was angry with one thought about it. He did not want to oblige himself nothing, but the prospect was too sweet, and for this reason he began to ask the head to accept him in the clan. A hopeless man quickly agreed to make the hero part of their clan. Very soon, the clan participants have already found the shelter of the bloody Rakshas. Everything indicated that the Unyang lived here. Traces of blood, footprints. While the head was looking at the surroundings, his assistants delved into the cave, and soon they found the only diary there. It was written in blood. It was probably the recordings of the bloody Rakshas. Hiding the find, the man decided to return to Sichuan. After all, they already got both the crystal of a giant Scolopendra and information. But before leaving, the hero wanted to go to the temple in order to let his pets go free. The chapter agreed. After all, the boy needed to collect his things, so in full force they hit the road. But the boy noticed something interesting near the cave. Directly at the entrance, something shone brightly and literally beckoned. Therefore, the soldiers went to see. On the ground lay a feather belonging to the very poisonous drink. The head, as the most invulnerable, raised this feather and carefully examined it. He decided to give him the hero as a gift in honor of joining the ranks of their clan. In addition, only the boy showed so much interest in toxic creatures. But this is not all that the head wanted to tell. He was thinking of giving the young man a title at a ceremony, which was a kind of dedication rite. At the same time, the elder with several warriors finally arrived in Sichuan. Only by entering the threshold, he immediately ordered to report how his granddaughter feels. The girl was still alive, despite the critical state. Therefore, immediately the man went to her. First of all, he turned to the girl's mother, saying that he managed to get the medicine, and he showed her a crystal of a giant Scolopendra. Because of what the lady literally cried with happiness. Then the time came to finally give an antidote to the girl. The old man could not look without tears at the state of his granddaughter. Then he demonstrated to everyone the medicine, because of which he was in such a hurry, and then slowly gave it to the girl. Literally in a moment, her whole body shone with a bright blue light. Then the elder took her hand, putting his fingers to the veins. And with her, he began to meditate in order to correctly circulate her energy. Everyone else, looking at her, prayed that she opened her eyes as soon as possible. At the same time, the hero still continued his way. On the back of one of the soldiers, from the island to the main region, they got into boats and then fled. And only after a month and a half, they finally reached Sichuan. Obviously, the boy was amazed, finally arriving at this majestic clan. During the long journey, he already heard a lot from the satellites. The soldiers told him that the whole mountain on which the clan was located belonged to the clan of Tan and was named in his honor. From such greatness, the hero literally forgot how to breathe. Soon, he had already contemplated a huge number of warriors in a hurry to meet them. The hermit clearly did not expect that there would be so many followers. Among them, he noticed a girl in bright scarlet clothes. She, seeing Tanchol-sana, joyfully greeted him, and she rushed to the man in a hug in tears. The hero froze, literally not looking away from this beauty. While Tanchol-san ran towards to hug his daughter, he immediately began to ask the girl about well-being. The young man still did not take away from this beauty-admiring gaze. Although in a past life he met with celebrities, This girl would definitely overshadow everyone with her beauty. Tan Chol-san, without wasting time, immediately decided to imagine his daughter V and Ryan meet young people with each other. The man also began to recall how this boy called her. He began to sort out similar words and soon realized that the young man called her nonsense. Proudly introducing his daughter as a nonsense, his father involuntarily laughed the situation. The hero remembered the moment when he committed this oversight. Then, when a man talked about the greatest beauties living in the region. However, he clearly did not mean that exactly his daughter was nonsense. Nevertheless, the girl was a poisonous flower of grabbing, the most beautiful and strongest heiress of the Tan clan. From childhood, she faced one very serious problem. Despite all the talent, the elders believed that her skills were not enough, and rejoiced that the girl was born at least beautiful. They hoped that the head would change his mind and marry her, because the clan needed heirs for the role of the head. Listening to the accusations against her father, Janaea wished to show the elders that she also had outstanding abilities. She wanted to prove that she owns martial arts perfectly and can achieve much for her clan, even being a woman. But haste always leads to failures, as well as to losses. As a result, due to haste and such a way of thinking, a demon awakened in her mind. Shortly before the arrival of her father, the girl finally came to her senses. First of all, she saw her mother, who almost cried when her daughter woke up. Realizing what had happened to her, she cried and bound herself. She began to crumble in apologies for delivering so many problems. She just wanted to be useful for the clan. She also apologized for wasting all her strength. Grandfather quickly realized that she would probably ask for forgiveness for delivering so much trouble to her relatives. However, he asked to stop crying, because she reached the state that she wanted so much. Then, raising her hand and looking at herself, she saw a bright, delicate light, and soon he had already filled the whole room. She was not mistaken. It really was the very level of white poison. Grandfather also said that along the way they met a young man who helped not only save her, but also to get a medicine that helped to achieve that very level. And now she looked at that very savior. The hero did not even know how to react after such an embarrassment, because he was so excited about the story about toxic creatures that he accidentally blurted out like that. He had no choice but to write off everything on a very specific humor of the chapter, and finally greet the beauty. He was really glad to see the girl in good health, and she answered him with the same sincere smile. Then he introduced himself as a poisonous flower and thanked the hero for his help. Of course, she promised to remember his kindness until his death, but suddenly a strange voice appeared in the boy's head. It was the head of the clan who admired the beauty of his daughter. Then he suggested Vu and Ryan to break this flower. Very soon the hero found himself in the bathhouse, calmly resting after a hard day. Small cubs rested next to him, also restoring forces after traveling. The young man finally enjoyed peace. Paying attention to the small followers, he remembered how before they had not dropped from him at all. However, when he told them that he was going to climb into hot water, which would be harmful to them, they seemed to understand his words and themselves got down. So V and Ryan realized that he could communicate with these kids. In addition, according to the head, they did not respond to changes in his aura. Looking at them, the guy realized that it was sure that they were embarrassed for the first time to see him without clothes. As if understanding the meaning of his thoughts, they immediately sank to the bottom of their small bath. The hero was only touched by their behavior. Then I decided to ask the chapter more about these creatures. In addition, the boy still could not throw out the words of Tan Chol-san about the torn flower out of the head. At this time, events moved to the main estate of Tan. There were Granda's parents, the girl herself, as well as her grandfather. The head said that he decided to place their dear guest in the master's bedroom, after which they began to discuss the talent of this young boy. They did not think that they would meet a person similar to him, and besides, they forced him to join their clan. The hero's knowledge had no equal. Besides, he killed so on Unyana. In addition, he was lucky to meet one of the legendary poisonous creatures. Moreover, he took the eggs of a giant Scolopendra in order to tame her cubs. After these words, the elder was convinced that this boy was really a real treasure. After which his father seriously turned to his daughter. He explained that he would not mind seeing V and Ryan with his son-in-law, and wanted to know what she was thinking about this. The girl was clearly upset when she heard about it. Despite the fact that she reached the level of white poison and planned to reach blue, she wanted to show that she could be a useful clan. But she understood why her father was talking about it. However, it could not accept it so easily. She wanted to check this guy personally, whether this young man is worthy of her or not. After these words, she immediately rushed out the door. Parents took a look with concern, and the father only understood that now Vu and Ryan needed to be careful before meeting with this Furia. After all, no matter how beautiful the rose is, the spikes are also part of the flower. And this flower is now worn only with one thought, that it will soon be able to reach the level of blue poison. If she surrenders now, she will only confirm the words of the elders. She had to personally check whether the hero's skills were so strong. At this time, the Hermit himself was thinking about what happened. In addition, it seemed that the daughter of the head hated him, and he even asked for advice from his pets what to do. Until unexpectedly, I did not see the girl herself next to him. She clearly looked breathing out after running, and also apologized for the sudden invasion. But the matter did not suffer deals. Therefore, she asked the boy to give her her hand. Obviously, at first he agreed, but soon this proposal confused him. He explained to the beauty that she was in a hurry to take events. He would like to better recognize each other. In addition, he believed that during such a process should not be in a hurry. Only after these words, Lady finally realized what it was about. She blushed, trying to prove that she did not mean anything like that. However, all the hopes of the hero only scattered from this truth. The mistress herself explained that she did not want to mislead him, but it was really necessary to take his hand to check. She also apologized for the fact that she suddenly appeared. After all, it was rude on her part. However, she understood that he was not even 20, but he had a very smart head, and she decided to tell him the current situation in detail. Then the explanations followed. This story was like an ordinary historical drama, which the hero saw more than once. Being the only direct heiress of the clan, Genia is constantly subjected to pressure from other clans. Therefore, the head decided to marry his daughter to the hero. For this reason, the girl apologized, but it was necessary to verify the correctness of the decision of her father. She also promised that if nothing came of them with the hero, then no one would drive him away, because he still saved her life, and she was forever in debt. They could even become a brother and sister. However, without answering, the hero immediately held out his hand to her. He understood why she was worried and allowed himself to check. Obviously, the lady was grateful for understanding. After that, as well as the elder, she put 2 fingers to Vienna. Around her immediately began to dance the aura. She calmly explained that not everyone was destined to master the clan's martial arts. Some are able to nourish their body with poison and master it, while others will simply die. The larger the level of poison, the deeper the skill of owning internal energy, and the greater the chances of success in the possession of strong poisons. There were different levels, from the 1st to 10,000th. In this art, it is important to be able to take poison in your body correctly. Fortunately, the hero's body was adapted to this, but only at the level of children's poisons. That is, his body is able to absorb only 10 types of different poisons. In principle, it was not so bad, given that he only joined the clan. In other words, it was the highest level that an ordinary person like a hero can reach. Then the lady decided to say goodbye and leave. View and Ryan politely bowed, but in fact, he was far from calm inside. He was upset by the idea that he was at the level of 10 poisons. After all, this meant that he would not be able to catch a poisonous hide, which was extremely important to him. Soon in the evening, the lady took a shower, but noticed a strangeness. After she swallowed the crystal, her body began to smell very much. Having decided so far to forget about it, the girl dressed and went to her room. At this time, the hero slept and saw a dream. In him, the girl apologized in front of him that she could not thank him before, after which they finally met, and she was able to thank him. However, this girl possessed the appearance of a bug. It seemed to him that this was a dream, but he was a little mistaken. As it turned out, it was the same giant Scolopendra, whose children he was growing now. She borrowed the appearance of the girl who swallowed her crystal. Only after that, the hero noticed 3 small children who spun near his legs. He realized that it was the human appearance of the kids Scolopendra, and only now he found out that they were all girls. However, it was interesting to know what the lady was doing in his dream. As it turned out, she died, leaving her children. Her indignation reached heaven, so the soul remained sharpened in a crystal. Since she has been in the body of Genia all this time, she cursed her every day. But once a powerful Scolopendra found a way to get rid of resentment, and therefore ended up here. And all because the hero came to her with her children. The young man felt his guilt, because it was thanks to his instructions that the clan discovered the whereabouts of the millipede and became involved in the death of the lady. As if hearing the thoughts of the hermit, the ancient soul smiled, and she explained that the hero could fulfill her request if she really felt guilty. V and Ryan sincerely agreed to do anything. Then the woman gently stroked her girls on the head and asked to take care of them until the babies grow up. However, the temple resident remembered that the cubs of Scolopenders should survive 2 molting in the body of the mother, after which they begin to grow. As it turned out, this applies only to ordinary insects. Before dropping their shell, the crumbs ate energy from the crystal of the mother. After they begin to absorb the energy of other entities. However, the hero perfectly understood that the crystal herself was absorbed by the grabbed, and turned out to be right. The children should have been with the girl for some time. Also, Madame Minoka said that she cursed that girl. A terrible stink emanated from her now. The ancient soul specially did this so that the beauty could not be with a man and get offspring. But still, the sharpened spirit could relieve the curse. But in return, Janaea will have to feed her children with her inner energy. Moreover, in this way, the hero could get closer and win the heart of the heiress. In principle, the hermit agreed to the conditions, but did not want to use the position of generally. This proved that the young man was really noble. Then the lady decided to find out what the guy was going to do. After all, the ancient essence knew very well. Genia wants to see a strong man next to her. In addition, the sharpened soul will not be able to help him get crystals of 10 legendary toxic creatures. However, the hero had a good idea how to get closer to the beauty. So the temple resident asked the mistress to trust him. The hermit had a working plan. For this reason, the young man met with the mistress the next day. The heiress realized that Scolopendra smells bad from her. The hero explained that she just needed to allow the kids to eat on her once every few days, and then the stench will disappear over time. Obviously, the lady understood that this was the best outcome. However, the beauty wanted to know if V and Ryan would ask for something from her in return. The guy only smiled, after which he explained that he was not such a terrible person to use the girl's plight. After these words, the mistress really thought. However, she understood that the heir cannot constantly only accept help. Now the beauty began to think about the words of her father more and more. Looking at the hero, Genia understood that there was something more valuable in the world than achievements in martial arts. However, the hero honestly admitted that he began to think about many after their conversation. Before that, the girl said that the hermit can absorb only 10 different poisons. However, the young man decided, if he cannot absorb more, he will go by a bypass. For example, it will absorb poisons of 10 legendary creatures. Obviously, the girl opened her eyes wide, because these words literally meant that Viu and Ryan wanted to become better for her. The heiress did not even know how to behave now. After all, the beauty first received such a recognition from a man. After that, an awkward pause arose between them. Nevertheless, Genu decided to find out whether the hero understands the meaning of what was said. Obviously, in fact, a temple resident did not quite understand the reaction of the girl. But the heiress explained. The hermit has chosen a very difficult path that would take a decade, and maybe all his life. And it was embarrassed by what the young man was ready for her. However, the beauty decided to make concessions, because she knew that there were 3 years left until the hero of the hero. If the temple resident absorbs at least the venom of 1 legendary creature, then the hermit will pass it check, which means that they will be able to get married. After what was said, the mistress promised to cheer for the hero. Then saying goodbye, she ran away. But in the last second, the young man asked the beauty to stop, and he recalled that she needs to feed the cubs of Scolopendra. Therefore, the girl had to stay awkwardly. The heiress burned with shame, while the hero handed her the kids, and also asked the cubs not to offend his mother. After that, the hermit asked the crumbs to eat plenty and return to his father. These parental names were so embarrassed by the mistress that the hero still had to explain. The young man did not specifically call his mother grabbing. At this time, the parents and the elder gathered in order to discuss their daughter. They had the feeling that something was happening between these two, although it seemed to her mother that the daughter nevertheless rejected the hero. And it really looked like the truth. In addition, the elder did not want to impose them on each other. The sage believed that it would be better if their relationship develops naturally. Then my mother suggested entrusting her daughter to the boys' training. Then they will see each other more often and will be tied to each other. It was a great thought. In addition, the elder wanted to turn to his colleagues so that they could increase the status of a young man so that he looked better in the eyes of his granddaughter. Although the sage understood that it is unlikely that this would help the girl better perceive the hero. All these conversations were heard by the lady who stood outside the door. As soon as the beauty knocked, the father immediately asked his daughter to enter. The awkward mistress slowly opened the doors. The face of the heiress was covered with a red blush. However, the paint quickly slept when the girl saw her entire family assembly. In any case, the beauty was glad to see them all, because she wanted to say something important. And even more embarrassed, because it was about the hero. The heiress said that she agrees to follow the request of her father, what surprised him a lot. Mom was delighted that her baby liked such a good groom. Obviously, the lady did not even know how to comment, and the father did not even believe what he heard. But the daughter explained. The hero is ready to become better for her. The young man personally promised her, and this really interested a caring father. When a man found out that the boy plans to absorb the poisons of 10 legendary creatures, he opened his eyes wide. The elder laughed, realizing that the Malay was a real brave man. At that time, the granddaughter said, if before her age, the young man will be able to absorb the poison of at least 1 creature, then the marriage will take place. The beauty gave such an answer to check what the hermit is really ready for her. Obviously, The father believed that the girl needed to agree at least for the poison of 3 creatures, while her mother was happy that her baby was already learning to build relationships with men. In addition, the woman asked her daughter not to change the conditions, because she understood. If the hero has an heiress of feelings, then a temple resident will try to become better. The elder even promised from that moment on the hero as a son-in-law, but they will pretend to be not aware of their contract. And if the young man tries, he can become a full-fledged part of their family. At this time, the hero was still in his dream. Scolopendra's mother was clearly happy that the hermit managed to completely enter the girl's confidence. The ancient soul was sincerely glad, especially considering that today was her last day in this world. The resentment subsided, and soon the sharpened spirit had to go to heaven. The powerful essence wanted to listen to the hero's request, if the temple resident was such. Thinking a little, the guy asked to look at the body of Scolopendra. Obviously, the woman was surprised, but she realized that she was a man in front of her, and people were always weak to lust. Therefore, the ancient soul began to undress. But according to the hero's reaction, I quickly realized, it seems that this is not what he needed. At this time, the kids with shame awkwardly stuck their eyes, and the hero explained that he wanted to look at the true appearance of a giant Scolopendra. The woman became embarrassed, because the sharpened soul thought that this appearance would scare everyone. But very soon, the ancient essence accepted its true appearance. Soon, the hermit saw a beautiful Scolopendra sparkling like a precious stone. The millipede was really huge, like a 5-story building. From such a picture of the hero, goosebumps covered true admiration. After that, the temple resident began to touch her legs, admiring the waterproof shell and amazed how they withstand such a large load. Also, the young man began to ask how the giantess moves, where her legs step. After that, the hermit found out how strong the poisons of the ancient essence were, and whether the multi-leaf is guided in space with the help of his antennae. After that, the guy also decided to touch the fangs of the giant, even despite the fact that it was dangerous. At the moment when the hero touched Scolopendra from all sides, the ancient soul even began to doubt whether her daughters would really be in order. And View and Ryan enjoyed the fact that it really is really unearthly. Soon, Tanchol-san decided to gather all the families for an official gathering. He explained to the hero that from this moment, he would become their son-in-law and would marry upon reaching adulthood, which was quite logical. The boy did not even manage to argue. After all, both the girl's mother and her grandfather were glad that Genia had finally chose a soulmate. The hermit itself had many questions. Of course, she chose it, but set the conditions for marriage, so it was more like marriage under the contract. It was not a good idea to argue. The young man realized that it was better to just get used to the girl, and asked his new relatives to take care of him. After his words, the elders began to whisper among themselves. As it turned out, they had to show something to the boy before he begins to teach the martial arts of the clan. After short negotiations, it turned out that they wanted to demonstrate to him the Temple of 10,000 Poisons. Soon they were already halfway to the sanctuary. It turns out that they had a tradition. All families were going to enter the territory of the temple. In fact, the hero barely hid his admiration, because he always dreamed of seeing a place in which such a huge number of toxic substances would be collected. However, suddenly he was distracted, looking at the girl next to him. When the wind fluttered her hair, the guy already caught his breath. He always heard that real beauty is revealed in profile, and this girl had a really wonderful appearance. His admiring face was noticed by the parents of Genia. They only shamed the guy who soon would drill the hole in the girl with his gaze. Everyone already understood that, it seems, he was in love with her. The embarrassed lady herself asked the hero to look at her feet, because he really began to stumble out in the blue. Sometime later, they were already approaching the temple itself. The gates guarded several men of sports physique, in the middle of which there was their head welcoming the elder. The old man explained that he arrived in order to show his son-in-law a temple of 10,000 poisons. Immediately after these words, the man gave a signal so that the gates opened. 2 strong warriors discovered really heavy, completely metal sash. The chapter only praised them. Today they worked much faster. Then he invited everyone to go inside. Along the way, the military leader said that these gates were forged from metal, obtained in the depths of the mountains. To open them in front of someone literally meant to provide the greatest honor. Only having crossed the threshold, they were already officially considered arriving in place. This storage contained all the poisons that have ever been created in the Tan clan. The elder allowed the boy to carefully examine everything, but strictly forbade to touch anything. Inspecting the shelves, the young man noticed that there were not only deadly poisons, but also therapeutic drugs. Various types of poison were also present, including paralyzing, renewing, and others. Grandfather asked his daughter to tell their son-in-law about everything, believing that in this way the boy would be imbued with even greater sympathy. Obviously, the girl was very embarrassed by such words. However, she grabbed the guy by the hand and immediately led him deep into the storage in order to tell about all the most interesting and strong types of poisons. She began her story with the most dangerous poison, after inhalation of which internal energy instantly scattered. Then they walked along several powerful poison, but there was one, which was distinguished by its destructive force from everyone else. Janayana put him in the hands of the hero. It was a small bob, which was not at all different from those that he saw on Earth. However, if you do not take into account 10 legendary creatures, this poison was considered the most dangerous. It was a plant symbolizing death, the fruit of Kleshchevina, or, as it was called in the human world, ricin, protein poison of plant origin, only 2 milligrams of which can kill an adult. He became famous thanks to the murder of an umbrella during the Cold War, and was hundreds of thousands of times stronger than cyanide. This poison was also deprived of the smell, color, and taste, which made it completely invisible. Therefore, he was called the Golden Poison, and the murders committed with his help were called gold killings. The mistress asked the guy to remember that the strongest poison is not the most painful or destructive, but the one that kills imperceptibly and probably. It was precisely in this that the philosophy of the clan was, to kill so that no one would ever notice it. So several hours passed. They already went around the entire storage when the elder approached them. He invited the guys to go and look at the toxic creatures, which the hero will probably like even more. In addition, the young man could take care of them if necessary. They would even provide him with everything necessary. Obviously, the boy was glad that he would be given a job corresponding to his hobbies. However, unexpectedly, one of the assistants turned to the chapter. He asked the man to urgently follow him. They had to go to the palace of the patron spirit. The case turned out to be serious. The elder had previously mentioned the boy about this, like the lady. There were 2 problems. The first was that the medicines that they sent to the head of the province did not work, so he sent a letter full of complaints. The second problem could not be voiced due to the presence of the hero. However, the chapter realized that the case was in the young man. Everyone was surprised at how quickly they reached the news, after which they went back home, asking his son-in-law to follow them. First of all, they arrived at the patron palace. The elders could no longer wait for the arrival of the chapter. The case concerned the hero. They could not understand how the military leader could make such an important decision alone and take some kind of abstract orphan as a son-in-law and a husband for their precious grab. Obviously, such casually abandoned words infuriated the chapter. He could not forgive the old people that they had just dared to insult his son-in-law. Even his grandfather himself explained that it was he who advised his granddaughter to marry this young man. But the old people still asked them to change their minds. They did not understand how to entrust the temple of 10,000 poisons to some commoner. It even became ashamed of this performance, so she asked for forgiveness in front of the hero. The hermit was ashamed that he forced the girl to worry, because she should not apologize to him. To stop all these debates, he decided to intervene in the conversation. The young man also apologized for the fact that there were misunderstandings because of his origin. However, he hoped that having demonstrated his skills, he would be able to convince the elders that he worthy of their precious heiress. To begin with, he could solve the problem with the head of the province and help him get rid of the disease. Everyone wondered what the hero conceived. After all, he does not throw words into the wind. In fact, the determination was caused by the fact that his cozy life among toxic creatures stood at con, and he could not allow anyone to spoil his happy future. The old people became furious even from one fact that the guy considered himself worthy to solve such problems and climb into the affairs of their clan, especially considering that he was a commoner and had no right to intervene in the conversation between the elders of the clan. They finally became convinced of the lack of manners of this guy, not understanding how they could choose him as a son-in-law. The hero was very angry, listening to the delirium of these old grouse, and lost patience. He explained that for the elders, he was still a guest. However, he helped to save the life of a poisonous flower and the head of the clan, destroying the bloody Rakshas so Unanyana. As far as the hero was known, by the etiquette and laws of the Tang family, one cannot insult guests and benefactors in the presence of the chapter himself. The elders already choked on each of these news, forced to make excuses, as if they did not follow the events. Even the bride's grandfather was amazed at how the groom shut up the belt of these old people. But it seems the elders still did not believe that the guy really killed such a monster like a bloody rocket. However, the head stood up, saying that the boy's words were pure truth. Then he provided a diary, records of bloody Rakshas, written in blood. The records were really genuine. After that, the military leader also suggested showing the old people Scolopendra. Therefore, the boy knocked on his chest, calling the kids to him. And then the cubs climbed out of his clothes, joyfully welcoming people. The head explained to the elderly that his son-in-law was growing cubs of giant Scolopendra. That is how he killed Soan Unyana. It became obvious he was the owner of several giant Scolopendras. According to their reaction, it was evident. Although they did not accept the young man as a son, in law, they accepted as a young warrior. The hero only asked his Scolopendra not to bite anyone, and repeated the story of what happened to the Soan Unyan. Frightened, the old people also began to take their words back, awkwardly justifying themselves that they were worried about a violation of a certain procedure for adopting new members of the clan. The elder decided to move on to more practical issues. After all, he understood their doubts about marriage, but he proposed to give the hero the position of caretaker for the temple. And again they began to argue, because he had not yet become a full-fledged member of the clan, and they could not entrust him with caring for the sanctuary. But the elder had a simple solution to all these problems. He asked the boy to demonstrate his skills to them, and in order to prove whether he is worthy to become a member of the Sichuan clan of Tan, the hero had to show his abilities in the spirit of the clan himself. To do this, he was going to use poisons. The elders already thought that the guy was going to poison the head of the province instead of healing him. However, it seems that they did not understand the idea of the hero at all. The next day, the boy met with the elder one-on-one. He had to pass the exam in order to be dedicated to the martial arts of the Tan clan. It seemed to the hero that training would consist of physical exercises. But, as it turned out, in the process of training, the body naturally changed in accordance with martial arts. In their clan, special attention was paid to what was immediately useful in practice, so usually physical activity was not practiced. The man laid out a few guns on the table, throwing knives, arrows, shurikens, and even poisons. The mentor also explained that there are a huge number of types of throwing weapons, but provided 5 of them he wanted, so that the boy guessed which one is the most simple in management. The simplest was the dagger. The most heavy, according to the young man, was sand. However, he was mistaken. The needles were the most difficult because it's hard to remember the place where you throw them. But the old man understood. It would be easier to show what to tell 100 times. Therefore, he took out his brush. Then he took off the tip with a light movement. Then the elder scattered the villi through the air, and strengthening with internal energy, he forced them to fall exactly in the direction where it was necessary. In this way, the hairs from the brush turned into real needles. It was a martial art of a clan called Reign of 10,000 Needles, a secret technique that covers the surrounding space with tens of thousands of needles. Obviously, it is difficult to fight the enemy when there is such a huge number of sharp objects around. The hero did not even know where to go, so this technique was the most difficult. After all, the most important thing is not to step on his own needle. Obviously, if the enemy uses the same technique, then the situation must be remembered for enemy needles. As it was known, if you have a 5th level body, you can only remember the position of 500 needles. For example, his bride was at the 10th level and could remember the position of an entire 1,000. Soon, the hero was sitting in the gazebo, comprehending everything that he found out when Granda visited him. She was already in a special suit, because they were going to go in search of bees. The hermit was glad that the patient's medicine would be ready soon, so I decided to go right now. And the girl was glad to make him a company. As it turned out, she recently discovered one place where bees were found. It was not far enough, so they could walk. During the path, she decided to ask if the boy saw a record of the head of the province. In fact, due to the fact that the young man was still young, the lady was worried that he could not understand what ailment a man suffered. However, the hero knew very well what was concerned with erectile function. Looking at the embarrassment of generally, I realized that it was really right. The hermit was actually embarrassed to think about the problem that the head of the province had. At the same time, Genu was embarrassed that the hero knew so much at his young age. But still they needed to hurry, so she decided to forget such a suspicious fact. While they walked along the forest path, the hero had to drag the hero from all beautiful poisonous animals. And finally, without incident, they arrived at the place. The place where they were in a hurry was a small cave. It was also something like a hive, but without bees. The hero explained that they arrived in order to catch certain insects, but they themselves will not directly catch the bees. He looked into the cave in search of the poisonous insects that they were looking for, and he found that they lived in small colonies right in the hives. Fortunately, having examined everything, the hero was convinced that they still live here. Then he caught one of the insects for food. It was just the insect that they needed to catch. The same bug that was supposed to help them solve the problem of the head of the province. This insect was called Mike. In this world, they can be caught in hives where bees live. They are also called nipplings. Genia, she admitted that she did not even realize that these beetles had lived nearby all this time. But it turns out that these were not the last interesting facts of their life. These bugs had a very unusual way of breeding. Usually beetles, laying eggs, remain in place, and before this creates a safe environment for hatching offspring. However, T-shirts lay eggs just like that. They can put them in general anywhere and a whole bunch. When the larvae hatch, somehow miraculously they rise to the highest point nearby. Having reached the top, the larva begins to behave quite strange. They get together and form a semblance of a real flower. After that, the bees see a flower and think that it is real, fly up to collect pollen. But as soon as the bee turns out to be too close, the larvae shit her body. She does not even have time to understand how the game has already ended for her. Her hive will come to an end. Of course, the hero did not know why T-shirts were chosen by beehives, but it is believed that this is the best place to grow larvae. But this is not all that surprised the girl. After all, as it was known, their bites cause burns. And moreover, a large number of burns could lead to death. And then she was right, an orange liquid released from the body of beetles' bumps contained a toxic substance with cantaridin. If it enters the skin, it caused blisters, as with a burn. But this poison will have an effect with erectile dysfunction. For now at least, toxins will not be removed from the body. And this means that the genitals of the head of the province will work again. Obviously, Genu was embarrassed by such details, so she decided to immediately return to the temple, and the hero remained in order to catch a couple more nobility. Upon their return, they went to the temple of 10,000 poisons, and the hero gave a prescription for the medicine to the temple. First, it was necessary to wrap it, dry and grind the insect. 1% of the total contents was poison. The dangerous share of poison for the body is 11.75 milligrams. That is, 75 kilograms of body weight, 1.25 milligrams of poison were a deadly dose. He needed to create a medicine, one intake of which would be approximately 0.375 milligrams, the size of 10 drops. He hoped that he explained everything to the doctors, although even his head was literally split from calculations. The head of the doctors was really struck by such a detailed explanation of the boy. He did not know that he was so well versed in the academic sciences. So I was sure, with such detailed formulations, they would work perfectly. Events moved on the night of the same day. Even the elder was amazed that the beetles had such an effect. He also decided to reconsider all the poisons stored in the temple. In addition, it became obvious. The guy really understands science well. The girl also said that he used some formulas and said that the volume of the medicine should be equal to 10 drops. The hearing was shocked by the elder. Initially, it was believed that the boy only knew about toxic creatures. But this young man was a real diamond. Grandfather also saw that, it seemed, the hermit was liked even more than at their first meeting. And she really admitted that her first opinion was reckless. It was hoped that in the future her opinion would only be better. Also, the old man was interested in how to check whether the medicine would really work. But the girl was even embarrassed to talk about it. But since the elders of the clan did not believe in the hero, he decided to use them as experimental rabbits. However, the elder only laughed at how funny this guy was and was different from everyone else. Soon everyone gathered in order to check the finished medicines. The elders obviously did not believe in what was happening. However, the healers put the finished potion right in front of them and reported. It included licorite powder and honey, which gave the sweetness so that when taking the medicine, there would be no unpleasant sensations. Everything was done exactly as the hero asked, and all dosages were taken into account. The rest did not understand why all these extra troubles, as if a boy had created some incredible medicine. But the head called everyone to silence. He decided to find out from the young man how to prove the effectiveness of the drug. And then the voice of the elders erupted. They could not allow unverified funds to the head of the province. The hero had no choice but to fulfill their request. For this reason, another portion of the medicine was set before the elders. The hermit clearly wanted them to test him on themselves, but they were embarrassed that the medicine was so dirty in color, as if it were fired in mud. Seeing that the men were clearly tensing, the young man wanted to use this. For this reason, he turned to the elder, whom he literally called his grandfather. And he recalled that, as you know, those who perfectly own the martial arts of the clan are not afraid of poisons. However, he pointed out that, judging by the expression of the faces of the elders, they were clearly afraid of his drug. This was very surprising. After all, they were the strongest in the whole clan. Obviously, the elders could not stand such an insult. Separating the pills, they swallowed half, believing that they were not a miserable poison. However, it was threatened that if this medicine does not have the effect, then the young man will be cursed, and he will be punished according to all the rules of the clan. Finally swallowing the potion, they froze in anticipation of the effect. In less than 10 minutes, the old people had already scattered that nothing had happened, until suddenly their bodies trembled. After all, nevertheless, the lower part of their body began to show signs of life. And so on that day the elders were in a very high spirits. And the medicine by order of the head was sent straight to the head of the province. As soon as the meeting was completed, the old people awkwardly ran away, pulling their raincoats in order to hide their dignity. The hero was happy that, as his grandfather told him, it was very easy to provoke everything related to poisons. He really has nothing left but pride, so such an outcome should be expected. However, the elder asked the hero not to be so strict to these old people. After all, they did everything possible for the clan. After all, they were one family. At that moment, Genia, at all pairs, fled to the hero in order to report on trouble, after which she, stuttering, explained that something was wrong with his children. Obviously, the elder began to understand what happened. Grabbing the hero by the scruff, he decided to find out what was the matter and where the children came from. But the girl screamed loudly that it was about Scolopendra, children that the hermit raised. Already calmed down, the old man released the boy, who wanted to know what had happened. As it turned out, due to the fact that recently the young man has been engaged in physical exercises a lot, he asked the girl to look after the kids. Therefore, he scared him what happened to them. Sometime later, almost undressing the lady, he was looking for where his pets were. They all looked sluggish and were also sedentary. It turned out they suddenly broke away from the mistress and crashed to the ground. Until this moment, everything was fine with them, so the girl was worried that perhaps they got sick. In addition, the kids were very pale, and their bodies were covered with a strange shell. Seeing this, the hermit said that there were no reasons for excitement. They had molting. After all, these creatures periodically dumped the skin when they grew up, and the kids had this time. After which they began to move especially actively, and soon the skin like a shell began to burst, and Scolopendras increase in size. In addition, their appearance has become quite interesting. They have a crystal on the forehead. Following, and two other kids finally dropped the old skin. Thus, the cubs increased slightly, and their molting was completed. Only then did the mistress wonder what names the children had. The hermit really did not come up with them and decided to call the first names like Bib and Bob. However, Genia knew that Scolopendras would become dragons in 1,000 years, and should wear majestic names. The hero wanted to tell that Scolopendras could not become dragons, but according to the reaction of the elder behind his back, he realized that it seems that he told his granddaughter a bike, in which she believed so. The young man still decided to responsibly relate to this issue, and in the end he called them Chu, Shin, and Bin. Hu meant beginning, Blue meant aroma, and Bin, harmony. As a result, the mistress did not argue. Nevertheless, traditionally, fathers should give names to their children. That is how Scolopendras received new names. The days went on as usual. The cubs stuck to the hero's body again. Although he was not strong enough, he could still move with the pets. The most significant change in them was their weight and strength. Previously, they were the size of small sausages, but now even a little more than the hero himself has become. It seems that even the cubs themselves realized that it became difficult to hold them, so they simply wrapped around the waist and hands of the guy. Suddenly, while they were so walking around the market, the hermit heard someone's conversations. Two men chatted among themselves about how they want to tear the jackpot on the name of the Tan clan. Obviously, their conversations alerted the hero. However, he soon returned home, where good news was already waiting for him from the head. Not so long ago, they sent a medicine made by the hero to the head of the province. It worked so well that the head of the province conveyed sincere words of gratitude to the hermit and a generous reward. The chapter never thought that it would be so glad that the young man is his son-in-law, because he did a lot for their clan. The man even thought about giving the boy one of their elixirs. After all, he was sure that his heart would not tremble from any other reward. Grandfather Granda already told the boy that elixirs were called upon to feed internal energy. Generally with pleasure began to ask what kind of elixir we are talking about, and it was an ordinary elixir, nectar of the golden royal bee. The hero considered that we were talking about ordinary honey, but did not refuse, because when he becomes a master, internal energy will play an important role for him. But the girl clearly did not like this news. It seemed to her that nectar was not a worthy reward for what the hermit had done for them. After all, it was no less feat. Even if the golden royal bee is a middle-level insect, its nectar is not so very rare. She believed that the father should give the boy an elixir, who was tantamount to the year of meditation, while nectar gave only 2 months. The chapter could only explain that the information about the elixir was secret, but the daughter believed that Vi and Ryan were much more expensive than this information. Wanting to dilute the atmosphere, the guy decided to ask his father-in-law about this golden royal bee. It turned out that this is a bee of medium rank, which can be found in the jungle. The size of it reached a small dog. The use of nectar gave internal energy equivalent to the 2 months of recluse meditation. But Viu and Ryan were more worried about how the bee the size of the dog looks like. But it seems these news did not delight Knight at all. Then the father-in-law explained that he simply wanted to show his son-in-law personally the golden royal bee, and this made the boy's eyes light up. After all, This literally meant that he would independently collect honey, once he was already doing something like that. For this reason, these two jumped up from their places, wanting to go to the gathering as soon as possible. Along the way, they began to discuss the golden royal bee, and Devanu realized that it seemed that her fiancé was not deprived of anywhere. So they all went for honey together. Father really had important information, but upon arrival they discovered two conflicting groups that paid for information. It turned out that both of them bought information from two men, one of which had a gray beard and a mole on the face. The hermit remembered that he had already met these two, who whispered that they were trying to deceive people. It turns out that they sold the same information there and here. The representatives of the clan only raged, not understanding how someone dared to arrange riots in the territory of the Sichuan clan. After that, both groups realized that the collection of honey was covered with a copper basin. Before sending, the head warned the children to be careful, especially considering that for View and Ryan it was his first sortie. After which he also introduced the hero a detachment. Nevertheless, as their future son-in-law, he needed to learn to lead such detachments. The hero tried to explain that he did not do anything like this before, but the chapter understood. The boy needed to learn everything on the go, given that next to him was his girlfriend, the future wife, whom he should defend. Genu, it seems, believed in the hero even more than himself, and was ready to help him to figure it out. And now he clearly fell into a very difficult situation. The young man did not know how to be in the circumstances, and whether they were obliged to share honey with these people. However, first of all, the hermit decided to find out who dared to sell the information to anyone. After all, it was obvious this was a real deception. Even Genu reminded what punishment happens to those people who believe that they would remain unpunished for the sale of information received from their clan. Both leaders of groups were frightened when they saw the poisonous flower and daughter of the head of the clan. They had no choice but to respect with respect and apologize for invading possessions. They vowed to immediately leave this place, and of course everyone was very regretted about what happened. And they already planned to tear off the skin from those who substituted them like that. As a result, the hero was convinced how powerful the clan was. Just those people fled so calmly. However, still the leader of the detachment believed that nothing had ended on this. He knew very well that people from these sects would not just leave this business. To begin with, they had to take their positions and put a patrol. After all, probably the departed lurked nearby and waited for a convenient occasion in order to attack. Then several people were sent for reconnaissance. Jean, as she could support the hero, but he was very worried about honey that he wanted to get so. But soon they already saw those very bees. They really were the size of a dog, and in principle, looked like dogs. Neither the hero nor even generally saw them before and were surprised how big and cute they were. They did not know that they would be so fluffy. After all, they did not know that their full name, Golden Hairy Royal Bees. One hero embarrassed. Their colony was so small. Their number was about several hundred, and he suspected that the matter was possible in size. After all, usually in a small hive there were from 5,000 to 7,000 individuals. Dvan was amazed that the hero understands how many bees in the hive, without even looking inside. However, he determined this approximately, looking at the number of flying insects. But soon reconnaissance came to these three. One of the soldiers reported that he discovered people from those sects. They all settled on the back of the hill. It does not seem that they are plotting something, but they indicated that they should expect anything from them. The leader of the group decided to wait for the end of the day and then go for honey. It was a good old method, about which the hero, of course, knew nothing. As it turned out, they planned to light the leaves and calm the bees with smoke, and at this time to collect honey. The method was really good, however. As it turned out, the wind blew in their direction. And at that moment, the hero visited a very good thought. If the wind blew in their direction, then it means that smoke will mask their smell. And he came up with something. The hero immediately rushed away. Dvan also realized that the hermit was going to touch these fluffy royal gold bees, and tried to stop him. However, unfortunately, the hero has already attracted the attention of insects. He kicked a small pebble that rolled straight into the hive of these very bees. Therefore, they all began to leave their house in a panic and look for enemies. Obviously, they all had to run away urgently, and the hero received a good reprimand. Soon, sitting in the shelter, he began to think if there was any way to catch these insects. After all, these bees were too different from the most common. They felt vibrations emanating from the earth. Moreover, even at a distance of more than 30 meters, even earthenworms are not capable of this. Soon the hero found Nifu, as the kids no longer wanted to sit on her. She led them to the hero. After all, they always tried to slip away from her. As soon as the kids wrapped around the guy, he immediately asked them to stop indulging with his mother, after which they calmed down, and the girl asked the guy how his search for an idea move. But he decided to watch these bees a little more. Genia apologized for putting pressure on him and asked to use as much time as she needed. But because of the hanging silence, the tension only grew. Until the girl pointed to the other side of the tree, something clearly happened there. It seems that the monkeys were running there, between which there was a fight. It immediately became obvious. One of the monkeys was clearly angry at something. And then the guy felt some strange aroma. He began to come directly from a tree with bees. And it immediately seemed to the hero that this smell was exactly the same as that of the pheromones. This meant that they urgently need to leave. After all, very soon the bees would begin to behave like crazy. Without thinking, he grabbed a girl, in her arms like a child. Then she jumped up and ran as far as possible. As soon as they moved, the bees flew out of the hive like crazy. Then they began to massively attack the fighting monkeys. It became obvious. If they had not escaped, a real battle would have happened. However, Genia was interested in how the hero found out that the bees were going to attack. After all, he told them to leave before the insects rose into the air. He said that the whole thing was in the smell. As it turned out, it seemed to generally that it smelled of the most ordinary magnolia. The hero was amazed that she distinguishes between aromas so well, while the girl was surprised that there were bees that smell like plants. The hermit grabbed her by the shoulders, after which he began to giggle ominously. He finally came up with a way to destroy the bastards who dared to encroach on his honey. That very evening, unusual hives were located at the extinct bonfire. The mercenaries slowly drank strong drinks and were thrown with jokes, each immersed in their own thoughts, until the time has come to discuss the key issue: when exactly the Tang sect will go for a precious nectar. According to their intelligence data, the last few days the clan representatives have been engaged in incomprehensible transportation, and then suddenly calmed down. All signs indicated that they would soon move on to active actions. However, before entering an open confrontation with a powerful sect, the thugs should have been convinced of the profitability of the enterprise. The accomplices were firmly convinced of the high cost of beeswax. Candles used even in the imperial palaces were made from this valuable material. They perfectly understood that the head of the clan arrived here precisely for nectar, but the hives would go to them. Nevertheless, it was worth thinking about how to thoroughly ruin the life of competitors, because they should not have made a fatal mistake and die. In addition, they liked that very poisonous flower, and robbers, like true men, could show nobility and save a beautiful girl. However, their thoughts were far from true nobility, given the plans for a relatively saved beauty. The villains already jokingly discussed who would become the groom of such a jewel, and intended to demand a generous ransom from the head of the clan after entertainment. Suddenly, talking men caught a sophisticated aroma nearby. It seemed to them that somewhere nearby was the very poisonous beauty of Gene, exuding such an alluring smell. But soon the whole company unanimously heard a growing rumble that came nearby, and then I saw a swarm of huge bees rushing to them. After the spread of that aroma, golden royal bees rushed at full speed. Obviously, on the foot of them was not to be saved, so insects attacked and poured these people to a semi-conscious state. The pursuers went on the trail thanks to barrels with berries scattered around the perimeter of the hive and straight to them. Even now, watching what was happening from his shelter, View and Ryan saw how angry bees rapidly flies into one place. Everyone was curious how the young warrior managed to achieve such a result. Even the sophisticated in the poisons, Jenna did not know that the bees were able to be so angry with the smell of flowers and berries. However, the young hero ordered them to attack using a mixture of all these poisonous components. It was the aroma of this substance that served as a signal to a total attack. The whole thing was in pheromones, chemical signals that animals of the same species use to communicate with each other. Insects, especially social species like ants and bees, actively use this method of transmitting information. The smell that they felt aroused their instincts and was called isoamylacetate. Hearing this explanation, the poisoner realized that the aroma that provokes the bees to the attack could smell. However, for the protagonist, it seemed even more surprising that the companion so subtly distinguishes smells. However, this was quite natural, given that in her family everyone was dealing with poisons. And in this dangerous craft, an aggravated sensitivity to aromas was simply necessary. Now that they successfully redirected the bees, it was possible to proceed to the main mission, because now their hive remained completely empty. The Seekers have prepared a rod with special incense in case several insects still remained. After that, the young warrior decided to enter the hive first, as it could be dangerous. However, the tree saw inside the trunk struck the imagination. The honeycombs hung all over the tree were truly huge. In addition, looking around, it became obvious that the bees in full force left their home. Nevertheless, V with Ryan noticed something strange. No matter how much he looked around, there was absolutely no nectar in the honeycombs. The poisonous beauty also looked around and became convinced of the right of the hero. The leader of the group was surprised, because this had never happened before. However, an experienced warrior quickly compared the facts and realized that there was not a single egg in the honeycombs. Hearing this observation, the leader of the security detachment suggested that the lack of nectar was somehow connected with this circumstance. The point was that the bees were already preparing for migration, so they hid all the reserves of nectar in their abdomen. Most likely they made such a decision due to a large accumulation of people nearby. In addition, the bees do not lay eggs when they decide to migrate, because they cannot afford to take care of the larvae. However, suddenly the main character looked deeper into the honeycomb, and I saw a yellow abdomen with wings, one of the bees. Smiling slyly, he decided to find out from the leader of the detachment how much strength to use the technique of weightless movement without a break. It turned out that this was enough for half a day. The warrior was clearly inspired by this news. But at that moment, a scout arrived, who urgently reported on the return of bees. They needed to immediately leave this place in order to remain intact and safety. As soon as he heard about this, the young warrior immediately rushed to the honeycombs, which he saw in the distance. However, the bride did not allow him to go far, immediately grabbing the scruff of the scruff, after which they all rushed together to run away. Nevertheless, the young hero still managed to take one of the bees to his hands. Running far enough, everyone caught his breath, realizing that he had barely managed to escape. The poisonous beauty was happy that fortunately they managed to leave the hive to the arrival of insects. Suddenly, the poisoner noticed that Vu and Ryan had been holding something in his hands all this time. It was a bee uterus, from which it was possible to ask to make nectar, which they could not find in the hive. Obviously, the leader of the detachment and companion of the hero scared, realizing what kind of creature it was. But the main character did not scare at all. He calmly explained that soon the bees would find the loss and begin to pursue them. Therefore, he asked to immediately move away. Thus began the race, on the stake of which they stood lives. They really were waiting for a long, real escape. By this moment, the deadly chase lasted several days, and the young warrior all this time reassured the bee uterus, promising to take it to a place where people would not bother. Most of the time they fled, because they were given to rest for a very short time, no more than an hour. The leader of the detachment during this time could not stand it and surrendered. Looking at how he slows down movement, the hero decided to ask him to teach him the technique of weightless movement upon returning home. During the escape, another soldier was exhausted and fell exhausted. The main character only hoped that the bees would not stay around the body of a tired fighter for a long time. They could not allow insects to completely lose sight of them. 3 more days later, the warrior who all this time was next to the hero and carried him in his arms, he began to crumble in apology because he could no longer continue to run. Obviously, Vu and Ryan did not know what to do now that they had lost the leader of the detachment and the supporting hero of the warrior. Then Genu decided to carry her fiancé on his own. Obviously, the young man convinced the girl that he could handle it. However, she wanted to help him because she was a member of the clan whose people never give up. Soon they got to the walls of the Tan clan. The guards were clearly shocked when they saw such beaten and exhausted children. For this reason, the family council was urgently interrupted. The elder and the head immediately ran to meet their son-in-law and an expensive girl. The head demanded an explanation, but the young warrior said that the bride was just exhausted from a 10-day chase. But now the main thing was not this. It was urgent to go to the training ground. The elder did not understand anything, so the hero decided to demonstrate to him the uterus of the golden royal bees, and he made it clear that soon the rest of the swarm would arrive here for her. They needed to act urgently. Obviously, the elder laughed until the chapter understood how the guy who walked after the nectar managed to get the bee uterus at all. The sage seemed to be only proud of the decisiveness of the young man and still agreed to spend the malts. After which he grabbed the guy's hand and they quickly went to the training ground. However, seeing something behind him, the main character shouted loudly, "The bees have already begun to accumulate and catch up with them." It became obvious that it is necessary to accelerate very much in order to break away from such a huge number of insects. Soon they really arrived straight to the place. The elder immediately stopped the boy near a huge tree. This was precisely the place that V and Ryan talked about. It seemed to the hero that the uterus of the royal bees would like this place, which in his opinion was suitable for their future life. The queen, as if understanding his words, immediately went to sniff a new dwelling. When she screeched joyfully like a dog, it became obvious. She liked the new dwelling. It is time to move a little before the arrival of other bees. Insects began to fly in huge swarms straight over the majestic clan of Tan, and the uterus began to eat cheerfully, calling them to her. Soon they all began to flock into the only hollow. In his entire life, the elder saw this for the first time. Right before his eyes, the resettlement of gold bees was successfully completed. Also, people took care of insects. They gave them sugar water, so that the bees that are tired of the persecution fill up their strength. Everyone gathered in order to admire these cute creatures from afar, which became a little kinder after they ate plenty. They also hoped that they would cease to be very afraid of them. Vi and Ryan, in turn, hoped that the bees may recognize the owner in him. But, looking at the uterus, the young hero remembered something else. Therefore, he embarrassedly turned to the head to find out about the condition of the granddaughter, who helped him a lot. It turned out that at this time the girl was resting in her room. Her mother constantly looked after her, because it was the poisonous beauty that carried the hero all the way. Vi and Ryan obviously apologized for her condition and explained that everyone was exhausted. After all, they did not sleep for about 2 hours a day, and the rest of the time fled. Although the elder laughed before that, suddenly a smile died on his face, because he wanted to know what happened to a detachment of poisonous blood. However, the young warrior was sure. They were all alive and healthy, most likely lie somewhere along the road. They just had to go and pick them up. And indeed, the guy was right. After all members of the detachment eventually returned to the clan intact and unharmed. When, finally, Genu came to her senses, she was sincerely glad of the news that the golden royal bees restored their forces. As it turned out, right now they collected nectar from flowers that were grown on the territory of the clan. However, suddenly their conversation was interrupted by one of the detachment of poisonous blood. He very much insisted that the hero would go out for a short while. It seemed to him that the bees behaved strangely, as if they could not find someone. Indeed, the young warrior saw that the bees rushing around as if herself panic. But then they noticed the hero with interest flew closer, surviving him and stuck around, no longer getting down. Then they grabbed him with their paws and began to fly slowly. And in the end, they torn from the ground carrying towards their hive. Obviously, the main character was interested in why they brought him here. It even seemed to him that there were some problems in the hive, and they asked him for help. However, the bees could not explain anything. They only pushed him into the hollow. Going inside, the young warrior saw that insects had already equipped the hive with might and main and even began to make honey. But soon the one that gave him an order to bring him. Of course, it was the uterus of the golden royal bee. When the hero held out his hands, she immediately landed on them, after which she joined her workers. The hard workers began to press closer to the face of the young man, immediately showing that something was not the same as usual. The whole strange and very reasonable gaze of the royal bee pointed to this. But the young man did not have time to do anything. Flying up slightly higher, the bee kissed him. At that moment, she put something in the hero's mouth that he instinctively swallowed. As soon as the uterus flew off, the mouth began to literally fly out like some kind of pink smoke. The embarrassed guy only awkwardly looked at the bee that took his first kiss. But he did not have time to do anything. He suddenly felt much worse. His head was spinning, and after he lost consciousness right in the hive. Looking at the bee on the other side, the main character had no idea what she fed him. At this moment, all the hard workers crowded around him with great interest. The young warrior, after strange discomfort caused by tickling, began to feel a strong heat. Literally throughout the body, too strong was the warmth, and he felt a pulsation. Obviously, looking into the bee's so harmless eyes, he did not understand what she gave him. Very soon, he was found by Jean and the elder. They realized that something too strange was happening to the hero. They even considered that he might have absorbed too strong the elixir, so they decided to direct his inner energy. Having lost consciousness, the young hero came to his senses when the poisoner wiped a very sweating face to him. At this time, he was already in the Hall of Medicine of the Temple of Thousands of Poisons. The companion explained that when he and his grandfather saw the bees carry the hero, they immediately hurried after him. And when they arrived at the place, he was already lying unconscious. She wanted to know if the guy remembers what happened to him. However, he was too embarrassed after his first kiss, but his bride did not even know about it. Genia considered that something hurts him. She was even going to call her grandfather, so that he helped him. However, the young man asked to wait a bit, after which he calmed down and explained that the bee uterus fed something to him. Most likely, the reason for his condition was in this. Although he did not know the exact name, it was something like uterine milk. As far as he knew, the bees collect a certain pollen, and only the uterus lives at the expense of this. Working bees feed on ordinary food, because they work all their lives. The uterus, however, eats the milk from birth that the workers do. Thinking about everything, the poisonous beauty realized that by all the grounds the uterus fed him to the royal jelly, what she ate throughout her life. However, it seems that this uterine milk had a special effect. As you know, an average working bee lives a month and a half, but a bee uterus feeding with milk can live 6 times longer. It was the most amazing. Seeing such an enthusiasm, finally a mystery set by a grace was unraveled. The technique that he had studied before was called the technique of early poisons. Since it is intended for beginners, he could not absorb all the energy of the elixir. Earlier, The poisoner said that the nectar of the golden royal bee is equivalent to 2 months of recluse meditation. This means that he received 60 times more. That is, 10 years of recluse meditation. Genu congratulated her fiancé on such a pleasant surprise. Then she was awkwardly silent, not knowing how to present subsequent information. She invited the boy to look at her reflection and was sure that royal milk also has other effects. Obviously, the hero did not understand what happened to him. He did not know that in an instant he matured for several years. Soon, remaining alone, he was already looking at his reflection. The young warrior really did not suspect that the royal jelly had such an effect, and he could not understand where a simple village boy went in reflection. The features of his face became softer. The skin is smoother, as if he were a girl. He was scared that he completely turned into a woman. After that, he already cursed royal jelly. For this reason, the hero began to undress in order to examine himself. However, with a relief, I realized that in his pants everything remained unchanged, only that his face had changed. He also decided to personally thank Grandfather Granda, because if he had not directed his energy properly, everything could end even death. For this reason, only having come to his senses, the young warrior went in search of the elder. On the way, he felt oblique glances on himself, and perhaps because his inner energy and appearance became better. However, the guy was too embarrassing. He sought to escape as soon as possible, and soon he finally reached the clan dining room. There he discovered a family in full force, which was just preparing to eat food. First of all, compliments to the boy began to scatter a mother-in-law, not believing that the guy looked so good now. After which, making sure that the young man in good health, also decided to congratulate him on such an unexpected success. Looking at his changed appearance, the woman suggested that her daughter was probably especially happy now. After that, she invited the hero to join their meal. Already at the table, the head decided to ask the boy about well-being. However, he only continued to apologize for the troubles, and also thanked his grandfather for his salvation. However, everyone was clearly interested to know what really happened to him. The granddaughter told them about royal milk, but they would like to know the details. The young warrior did not even know how to present it correctly, so he began the story with the fact that he really liked the royal gold bee, and apparently in this way she decided to thank him. Then the bees brought him into the hive, and there the uterus fed him with a royal jelly. Obviously, everyone was shocked that even insects were able to thank the good for good. After that, the elderly began to discuss the possibility of booting milk, because such an elixir for them was a truly incredible find. Even uterine milk could greatly help their clan. For this reason, the lady decided to directly find out if he would get this toll-hearing milk. After a short-haired silence, his bride asked the same question. The protagonist knew that ordinary bees have several cameras for the queen called royal cells, where she can make the working bees collect royal milk. If you try to crank up something similar with such smart creatures, they will turn the whole nest in a moment. Initially, uterine milk is a power for larvae, but the hero herself fed the hero. Perhaps, for gold bees, everything worked in this regard slightly differently. Therefore, the young man decided to tell them the truth. He admitted that it would be very difficult to get this uterine milk. Also, he was not sure that someone at all could eat this royal jelly. The chapter considered that the matter was in a strange taste or smell. However, if the problem was in this, then everything would not be so sad. But milk was in the mouth of the queen of bees, and it turns out that she herself chooses whom to feed. To transfer, the queen must press his mouth to the lips of the one whom he feeds. Moreover, it is necessary to allow the tongue to penetrate a little inside. Obviously, everyone was embarrassed to imagine this, but it became clear that it would be impossible to get milk. Most likely, the queen of the bees liked Viu and Ryan, while others may not even give a chance to get closer. However, as expected, this information was slightly liked by Jean. She could not believe that her fiancé was very seriously kissing with a bee. The scene moves to a remote area located on the riverbank. On his terrace, there was an excited leader of Murim. He was also called Emperor Kulak, Zhong Kak. The lord peacefully reflected on his own when a subordinate, who brought tea came to him. It was a beautiful girl in pale pink clothes with a tray in her hands. She prepared tea from Sasan specifically for the leader. It was tea from his homeland. He was a famous tea from the southern outskirts. And obviously, the leader was grateful for such helpfulness. He was going to drink tea under the supervision of his maid. But suddenly they knocked on the room. He was a military commander, and the leader was clearly surprised that the man had arrived at such a late hour. Entering immediately, the military leader apologized that he interrupted the rest of the leader. However, some clan contacted them, so he thought that the leader should know about everything as soon as possible. It became obvious, since the military commander granted personally, it was serious. Therefore, the lord asked him to tell everything, and the maid immediately went away. The military leader said that the case was concerned about the bloody Rakshas so much Unanyana. His recordings and a secret collection of blood techniques were collected by the Tan clan. Obviously, the leader in rage wanted to know where they discovered such terrifying things. But according to the information, So on the Unyang was expelled by the commander of the Temple of Thousands of Poisons, after which he was hiding on the island of Hainan. From this moment, the most interesting part of the narrative began. The bloody Rakshasa was killed by young men and his poisonous companions. Obviously, the leader was interested in the story, and the military commander expected this. There were very many stories associated with this young man. Somewhere at the same time, all the elders gathered in the main hall of the Sichuan clan in order to discuss pressing problems. For example, the fact that recently merchants sold the information of their clan. They could not forgive people who deliberately disgraced them. In honesty, the young hero did not understand what they were now outraged, even considering that the elders were angry with the act of the head who bought this information. But obviously the boy was mistaken. After all, the elders stood for the honor of his clan, because one way or another they were a huge family. The head explained that he had already sent a request in order to get any available information on this case. They should have contacted them. Moreover, he would even personally go to Hainan. However, the elders wanted to know how they would come with guilty. The leader planned to use a heartbreaking blood of blood on them and the poison of a painful intestine. These people will have the feeling that their blood is on, and the soul tries to break out. They had all this in combination with painful pain and storm in the stomach. The chapter will end his punishment with a 7-speed poison tormenting the soul. After that, he ordered the leader of the detachment to immediately assemble a detachment of destruction and immediately go on the road. In less than an hour, the entire squad in full force was already lined up in front of the head. Tan Chol-san promised that he would return from the mission soon and asked his son-in-law to protect himself. The young hero only bowed, hoping that Tan Chol-san would be careful. However, he only laughed. After all, their enemies needed caution. After that, everyone set off together in order to give traitors 100 times size. The young man immediately realized that these people with covered faces were a detachment of destruction. He saw them for the first time since the arrival of here, and the reason was that they did a little rough work. They were engaged in the destruction of people, hence their name went from. Obviously, the hero was surprised that Genu called it only a slightly rude type of work. But unexpectedly, the elder crept up from the back to them to congratulate the boy, who was overtaken by great luck. The young man realized that we were talking about uterine milk. But as it turned out, the old people came to the guy with a small request. At first he considered that we were talking about royal jelly. But they were not so shameless as to ask for such a thing. They knew that such elixirs, rare treasures of the whole world, find themselves the owners. Therefore, their question concerned something else. Having shyly to say directly, the elder decided to whisper everything to the hero in the ear. As it turned out, they would like to get another dose of medicine from a male beetle. They came with a request to V and Ryan, because as its creator, he was the legal owner of this drug. The young hero only smiled, realizing that he managed to bribe these old people. Earlier he hoped that they would patronize him, but they seemed to be ready for everything for the sake of the medicine he had developed. They even promised to continue to maintain his stay in the clan. Their joyful laughter and conversations were found by the main elder of the clan. He was clearly interested in what the old people were talking about with the son-in-law. However, the elders, as if nothing had happened, explained that they want to help the boy socialize in the clan. The main elder was glad that they finally saw his talent. Jean, of course, understood that they were doing this not at all. But she did not give the species. Suddenly, an assistant appeared, reporting the main elder about the event. It turned out that the head of the province was right now at death. The young hero scaredly decided to find out whether the man took medicine for their intended purpose. However, they said that after he was convinced of the effectiveness of the medicine, he went to the house of the concubines and took a double dose. The elder also realized that he needed to urgently go to him. For this reason, he left the clan for Vio and Ryan and recalled that he was obliged to protect him not only the estate, but also the women who are in it. After that, using the technique of accelerating the body, the sage rushed on foot. All that the hero had to do was to hope that nothing will happen to them in the absence of the head and elder. Soon in the evening, he again met with a grip near his house. The girl asked the hero about what sensations he had after studying the technique of radiation poisons. It was still hard, because if the technique of the Poisons Brothers feels that the atmosphere rotates inside your body, then the technique of double radiation poisons is felt as the same sphere, rotating twice as strong. Because of this, he to some extent became more resistant to ordinary poisons. In addition, now, according to the bride, he could invest his energy in objects that can be thrown. Obviously, the young man who did not know this earlier also wanted to try his new power. Just nearby was a training field on which the mannequins stood. For this reason, he grabbed a small blade. In his hands, he moved internal energy from left to right, after which he began to feel the forming sphere in one direction. Only when the energy filled his body he was ready to throw. Having done everything exactly according to the instructions, he swung in order to throw out this dagger. Of course, throwing weapons flew quickly, but this speed was previously inaccessible to the hero. It was like a real combat shell that completely spread a small straw doll. Gene also admired the boy's strength and asked him to continue to train. He did not know that he almost got into one of the spies, who was all this time near the fence. These spies obtained copies of blood records. This was the end of their work, and they decided to return as soon as possible until they had a problem. They also laughed at the inhabitants of the clan, who did not even take care of the protection of the training site, thereby facilitating their path to retreat. But suddenly the scouts caught some fragrance. Only at the last moment did they realize where this smell came from. These were royal bees who never let strangers close. Soon, the entire territory of the estate, the training site, including filled with loud cries of pain. View and Ryan and Genu immediately jumped from their places, realizing that someone was nearby. Soon, looking at the people who fought with the bees, they made sure that they were violators. Therefore, not for a second, not hesitation, the poisonous beauty immediately rushed at them. Obviously men, already bitten by bees, were scared and began to run away. However, the poisoner instantly armed herself with a whip, and she began to catch up and beat uninvited guests. But to her surprise, these men managed to evade the blows of her deadly weapons. In all this time, while she practiced martial art, no one could avoid this. In addition, one of the attackers managed to grab a bee and carried a man straight to the mistress. In the last second, the enemy attacked the girl, but she managed to defend herself with her whip in the form of a poisonous vine. Then she obviously answered the man for such an impudent attack on her. The young hero, who did not have such skill, only stood aside, making sure that everything was in order with the girl. Then he approached in order to look at the body of the warrior. However, he discovered that he was dead. The young man at first considered that Devon did it, not understanding why to kill the one from whom they could have pierced something. However, it turned out that the fighter voluntarily ended his life, having bought out a capsule with poison. Apparently, he had something to hide. Therefore, they raised the alarm, collecting all the soldiers. They needed to form a detachment of persecution and go in pursuit. The main character followed with them. Soon, the soldiers and the young hero went in pursuit, realizing that the offenders were unlikely to be able to escape far. However, the young man had already begun to noticeably lose strength, hoping only that the art studied by him will help him. He clearly did not expect that in the last second he would fall into a trap. Therefore, everyone had to freeze, thinking how to get it out of there. But it turned out that the trap was not a simple hole in which he landed. It was a pit that was completely filled with snakes. As far as the tan soldiers were known, snakes sometimes gather in places where dark energy is concentrated, and at such a time they were especially fierce. Therefore, they asked the master to be careful. Looking at the snakes, the young warrior perfectly understood that usually the tiger ears were not so fierce. However, realizing that he could not get out so easily, he asked the soldier no longer waste time and go without him until the rain began. For this reason, the troops rushed on the road and finally discovered the fugitives. Soon they were forced to stop due to the fact that they had trapped. They came to the very edge of the cliff, where they were overtaken by the soldiers of the clan. Now the opponents had nowhere to run. For this reason, since they had no choice, both sides entered the battle. The enemy warriors obviously considered the soldier of the Tan clan simply with insignificance, after which they began to kill them without ceremonies. However, they did not know how fierce the throwing skills of fighters were. One of them applied 3 deadly illusions. Thus, the blade was divided into 3, and the enemy no longer knew which of them the present. He dodged all, except for one, who greatly wounded his shoulder. He was really lucky that the attack instantly did not kill him. In addition, since it was raining, the poison that was on the blade will act much slower. But before they had time to interrogate anyone, as they heard an evil, sinister laughter behind themselves, who only mocked their little defenders. The soldiers were at a loss, looking around here and there in search of an unexpected guest. Soon they saw a man who appeared literally from the ground. He also had some kind of demonic rage in his eyes, terrifying around. It became obvious that he was at least at the master level. The villain giggled, looking at the fear of these people. Then I learned from my spies that they managed to get a very high-quality copy. The young hero realized that this was a copy of the very book that his grandfather showed him. For this reason, he reported to the soldiers what kind of book was in their hands, and realized that it was the very art of blood. The warriors lost their temper. Obviously, they wanted to know who these people are and why they needed such damn notes. But the old man did not pay attention to them, and already began to read the book. Having found that, unfortunately, due to the fact that the book was not genuine, there were no complete recipes in it, but there were more than enough written. Although it was early, he decided, with the help of these soldiers, to declare his return to the world. He also allowed his fighters to use any techniques of their clan. His goal was one, to kill all those who came. For this reason, the man immediately pointed his hands to his fallen comrade. Under his fingers, he caught fire in a bright scarlet color, as well as from nowhere to rain around, dripping around, stained scarlet. V and Ryan simply panicked, while the rest of the warriors watched the happening intensely. So far, they did not understand that these bright scarlet drops were the blood that he sucked out of the fallen fighter. After that, as if nothing had happened, the villain pulled out a throwing blade from his chest. And laughing, the old man introduced himself as the elder of the Blood Sect, who was also called the Claw King of the Blood Eagle, Mr. Dean Ku Jung Ak. The elder immediately threw his curious look at the boy standing behind the soldier, after which he began to expire with saliva and lick his lick. After all, he had not tried the blood of young men for a long time and was literally in anticipation. For this reason, he gave his fighter an order to grab the boy alive, because nothing could restore his strength as the blood of a young man. Then both the old man and his fighter rushed into battle. The leader of the detachment panicked, urging his warriors to use the technique of destruction by 5 poisons in order to prevent opponents from approaching the young master. But the elder who rushed at them only laughed, realizing that such techniques could not be stopped. Literally hanging in the air, he already began to use his legendary claws, literally striking the earth. Even on the hero who stood behind, the earth and huge stone blocks began to pour. The soldiers tried to resist, but it was too late. After all, the young man was already captured by the paws of a man. He only asked the guy to calm down and not resist. The elder wanted to drink his blood. Obviously, he began to strangle him, so that the guy would no longer resist. His little kids, as if feeling the danger to their father, immediately crawled out of his pocket, attacked the villain. After that, small Scolopendras dug through the whole body of this man. Taking advantage of his bewilderment, the protagonist attacked him with a throwing knife. The attack followed in all directions. The young warrior barely managed to grab the cubs to him back behind the scruff. As it turned out, Lady Dvan, who brought with her the leader of Poisonous Blood and elders, came running to support. However, running closer, they opened their mouths in surprise. They saw how their fighters used the technique of destroying 5 poisons, but nothing helped. When they arrived, explained that the sect of blood, led by their elder, attacked them, they finally were speechless. First of all, Genu gave the order to come to the aid of the fighting detachment, and the leader advised to replace the technique of destruction by 5 poisons with the technique of destruction by 9 poisons, because it was a necessary measure. At that moment, the elder stopped when he saw a bite on his subordinate, and realized that in front of him the same boy who destroyed the bloody Rakshasa Unanyana. Now he was convinced that Rakshasa really died, and he was really killed by Scolopendras, as rumors said. However, this aroused even greater interest in him. He wanted to even test these people even more for what they were capable of. The battle continued, and the young hero looked after the wounded, whom he pulled out of the thickened, processing wounds. He understood how serious the situation is at the moment. The forces of their soldiers were at the very outcome, and this bloodsucker was enough to succeed in blood, and it completely recovered. At some point, this elder threw a grabbing away. The girl flew into a tree, choking on her own blood. Despite this, the poisoner tried to look strong, convincing her fiancé that everything was fine. Then she grabbed his hands with tears in her eyes and looked into his eyes. She asked the guy to go to the clan and call for help. They had too little chance of victory. V and Ryan understood that he was the only one who could not do anything in this battle. Even the rest of the leaders and elders asked him to hurry, and promised to detain the enemy before reinforcement arrived. The young hero knew that he had no choice. Therefore, he promised that he would try to arrive at help as soon as possible. However, he was not confident in himself, as he was still weak. Then Janea, as a comfort, hugged her fiancé tightly. Smiling with the last forces, she convinced him that he would be able to cope, because he trained all this time hard. Then she also said that after their victory they will go in search of other poisonous creatures. After the word said, the girl darted to help her loved ones, and the young man remained alone, not understanding how he got into such a trouble. But as promised, he ran forward at all pairs. His breathing was straying, and soon he completely lost his strength, spreading on the ground. However, little kids did not allow him to lose consciousness, all the time trying to bring to his senses. Then the main character realized that if he flew at his maximum speed, he would reach the clan only in half a day. Another problem was that most of the masters were away. Even if he causes reinforcement, it would not have time to arrive on time. Therefore, he had no idea what to do now, and only then he realized that all these people sent him for help only so that he would survive. He did not understand why they were saving his life. Perhaps because he is the youngest or the most weak, and perhaps they simply showed nobility, which was inherent in Murim's people. He recalled the words of the head, who announced that from that moment, the young warrior became part of their family. The young man never perceived the concept of the family seriously. In the end, deep down he did not feel like a member of this clan. However, at that moment all the memories and incidents surfaced in his head, and he realized that all these people really perceived him as a member of their family. The only one who did not perceive himself so was the young hero himself. Obviously, he realized that these people were too cute for the clan specializing in the murders. Now he has added determination. He invited the kids to go and save their mother. Therefore, he rushed to run. After all, he really wanted to save everyone. However, I still did not know what he needed to do. He remembered the sect of blood, which had the power of recovery, as well as about the toxic creatures that were in this area. Soon he was already near the same pit with snakes. He saw how the kids here began to hiss angrily, only seeing them. However, the young hero promised the kids that everything would definitely be fine. Then he lowered them to the ground so that they would not suffer. And in full pairs he rushed straight into the thick of the events. In the end, he, as an expert in poisons, will solve problems precisely in the spirit of an expert in poison. The young hero knew very well that the snakes sitting in the pit were also called floral. They were poisonous, but unlike vipers, in which hooked poisonous teeth are in front of the mouth, the tiger snakes have softer poisonous fangs in the area of molars, which complicates the injecting of poison. But despite this, the snakes were one of the most poisonous land snakes of East Asia. Therefore, he allowed these snakes to bite himself. Despite the fact that their poison acted stronger than the poison of the black mamba, the young man was sure that everything would be in order with him, because he worked hard his body and internal energy. Obviously, the children, looking at the pit, were very worried, but the main character promised that he would get out soon and asked the children not to worry. Soon, looking at his completely bitten hands, he realized that the poison in the body was already more than enough. For this reason, he already needed to leave. However, smiling, he realized that he could not budge. The reason was that the snakes fully enveloped his legs, not giving a single chance. Obviously, such an unforeseen event was clearly not part of his plans. However, as if feeling the fright of his father, his kids descended to his aid. They had already begun to look threateningly at the snakes and hiss loudly. However, it seems that the snakes were by no means scared and in response, looking into the eyes, began to show their character. Then the baby had no choice, so she viciously rushed to one of the snakes and began to bite her very much. It became obvious. In this way, she was going to drive them away from her father. The young warrior was very grateful to the little assistant bin who helped him. He perfectly understood that the kids were very worried about his dad, so he returned the girl to his shoulder and invited them to go to save his mother. At that moment, Genia already clearly lost heart in battle, and she was well aware that if the battle continues in the same channel, then they would all just die. In addition, at that moment the elder already strangled one of their soldiers. They were not even able to help him. The villain was literally killed by their weakness and insignificance. As if in ants, Dean Kun Ak loudly stated that no one would be able to take away what belonged to him. However, Genia immediately ordered the soldiers to keep the old man at a distance, and as soon as the rain stops, send a signal missile. Suddenly, the elder Tan ordered the girl to leave, but she could not do this with the members of her clan. The sage tried to explain that if they all die, but they would not be able to save the lady, then they will not find their way home. For this reason, they continued to argue, finding out who should stay and who should leave. Their negotiations ended only when it was already tired of Dean Kuchong Aku himself, who became bored of their conversations. However, at that moment he smiled, realizing that it was perhaps even for the better. If now they are completely quarreling, then it will be much easier for him to destroy their clan, and this will be ideal for announcing the revival of the Blood Sect. Only then, the elder realized that Dean Kujung planned to exterminate their entire clan. Jean, but she realized that she had no other choice now. Even if they all die, she had to personally take at least one limb of this old man with her to the grave. It seems that Dean Kunaku clearly liked this mood, but unexpectedly, supporting their mood, a young hero appeared. He understood that they should not leave their family members. Obviously, the lady was shocked by the appearance of a boy. Looking at his confidence, she hoped that he had come with a plan. At this moment, the young man reminded the girl's words that he could not leave without his clan. But he was also a member of the clan, so he came here. Then he armed himself with 2 blades, tightly clenching them in fists. And at the entire speed that he was capable of, he ran to the enemy. The old man only rejoiced from the naivety of such an idiot, who was given the opportunity to escape. but he still returned to the paws of death. Without listening to his words, the main character jumped and attacked the enemy with daggers, but he could not do anything. The enemy easily grabbed him by the throat. The villain only rejoiced, realizing that now that the guy came to give his blood voluntarily, he has no point in refusing. He attacked the guy in order to taste him, tearing his whole stomach and releasing as much blood as possible, then to drink it. Instinctively, the young warrior covered himself, but this could not save him. Even after wounding the hand, a lot of blood flowed from there. And this blood, without hesitation, began to absorb Dinku Jong-ak. Genia immediately panicked, realizing that they urgently needed to save him. Therefore, they rushed forward. While the old man drank blood, he admired that the young man was really very tasty and sweet. He especially loved the blood of young guys. When he saw the soldiers running to him, he decided not to spray his attention to them. He hit the ground very much with his foot, forming a wave filled with blood, and threw them away. Everyone flew in different directions. In addition, the man discarded the hero himself, whom his bride managed to pick up at the last moment. Now Dean Kujong-ak was clearly ready for a serious war. He invited the fighters to fly to him all at once, because now, after the boy helped him to restore strength, he was as if immortal. Thanks to the help of this young man, he will be able to kill them so quickly that they will not even feel pain, for which they should be grateful to him. However, very soon after such a flight, the young hero finally opened his eyes. At that moment, the villain's body has already begun to change. He had a very strong shortness of breath. His hair began to fall out at the moment, and he realized that he had accepted the poison that scatters chi energy. Obviously, he shook with fear, because this poison should not work against the followers of their sect. So he literally horrified, flooding with tears, not understanding who Viu and Ryan were such as to be able to poison him. However, the guy rising only laughed in his words. After that, as if nothing had happened, he called himself the worst enemy of such morons like him. After listening to this, Dean Kunak began to seriously think about what happened to him. After the young man's blood fell into his stomach, his blood ceased to obey his will. And this is all that the greatness of the Blood Sect was so close. The man literally could not allow, so that everything collapsed like that. Therefore, he attacked the hero with one desire, to take revenge. However, Granda suddenly with her whip defended the groom, grabbing Dean Kuhujung Aka straight around the neck. Obviously, she was surprised that the plan worked so. It seems that Dean Kuchong Ak lost his strength, so he could not dodge her. Dean Kuyung himself slowly strangled himself with a whip, but continued to threaten. He will not calm down even after all the blood sucks from them and breaks their bones into powder. He was ready for anything in order to finish all those who prevented his plans. Frightened by his approximation, Genia panicked, pulling her lash even harder. As a result, at some point, she easily tore off her old man's head. Thus, this battle was completed. Therefore, everyone began to praise the lady, who destroyed the elder of the Blood Sect, Jean, but she knew that this was the merit of the hero. So she wanted to know what happened to their enemy. But Viu and Ryan explained that he would not have prevented him from slightly healing the poison of tiger snakes. Of course, Jean did not even know that these snakes had poison, and began to pray so that at least someone helped the guy. The next time he came to his senses, he again found himself in an unknown room. Next to him, as usual, was an elder who asked the guy not to move, because he was healed. Obviously, they all felt the relief that Vi and Ryan woke up again. As it turned out, he was unconscious for 10 days. Also, Jean was grateful that with the help of Vi and Ryan, they managed to destroy the elder of the Blood Sect. Then they urgently delivered him back to the clan. The poisoning of the poison was so serious that if the grandfather had not returned before, the young hero could even die, and given the past life for the second time. The elder was glad that the boy woke up. This was the main indicator that everything was fine with him. However, it was important for him to find out something. He did not know that the tiger snakes had poison. In addition, he wanted to know how the boy managed to neutralize the elder of the Blood Sect. The young hero decided to tell about everything. He began with the fact that the tiger snakes had a lot of poison. Moreover, they were of two types, one of which is located inside the mouth. The other comes out of the poisonous glands located behind and on the neck. These snakes were very shy and usually run away at the sight of people, and the poisonous fangs were very small. After this story, the elder realized that this accepted poison is related to the destruction of the elder of the Blood Sect, because it was known that they did not work on them that disperses ki energy. The young warrior suggested that the poison of the tiger snakes had special effects due to the substance contained in it. The main component of the poison of tiger snakes is hemotoxin. Such poisons can destroy many structures in the body, including the cell walls of red blood cells, lining of blood vessels, tissue cells, and much more. And after the question arose, what will happen if the blood feeding is fed with such poisons? Therefore, he tested this idea. As a result, everything ended in success. The young man suggested that the poison acted on his blood, which was for him a source of strength and invulnerability. Until that moment, no one knew that the tiger snake has a poison. Their poison is 5 times stronger than that of vipers, and will become even more powerful under the influence of internal energy. Obviously, the elder was delighted and did not even know that in the territory of the Sichuan clan, there was such a dangerous creature, while the bride praised her future husband for such a magnificent discovery. However, this was not the last thing the elder wanted to discuss. According to General, the boy before losing consciousness called himself a sworn enemy of the elders of the Blood Sect. The young hero was even embarrassed by his words, because it sounded as if he were a widespread 8th grader. However, the elder consoled the guy, because if he really could so skillfully seal the combat arts of enemies, then he really was their sworn enemy. After which, still smiling, the old man thanked the boy for protecting the clan. Obviously, he was very upset that such people dared to touch his loved ones in his absence, and he vowed that he would completely eradicate such bastards. Now that they knew their weaknesses, it remained only to collect the poison in large quantities, and soon there would be no trace of such bloodsuckers. Soon after the manifestation of the Blood Sect in the Tan clan, they introduced a state of emergency. Many warriors were injured, could not do without deaths. Therefore, the nearest allied sects began to flock to the Tan clan to help. The elder understood that they were still easily getting off after a meeting with such a strong master. However, he was worried that blood would be shed again due to enemy sects, because such damned bloodsuckers killed people for the blood. But this was not enough for them. 30 years ago, they arranged a real genocide and became famous throughout Mimim cult, and this was already much more serious. But the old man was sure that this time everything would be different. Now these bloodsuckers had their sworn enemy. On this basis, the sage had one request to the hero, which the boy promised to fulfill within the limits of opportunities. The matter concerned that very soon people from the Murim Union would begin to arrive at them. Among them there will be an army of the Union. They will want the young man to show them the discovered poison, as this is a weapon against the Blood Sect. Grandfather wanted V and Ryan to share his knowledge with everyone. The young hero was not mind, given that this was done for the sake of peace. However, this was not the last news prepared by the grandfather. He pleased the boy by the fact that the restoration of the Temple of Thousands of Poisons was completed, and now the main character could officially begin to manage them. It was real happiness to understand that the dream will finally come true. The elder also pleased the boy by the fact that, as he asked, they made a solar gazebo for him to grow tiger snakes and other poisonous creatures, for which certain conditions were needed. He only hoped that he would work hard and in the future would provide a peaceful sky for Murim. Soon it was time to inspect the updated temple. Now right near the entrance was a huge gazebo which was guarded by soldiers. It also hung a sign with the inscription, "Garden of Toxic Creatures." It is in this place that all the poisonous creatures of the Central Plains will be collected. Genu was surprised that the guy was going to collect all right. However, he even dreamed of gathering 10 legendary poisonous creatures once, because this is the promise that he gave his future bride. The poisoner burst into a blush as soon as she remembered this, and promised that she would support the hero to the end. Then she ran forward when she noticed people gathered at the gate. They were very surprised when they saw a good friend. It was Ju Pe, who had previously been one of the ordinary soldiers of poisonous blood, and now he became the commander of a detachment of toxic creatures. It was a new detachment created by order of the head of their clan. From now on, all of them will become the hands and feet of Visi and the Ryan, and he will be able to rely on them in search of various poisonous creatures. Obviously, the young hero could not believe that now he had his own subordinates. Moreover, it became obvious they really supported him, which means that the young man approached his cherished dream even more. Soon, the warning of the elders of the clan reached a good friend. When she turned the letter, her face was illuminated by anxiety. It's hard to believe that the Blood Sect again showed herself. This means that peacetime will be replaced by bloody battles again, as it was more than once. Soon, Murim's troops really began to flock to the Tan clan. A military advisor arrived with them, so they all joyfully discussed the fact that on this day, they would already spend the night and rest in the walls of the clan. The advisor also hoped that he would be able to return home with good news. At all costs, it was necessary to find at least a small trace of the Blood Sector. So they came up. The walls of the clan were already visible in front of them, and the guards quickly recognized the guests of the Murim Union. The first thing was the military advisor to the Union army. The soldiers immediately bowed, thanks to the arrival of reinforcements. However, first of all, they had to warn that entering the territory of the clan, guests should be careful. The arrivals considered that the case was about the rules for the delivery of weapons. but the guard asked them to listen to the rules to the end. It was one, but the most important. No matter how negligible the creature on the territory of the clan, they could not take his life from him. Ha-Gal-Hu even thought that the clan hit Buddhism. However, the guard insisted that he needed to remember these words. Only after that did he let them in. There they were already waiting for View and Ryan and Jean, who politely greeted the military advisor. The poisonous beauty noted that it passed a whole year since their last meeting. Immediately after that, Jae-Gal-Hu wanted to meet with a divine master of thousands of poisons. However, the girl's grandfather went in search of traces of a blood sect, so she apologized for his absence. After that, the military advisor drew attention to the young man, who was next to the Granda. The young hero, as if nothing had happened, greeted the guests again, after which he introduced himself. However, they were embarrassed that his name was V and Ryan, and in his name, there was no surname Tan. Generally awkwardly and embarrassedly introduced this guy as her lover. Obviously, all this news struck to the core, because they did not know that the bridegroom had a flower of Murim. After that, the warriors began to cry from the injustice of this world, while the awkward Jae-Gal-Hu did not ask them to be inward. After all, otherwise the challenges would be sprinkled soon. Suddenly, these two who came heard a strange noise nearby. After that, on top they saw the flying golden royal bees and did not understand where in the Tan clan such dangerous creatures. The warriors immediately armed themselves in order to protect the mistress and military advisor. V and Ryan were frightened, seeing the weapon that they had to hand over in front of the entrance. However, he only asked the fighters to move away, and explained that the golden royal bees are very dangerous creatures that could easily kill a person. They did not give Viu and Ryan even a chance to explain anything. As a result, he just had to scream loudly that he was a master and raise them on the territory of the clan. Immediately at that moment, one of the bees sat down sweetly directly on the hero's face. As it turned out, the bees came out, since everyone had not seen the hero for a long time and missed him. After that, he asked his winged friends to stop scaring their guests with his poisonous stings. And the warriors did not understand how the young man could relate to the golden royal bees as his children. However, the ardor of young warriors who invited Vi from Ryan to a duel instantly faded. Soon, a young hero with a grace already escorted their dear guests across the clan. Jae-Gal-Hu clearly did not expect that the very mysterious hero of Hainan Island of the island would be the lover of a poisonous flower. In addition, he realized that since he was part of the clan, it means that he was already the son-in-law of the local chapter. However, unexpectedly passing by, they noticed arguing people who could not choose which poisonous animal more suitable for the clan. Frightened, the military advisor decided to find out why these people hold different poisonous animals in their hands. However, the young man introduced them as members of the punishment program with pets. In a sense of the word, they could be considered guilty. He talked about events a few days ago, when he practiced in the evening with the help of a grabbed in the release of internal energy. At that moment, GUPE came to him with the rest of the detachment. They looked very excited and came to apologize to the hero. As it turned out, more than half of the mice that were caught on feed by tiger snakes died. V and Ryan only sighed in frustration. He expected this, because the mice were very weak creatures. Even their mothers devour their cubs if they were too noisy. However, it turned out that they died not by a natural death. The soldiers ate them like an appetizer to alcohol. Obviously, the protagonist did not know how to perceive the information heard at all. Genia explained to the incomprehensible groom that there was a dish where it was necessary to pour the newborn cubs of mice with sauce and serve to the table. This dish was widespread in the province of Hunan, and several warriors said that they wanted to try this dish that reminded them of the house. In this way, the cubs of the mice that they stored in order to feed the snakes were eaten by people. The young hero realized that he could not be so more. Warriors should learn to take care of the pets. So, in the Tan clan, a new set of rules appeared, as well as the punishment of pets. Now every warrior has been responsible for a certain creature. After listening to all these rules, the military advisor did not even know how to react. Obviously, it became clear. The young guy in front of him was clearly a very unusual person. Soon, he also met with Ryan in the company of V with the elder. He finally realized that the mysterious young man who was met by the Tan clan on the island is a son-in-law. The elder talked about him as a real treasure of their clan. He could not even choose a word to describe this boy, and told how surprised he was when he found out that he had brought the golden royal bees here. However, the advisor still bothered something. They never managed to find a single trace of the Blood Sect, and they could not be inactive until their ranks continued to replenish. However, instead of experiences, the old man only invited the hero to show something to the arrived guest. However, before that, the elder resorted to one cunning. He erected a barrier around them so that their conversation from this moment would not seep out. After which V and Ryan put a bowl of poison on the table. However, in truth, of course, the military advisor did not recognize the contents, and did not understand why for the sake of this, to resort to sound protection. The elder presented this as a poison scattering internal energy, and the military advisor still believed that this was not such an incredible thing to hide. After these words, with a smile, the elder and young hero looked at each other. After that, the sage explained that this was the only poison that was able to dispel the internal energy of a member of the Blood Sect. Obviously, Zhegal-hu could not believe what he heard. The old man expected about such a reaction. It became obvious. This is an incredible discovery. He remembered the reason why they almost lost the Sect of Blood 30 years ago. It consisted in the internal energy that they used. While the internal energy of their allies was destroyed instantly, people from the Blood Sect became stronger. According to the descriptions of the granddaughter who observed the action of the poison, the physical capabilities of the members of the Blood Sect have decreased greatly. So much so that even a girl killed the elder in a matter of minutes, using not even a sword but an ordinary whip for this. Obviously, Zhegal-hu was grateful for this information, because with such weapons, the Union of Murim may not worry about defeat. However, the elder handed over all the merits to the boy who owned the opening of this poison. He told how the boy was specially poisoned by the poison so that he would get into the elder through his blood, because of which he even spent 10 days in bed. Zhegal-hu also began to praise this boy for such a quick wit and self-sacrifice. He also wanted to personally thank him personally. He was ready to do anything for the boy, and if he could not, he would convey his wishes to the head of the Union Murim himself. The young hero really had one desire. He wanted to get the information available to them about various poisonous animals. This was very surprised by Zhegal-hu, who expected to hear something about gold, silk, or elixirs. It became obvious to him, this guy is much more strange than he expected. For the whole long history of Murim, such a request was heard for the first time. But still, he himself could fulfill his request. And I decided to talk about very unusual lizards, about whom I knew. The story happened to him quite recently during his trip to Tang. Then he, along with his company along the way, went in search of a flower. First of all, they went to a waterfall with turtle cliffs, from which the beautiful peak of Mount Gung was visible. In this place, the water has always been very cold, and did not warmer due to many years of snow. After that, Zhegal-hu, along with his nephew, went further to the rock. By quick movements, they crossed the water separating them from the waterfall. Soon, behind the waterfall, next to a stone in the form of a fist, there was an entrance to the cave, as was described in legends. Therefore, both looked at each other. The uncle decided to enter the first, and the nephew followed him. After a long rise, they reached the center of the cave. It was lit by a beautiful light, and this view really fascinated the guests. It was a literally perfect place for growing rare colors. Finally, among different plants, Zhegal-hu noticed the one that they were looking for. This flower was called a centenary. It was a healing plant impregnated with aura. All that remains for him is to exchange him for the black buckwheat so Unan in the southern palace. Such a flower should definitely impress the daughter of the head of the clan Namzug. In addition, they will receive a 200-year-old black buckwheat. For this reason, Zhegal-hu bent down in order to disrupt this flower. However, unexpectedly, his body was illuminated by a bad foreboding. Immediately after that, something jumped out from under the stone, trying to attack it. In the last second, he managed to recapture the attack by a fan. Then 2 more attacks followed from behind. Zhegal-hu immediately warned his nephew that he was careful, because the creature that attacked them was very fast. Finging from the next attack, he noticed that the fan, who took the blow, was covered with ice. Immediately after the end of the attack, the nephew decided to find out that this had just happened. However, even in the process of battle, the man clearly saw the attacked lizard. This creation possessed bright yellow eyes and blue. As soon as the young hero heard this story, he realized that even a similar color of the lizard was rare in nature. Despite the fact that they were not poisonous, he literally expired with saliva with interest. The military advisor only smiled at the oddity of this guy, but in return, he also promised to tell the boy about all toxic creatures if such information came to him. The day after this conversation, the head returned to the clan. When he came to the dining room, he found the whole family already assembled. However, first of all, after the news heard, the leader rushed to check the well-being of the young man. Despite the fact that the boy lay unconscious for 10 days, and there were scars on his hands, he was alive and well. The chapter was at first fury that the insolence from the Blood Sect were fulfilled. However, then he froze in amazement. He remembered that there was a bride nearby, so he looked at her scared. However, the girl was in order, because she and Vu and Ryan managed to save everyone. The elder also told how V and Ryan did something incredible. He killed the elder of the Blood Sect, after which he said that he was his sworn enemy. They also praised the boy who managed to find the weakness of the Blood Sect. Only then, everyone paid attention to the presence of a military advisor. The leader greeted an old acquaintance who stopped contacting him after he took such a high post. Tan Chol-san was glad to see him after so many years. Only at this second, V and Ryan realized that the military advisor with the head were friends of childhood. After that, these two decided to sit down. They had a long conversation about the Blood Sect. They also asked to sit down with Ryan with a grip, because they wanted to listen to their story. Soon the topic has already come about espionage. This surprised Vi and Ryan. He did not understand at all what kind of spies we're talking about. However, the chapter recalled that according to the hero's story, the villains entered their territory to steal the record of the bloody Rakshas. He realized that these records were very important for them. But the main question was not how important these records are for them. The problem was how they, in principle, learned that the recordings of the bloody Rakshas were here. The boy did not think about this before. He began to worry that one of the warriors or elders drained the secret information of the Blood Sect. However, seeing the shock on their faces, he was even more surprised. Jigal Hu, without restraining himself, laughed, realizing that the chapter should still teach his son-in-law all the subtleties, because even for the new member of the clan, he really blurted out complete stupidity. Generally, but kindly explained to the groom that in the clan of Tan, there could not be spies. Even when choosing servants, they carefully check their closest and distant relatives. If they are suitable for them, they take the whole family under the wing. A spy may hardly appear in the Tan clan when all relatives are part of their clan and were carefully checked. The young hero honestly could not believe that they were so badly bothering. However, I could not understand who was a spy all this time. However, the military advisor was sure that it was someone inside the Murim alliance. The military advisor was well aware that inside the alliance, only 3 people knew about everything. And he was sure. The head had already found this spy. At the time when the conversation was drawing to a close, an unexpected guest appeared in front of the column gates. He rejoiced at his arrival because running from Habai to here without using the technique of light movement was quite useful. The arrived man asked to notify the head of the Tan clan about the arrival of Pan Mu Khan from the Pan clan. Only after hearing the news, the main characters with the bride also rushed to meet the guest. Obviously, V and Ryan were worried that instead of the head of the guests, they were going to meet. However, the poisoner explained, Pan Mu Huan is well aware that the rest are busy with an important conversation. In addition, V and Ryan was also a member of the clan. He needs to be more confident in himself. For this reason, the young hero tried to convince himself that these were just people from another clan. Do not worry. But as soon as he saw the harsh guests, he was even more lost. At first, Pan Mu Huan looked uncertainly at the people who came out to greet his people. But as soon as he recognized the baby Genia, he immediately greeted her joyfully. He remembered this girl when she was still small, because the last time she saw her as many as 5 years ago. Then he looked at the insecure guy standing next to her. The young man immediately leaned respectfully and introduced himself. He named his name, and also explained that he was a son-in-law of the Tan clan. Generally, as if nothing had happened, only embarrassedly laughed and introduced the hero as her lover. After that, the warrior began to examine the boy even more carefully. Then even, as if nothing had happened, decided to feel his groin. Before that, the boy seemed too young to him, but below he was already a real man. Therefore, he explained to Generally that she needed to wait a few more years, and he would be generally a great guy. Then the young hero realized why Janea described people from the Pan clan not supporters of politeness and formalities, although he was surprised that the head decided to evaluate him in this way. Getting rid of embarrassment, V and Ryan only thanked the head of the clan for such an interesting compliment. Immediately after that, they began to be like relatives. They began to have fun to communicate and joke. However, a funny conversation was interrupted by Janea by more practical issues. It seemed that the soldiers arrived from Habai himself in order to help them. The girl was also surprised that they arrived so quickly at their call. But as it turned out, the chapter, it seems, was not even aware that something had happened to the Tan clan. Obviously, both the beauty and View and Ryan were completely perplexed why they showed up. Soon, the negotiation room was filled with the surprised sighs of Pan Mu Khan when he realized that the Blood Sect showed herself. Genia reassured, explaining that they managed to destroy those who attacked them. After that, the head of Tan himself decided to find out the reason for their arrival. As it turned out, he arrived at them in order to ask them for help. Then he seized awkwardly and shouted to someone on the other side of the door. He asked him to enter and say hello to the elders. Immediately from behind the doors, a man seemed impressive. Young heroes did not know how to react, especially considering that they looked much younger than this man. But it turned out that he was not the youngest. This man was only the accompanying person. Behind him all this time was hiding a girl who was shy and did not want to show up to people. But soon, at the request of her guard, the baby still went out to greet the rest. After that, having finished her candy, she respectfully folded small pens in the gesture of reverence and introduced herself. The baby's name was Pan Yong Yong. This girl, also part-time, was the daughter of the head of the Pan clan. Of course, everyone was surprised, because the girl was much calmer than her father. But despite this, the man was sure that everyone was struck by their similarity. Just the reason why the head came here was his daughter. According to the restless father, the baby was sick, and he wanted the healers of the Tan clan to examine her. Obviously, even Tan Chol-san was surprised that his friend's daughter was sick, because representatives of the Pan clan were famous for their health. V and Ryan himself carefully looked around the girl, trying to understand what was the problem of her health. After they listened for a long time what the baby complained about, but they could not establish the causes of the disease. So, lying in bed, he recalled everything told by the head of Pan. As it turned out, Pan Yong Yong is often suffocating, and her incomprehensible large red spots on her body appear. Sometimes she loses consciousness, and after some time she wakes up. No one can understand what was the matter. The head showed his daughter to various healers, but everyone said that she was healthy. And one said such a strangeness that the worried father almost nailed him in place. That strange healer suspected that the symptoms were like signs of poisoning. Someone deliberately poisoned the baby. However, the leader could not believe that someone was able to do this. Tan Chol-san tried to explain to a friend that during intoxication, a number of different health problems could really occur. But Pan Mu-hwan was convinced. In his clan, no one would even think to do so low. In addition, he extremely did not want to suspect his own people. Murim's military advisor also suggested not rushing with conclusions, because there were many ailments similar in symptoms with poisoning. The head proposed to allocate a place for living and watching the girl. It was necessary to first check whether she really had intoxication from the poison or something completely different. Obviously, the leader of the Pan clan was immensely grateful to the old associate, to which he was already in great duty. V and Ryan, thinking about what he heard, was convinced. The baby was most likely sugar, given her addiction to sweets. With diabetes, erythema often occurs. Of course, it would be easier to decide on the diagnosis if she had some more obvious damage. While the young man was resting, a loud noise was heard outside the door. The maid urgently ran to him with a report that trouble had happened. Madame Pan Yong Yong again fainted. For this reason, the young warrior immediately arrived where the baby was. They sat in the pavilion, when she suddenly began to cough, after which she began to lose consciousness. The head of the Tan clan was convinced. If the symptoms appeared in their possessions, then the version with poisoning disappears. The girl's father seemed to be too happy with such news. He was angry and hit himself in the face with great force, so much that he had a tooth. As it turned out, this was his punishment, that he doubted the devotion of his own people. Now he was sure the cause of his daughter's illness was in no way connected with the members of the Pan clan. The rest of the fighters also began to beat themselves. They considered themselves guilty that they could not help the leader of the leader, and they had to suffer a fair punishment. While their teeth were scattered in different directions, the main character was thinking what to do. However, not having the opportunity to focus during such chaos, he asked him to calm down a little. Now they needed to find out the true cause of the appearance of symptoms. This would prove the innocence of all those present in the ailment of the child. The young warrior perfectly understood. For starters, from the baby it was necessary to take off his clothes. Such a statement shocked the leader of the clan, and even his bride, and the girl's father literally came into a fury, ready to deal with a daring youth. He demanded that the boy repeat what was said. However, when the young hero again explained about the need to take off his clothes from a girl, an angry warrior did not listen. He tried to pounce on him. Immediately, small Scolopendras appeared from the hero's pocket, ready to attack an angry man. And the leader of the Tan with a grace rushed to reassure Pan Mu-kan, convincing that his son-in-law may have expressed himself unsuccessfully. It was worth listening to the explanations to the end. After that, the girl's father let go of the young man, wanting to hear the reason for such an outrageous proposal to undress his daughter. Having retreated to a safe distance, the hero added that in the future it would be expressed clearer. The young warrior began to explain. Speaking of the need to undress the baby, he implied a change of clothes for a new one, because perhaps the girl suffered from some objects in the Pan clan. Obviously, the harsh warrior blushed after listening to such explanations. He was about to knock out another tooth for himself as a punishment for daring to doubt the words of the boy. However, the protagonist immediately stopped the man, realizing that he was simply extremely alarmed because of his daughter's condition. The young man also explained that from now on the girl should be looked after exclusively people of the Tan clan. Representatives of the Pan clan are even forbidden to see her. If the symptoms persist, then the cause of the disease lies in the Pan clan. Thus, Vi and Ryan applied the method of exclusion and addition to the child, widely used by the breeders of toxic snakes, insects, and other dangerous creatures. Any owner of such pets dreamed that animals could tell where exactly they hurt. The essence of the method is to monitor the causes of the illness of the body by exclusion, and add various factors to the habitat. They will apply this technique to the baby and find out absolutely everything, and then they will gradually add various elements to establish the true cause of the disease. If she continues to faint, they will not be able to save her. Naturally, the head of Tan understood that the process would take a certain time, but in the end, in this way they will certainly find a source of suffering. And the girl's father warmly thanked his son-in-law for such a brilliant idea. However, Pan Mu Huan barely restrained tears, hoping that these people will be able to take care of his treasure. However, Vi and Ryan asked the head of the clan to trust him. Although he did not know anything about human medicine, the young warrior dealt with a huge number of different creatures, so the healing of the child seemed to him a trifle business. So he believed, but reality was much more complicated. The girl constantly cried and was afraid of everyone around. The protagonist was left alone with her, since Genia, along with her mother, went for things necessary for the child care. Vi and Ryan was alone with Pan Yang and had no idea how to handle children. He did not even know how to start a conversation, constantly assuming, perhaps she was hungry, tired, or missed her father. The young warrior also tried to explain that her dad went for the medicine and would return soon, but the girl herself admitted to the true reason for tears. She ended sweetness. As it turned out, recently, examining the things of the baby, found a lot of various treats hidden in her pockets. Therefore, now Vi and Ryan asked the girl to calm down, because she was forbidden to use sweets immediately after waking up. He offered to eat porridge, and in return personally prepares some kind of delicacy for it. Immediately after such a sentence, the mood of the baby improved markedly. They gave each other a solemn promise. She will eat porridge, and the main character heals her. The baby also explained that she would not deceive him. The clan people always keep the word, and if she cannot fulfill the promise, she will hit herself in the face with a fist. It seemed that finally the situation was at least a little improved. However, at this time the leader of the clan was very worried about his daughter. He watched her from afar due to the ban on approaching the representatives of the Pan clan to Pan Yang. However, soon his disguise was easily disclosed by the hero. Immediately his father dragged the boy into the bushes, wanting to find out about the condition of his daughter. However, the leader did not believe when the guy said that on the eve the girl ate excellently, and listened to Vi and Ryan with pleasure at even a fried pork. As it turned out, all this time the father could not make her eat normally. Suddenly talking was discovered by Jean, who came to say hello. The head immediately thanked the girl for taking care of his child. As it turned out, the poisoner came to call Vi and Ryan. The baby had just approached Genia and asked where the brother Vi and Ryan was located. Hearing this, his father was immediately imbued with jealousy. He could not even spread the word with his daughter, and the young hero managed to make friends with her so much. Therefore, the boy had to hastily retire, so as not to explain how much the baby began to call him a brother. According to the plan, today they had to go to the training ground. Since the girl obeyed him, the young man allowed her to play with bees. It seems that the baby was especially loved by the golden royal bees. While he trained, she was amused with winged creatures, joyfully squeezing them in her hands. The bees were also imbued with sympathy for the baby. They constantly sat on her and licked them, like devoted dogs. It was thanks to these insects that he managed to find an approach to the child. Winged creatures like to spin around Pan Yang. Probably due to the coming from her sweet aroma, they perceived it as a source of food. One way or another, the baby knew about the sympathy of the bees and visited them daily. This was only at hand to the young hero. The girl obeyed him perfectly. The only rule established by the young men was the ban on disturbing the queen of bees, usually busy with important matters. Recently, the guy often reflected on how nice it was to have a younger sister. He even believed that he would cope with his parental duties. However, as soon as he turned away, the girl found a smaller bee. Since in the behavior of these creatures he was not sure, he immediately warned the baby about the danger of a bite. Then he ran to her, but it was too late. The little bee was already stung the crying girl. Therefore, the main character decided to take the child to process the wound. He knew very well. Bees' bites are painful, and wanted to alleviate the suffering of the baby. However, he suddenly noticed that the girl's face turned very red. Then the baby had a heavy shortness of breath, and soon she completely lost consciousness. The young hero barely managed to pick her up. He remembered the story of the girl's father that sometimes she was difficult to breathe. Red spots appear on her body, and it happens that she faints. Now, finally, the young man understood the true cause of the disease anaphylaxia, one of the forms of an allergic reaction in which the body reacts excessively to the allergen. Usually, when a harmful substance or toxin enters the body begins to fight with it. At this moment, the inflammatory process starts. Histamine is released, blood vessels expand, and antibodies along with white blood cells rush through the dilated channels to combat the enemy. The problem is that some people have special sensitivity to certain substances. When the excessive reaction of the immune system provokes overproduction or improper functioning of histamine, blood vessels expand and blood pressure drops. A similar process can cause difficulty breathing, itching, or edema, and in severe cases, even a fatal outcome. Therefore, the young hero, carrying the girl in her arms, was rapidly racing to the main building. First of all, he went to the leader of the leader, and immediately loudly announced that Pan Yong had lost consciousness again. Immediately, the head of the Tan, together with the father, ran out to find out about what had happened. As soon as the young man reported a difficult breathing, his father immediately began to share his inner energy with her. Soon the baby's breathing was restored. The energy of qi in this world replaced a significant part of medicine. The basics of treatment for anaphylaxia include blood pressure control and the release of the respiratory tract. Usually, epinephrine, steroids, and antihistamines are administered to the patient, and also purify the respiratory tract so that a person can breathe. But here the young heiress coped with the help of energy transfer, which was very surprising. As soon as the condition of the girl stabilized, the elders decided to find out the reason why the baby fainted. V and Ryan could say with full confidence that everything happened due to the bite of the bee. Of course, the leader of the Tan clan heard that such a reaction could arise, but this happened extremely rarely. The ruler of the clan did not suggest that the bees caused the fainting of the heiress. After all, if the problem was precisely in these insects, then they would not have done this whole long way. The head of the Tan clan did not even imagine what to do specifically, until the young man explained that he knew the true cause of the disease. Due to the fact that the baby really stung the baby, the doctor began to understand the essence of what was happening. However, the healer explained that for starters he needs to be removed from the injured clothes, and of course, his father again became furious. Soon, the daughter of the genus Genu returned with a report. Because of the clothes, it was poorly visible, but on the girl's body, traces of old wounds were really discovered along with more fresh damage. Only then did the leader realize that his daughter had other symptoms in addition to red spots. But he still could not understand why the heiress lost consciousness. The young healer calmly explained that the whole thing was to poison with bee poison. This turned out to be very strange, especially considering that even flowers did not grow in the clan estate. The whole earth was covered with stones, and in their area, bees simply did not fly. In addition, they would certainly have noticed if the girl was stung, because the bee bite is easy to find. However, a strong allergic reaction in Pan Yong occurred precisely due to bee poison. Perhaps there are other creatures with a similar poison. Therefore, in his memoirs, the hero began to look for toxins containing lemon balm or peptides, causing edema and difficulty breathing. He also compared the facts. Hebei province, a moderate continental climate, and began to recall the living creatures that live in those parts. There were various vipers, cobras, scorpions, and even red ants. Obviously, snakes were excluded, like scorpions. Therefore, the doctor should have imagined in approximately the environment of the baby could be attacked by toxic creatures. The clue covered in sweets that the girl constantly absorbed. As Unu said, she had many secret pockets with hidden goodies. After that, the healer finally became convinced that the cause of the disease lies in the bee of poison. But this was still embarrassed by the chapter, because he repeated that they did not have bees. However, people from the Tang clan knew that any poison acts on people differently. Someone is enough with one drop on the tip of the needle, and someone would not kill someone. The assumption of V and Ryan turned out to be true. The body of Pan Yong was more sensitive to bee venom than they noticed. All this time, the girl suffered precisely because of this toxin. However, the bees in their area were not found, so the young man came up with the only thought. Bees, as you know, were very unusual creatures. The doctor decided to demonstrate this, so in the evening they went to the training ground. There, the hero was digging in the ground for a long time until he found what he was so stubborn. Then he turned to the bride, so that she helped him to highlight the find. When he put cookies, various ants gradually began to accumulate, which then even began to attack each other, not wanting to share a treat. It was at this moment that Vu and Ryan caught one of the insects, and he introduced him as the culprit of the disease of the baby. Of course, The leader of the clan could not understand how ants could be the closest relatives of the bees. But as it turned out, this ant had a sting. Apparently, therefore, they were considered relatives of bees. It was this creature that caused the girls fainting. These creatures were called Asian ant soldiers. They also belonged to the membrane of the insect. Of course, for ordinary inhabitants, an ant with a sting sounded like a real innocence. But this was explained by the fact that ants descended from the same ancestor as wasps, so their characteristics in many aspects coincided. In the scientific work dedicated to the poison of ants, it was shown that patients who develop anaphylaxia to bite of ants have the same reaction to OS poison. However, the hero could definitely say that Pan Yongyang herself was not the goal of this ant, because usually ants eat other insects. In addition, the bites were similar to spots, so it was difficult to determine the true culprit. And a few days after she woke up, it seemed to the healer that there were not bites on the body, but large pressure lines. Having learned the true cause of the disease, the worried father wanted to know if there was an opportunity to make any medicine. There really was an antidote from an ant poison, but it will not help if increased sensitivity to toxin has already developed, as in the case of Pan Yongyonoma. Now, at least, they managed to find out the cause of the disease, so hence the girl needed to be particularly cautious. Of course, the father was upset that it was not possible to come up with anything sensible. However, now, having calmed down, the leader decided to thank V and Ryan for all the help provided. But as it turned out, the hero had a means that could help heal the girl. But this required some time. The method that the healer wanted to apply was called desensitization, a process in which the reactivity of organs and tissues is reduced to an irritating factor. In other words, this is a method by which you can reduce the sensitivity to poison. The essence was to introduce Pan Yongyoni ant to the body of a very low concentration and small doses into the body, thus reducing the sensitivity to toxin. However, such treatment takes a certain time, but after the completion of the procedures, Pan Yongyang will cease to faint due to bees and ant poison. Hearing about this, the chapter considered that the method could work. In their clan, a similar method was also practiced, the essence of which was the gradual introduction of a small amount of poison, so that the body would develop immunity to it. Therefore, the ruler of the clan could confidently say that the probability of recovering the heiress after the procedures was really very high. Of course, the father literally shone with happiness, realizing that his daughter would be saved. Then he began to thank V from Ryan, thanks to which his daughter will be in order. However, the leader could not ignore such help, and was ready to fulfill any request of the hero. But the young doctor did not understand why people in this world are so grateful, and he tried to explain that the girl became like a younger sister for him, so he was not going to ask for rewards. But Panmu Huan was patting the guy on the back that the boy was too modest, and asked him to speak out without hesitation. At that moment, while the man insisted, the hero had an idea. The healer understood that they had arrived from afar, and suggested looking at the famous mountain. Specifically, he wanted to take them to the Sichuan mountain Gugan. Upon arrival there, the whole company admired beautiful views. In addition, Janaea noticed that the landscape really corresponded to the description of Jagal Hu. There were rocks and waterfall. However, there were doubts about how to get inside the cave. Seeing the hero's thoughtfulness, the warrior realized that the young man, who only recently began to study martial arts, does not know the fluttering swallow technique. In principle, he was right. However, at some point, the man realized that he was too lazy to explain all the basics. Therefore, grabbing the boy by the collar, I decided to show everything in practice. After that, he threw him, launching him like an arrow, and then he had already begun after him. Arriving at the place, the head only laughed with how perfectly the boy flies. Thus they found themselves near the entrance to the cave, which really, as in the story, was behind the waterfall. Therefore, the warrior suggested not to hesitate and go inside, realizing that they would definitely find something interesting there. However, what they saw did not at all resemble the stories of a military advisor. Everything was covered with ice, and it is unlikely that a military advisor would lie about this. Earlier, talking about this cave, the advisor stated that a ray of light fell there. Various types of colors grew everywhere, whose names he did not even know. The atmosphere as a whole was very mysterious and unusual, similar to the magical world. However, the place where they came did not believe at all magic and beauty. The cave was really illuminated by a ray of light, but no flowers here grew at all. It seemed that everything was completely wilted. It seemed to the chapter that there was a probability of the influence of local creatures on the environment. Walking around the center of the stone space, he felt a cold flow of air, so he asked the satellites to stay behind, and he decided to check. The power of the energy that the fighter spread, he tried to lure the opponents. After that, the whole cave was filled with some hiss, squeaks, and a weak growl. For this reason, everyone was wary, and the hero only inflamed the desire to finally see this lizard. Soon he really appeared, slowly getting out of his shelter. When he was completely in the world, it became obvious that it was a real thick-tailed Haken. In length, he reached 30 centimeters. He had large yellow eyes and a thick tail. Of course, the hero was struck by how much this creature turned out to be sweet. Devon also realized that it was the same lizard from stories. However, the head of the Pan clan, who arrived with them, felt that this was not all. He felt the energy of the second lizard in the shelter. The hero rejoiced, imagining how these two could give new offspring. He wanted to get them alive. However, the lizard, which seemed, was very hostile. Then, looking deeper, the doctor saw the second lizard lying in the depths. The healer understood that this lizard was probably in poor condition, so her relative defended her. For this reason, View and Ryan did not come up with anything better than leaving Gupa on duty. The warrior enthusiastically promised to tell immediately, as soon as he notices the unusual behavior of lizards. As a result, the whole team decided to retreat. They did not know anything about the behavior of these geckos, and did not want to rush, so as not to make only worse. Returning from the cave, the guy saw a UNU, which the children stuck around. They joyfully called V and the Roar to have dinner. And for some reason the hero had the impression, as if it were a really real family. For this reason, he hastened to join a joint meal. At dinner, the warrior decided to ask the young man whether there was any progress in observing the geckos. No changes were observed. The only thing that Tan Chol-san noticed when I checked for the last time, the lizard did not budge. However, the healer knew very well that living beings should eat something. How many days could geckos and other lizards refrain from food and drink when they experience stress? Flemmers, in particular, stir up nutrients in their thick tails, and while they do not eat, they live on accumulated energy. However, the doctor saw that the lizard has long been in an oppressed state, and it was necessary to examine it. At least he wanted to just know where she felt pain. Perhaps it would be possible to feed her. Therefore, View and Ryan hoped that while he would examine the sick lizard, the head of the clan could distract the second. Of course, the man immediately offered with all his might to hit the lizard with his fist. Then she will lose consciousness, and the hero will be able to calmly get to the sick lizard. However, the guy understood that with such force the leader would simply kill the poor Gekken. He tried to explain this to the man, but he seemed to understand his power himself. He was the strongest warrior, capable of confronting the whole army alone. Of course, such a baby was in any way, so the young man was right. From one of his blows, the lizard would definitely die. Therefore, everyone realized that it was necessary to do everything delicately, and on this decision, he insisted V and Ryan himself. According to the plan, the chapter needed to just lure the Gekken. Then he could get to the sick lizard with a grace. At the same time, a warrior detachment will block the entrance to the cave. The only additional indication that the hero asked for is to make sure that Gekken will not come close to the cave, because then he will be able to climb on the stones and attack them. Of course, the leader really liked such a carefully thought-out plan. Therefore, his fists have already been scratched in order to quickly apply it in life. For this reason, he immediately moved forward, while Vayu and Ryan prayed that the chapter was more likely with lizards. They had no more time, because if one of them was sick, then there was not much time left to help. Soon they were already in full force near the cave. A healthy lizard immediately strained, seeing uninvited guests. The hero immediately gave a signal to proceed to action. For this reason, the head with his faithful assistants moved to the lizard. She immediately spun in the air and began to attack her enemies. Her blows were really strong. She could even compete with the best swordsman of the Pan clan. However, of course, the chapter, even the most sophisticated twists of her twisted, did not scare at all. For this reason, taking advantage of the next attack, he beat off the lizard to the exit from the cave. After that, all the fighters surrounded her, so as not to let her go, while Vi and Ryan with a grace moved towards the cave itself. Stepping closer, the guy was convinced that the lizard was indeed, apparently sick. The tip of the tail began to die due to the wrong mirror. It was clear that even her eyes were filled with pus. In this case, the lizard needed urgent intervention. However, there were no herbs or medicines here, but the hero decided to act more carefully and simply remove the skin that interfered with. Janaea considered that the guy was already stripped too much lately, however. She seemed to understand that this was the only true way. At this moment, the lizard began to come to his senses a little. However, the hero gently held out his hand to her, calmly explaining that he was not going to harm her. Fortunately, the lizard, as it seems, understood, so she completely calmly let herself raise. After that, the healer began to inspect the skin, which the lizard had to be thrown away. Usually they drop the skin in the same way as snakes. In the wild you can stumble upon the old skin, but this happens quite rarely due to the fact that the geckos eat it. However, the old skin of this lizard was too hard. It was very difficult to remove it with bare hands. Therefore, armed with a small knife, the guy began to carefully make incisions in order to remove it. As soon as part of the skin was removed, a new scales appeared under it. She shone like a precious stone. These creatures were really insanely beautiful. After that, the hero also helped the lizard carefully remove the skin, and from the rest of the body. Looking at the skin, which was removed from the foot, Genia was touched, because she looked like a small glove. View and Ryan understood how difficult it is to resist this alpine. Even when he shot a video with unpacking lizards, they gained a large number of views. Now everything that was left for them is to remove the skin from the head and tail. The doctor saw that the lizard was painful, and promised to be more careful, so as not to harm her stronger. The healer was convinced that pus accumulated in the eyes of the lizard. This happened due to problems with molting, but soon he managed to free the head of the reptile with neat movements. The doctor understood that by this moment, the lizard should already feel a little better. In addition, she even managed to open bright yellow eyes. Now the matter remained small. They needed to restore the tail. However, the hero did not know what to do with him due to his formations at its end. View and Ryan understood that he needed to cut off the dead side of the tail. But in such a weak state, the lizard could die. At that moment, thoughts were interrupted by the loud cries of warriors. Everything was caused by the fact that the male Hakon broke through, going to his lover. He was clearly configured very hostile. The young man asked him to stop, after which he demonstrated his girlfriend to the lizard, explaining that he helps her in treatment. But the healer completely forgot that at that time there was a sharp knife in his hands. And of course, the male thought that this little man was trying to harm his beloved. Therefore, the growl of the angry Gekon echoed throughout the cave. Not wanting to listen to the arguments of people anymore, the lizard angrily attacked two teenagers. V and Ryan were lucky that at the last moment, Genu pushed them away from each other, because of which the Hexcon struck not a mortal blow. Then he lost any interest in the girl, completely aiming at the hero. And he was still trying to stop him, explaining that the reptile clearly does not understand what was really happening. The doctor was clearly surprised when he heard a weak voice of the lizard from his hands. She seems to have begun to explain something to her friend. And in the end, all the anger that he experienced for these people evaporated in an instant. Only at that moment the guy realized that the lizards talked to each other. Just at this moment, the rest of the soldiers had already arrived at them. They apologized for not being able to hold the hectic, because this small cunning was very agile and managed to slip away. And it seems, the male perfectly understood the words of a person, because of which he became even more furious. However, seeing this, the hero immediately asked them to stop. Now they were in order, so the warriors had to remain in place, because the healer led a conversation with the lizards. Of course, Pamuhuan was surprised, and even thought that the boy had another talent, to speak with the beasts. Of course, the hero poorly understood their language, but he could assure one thing: more geckos would not attack. Then he asked his girlfriend to bring dry grass, which was lying near. Using this material, the healer made a small and comfortable bed for the lizard. The doctor also explained to the male that he would not do anything bad with his lover. He simply took off all the dead skin from the body and eyes. Now the reptile needed to be well moistened. However, they had another more serious problem. Of course, her eyes will soon become better, but her tail was already half dead, and a simple licking will not help her. Therefore, the hero tried to explain as accurately as possible that the tail would have to be cut a little. The Hakon male began to represent this in his head, and he clearly did not like the paintings. Therefore, he immediately hissed angrily, not letting the heroes closer. He even tried to attack, and the young man was not ready for this attack either morally or physically. As a result, soon the soldiers defeated the camp right in the cave. Genia, on the other hand, looked after the scratched face of her fiancé, while he was only amazed at the ingratitude of Hakon, to whom he wanted to help. At this moment, the girl finished processing and decided to use special equipment for the treatment of lacerated wounds. However, if the guy will twitch, he will have a scar. But Pan Mu Huan seemed to be not concerned at all, and only believed that Viu and Ryan began to resemble a man more and finally earned his first combat wounds. These words clearly did not like Genia, who almost incarnated the man with her evil look. The hero at least rejoiced that by this moment the misunderstanding was already eliminated. In addition, looking at how his wards were not aggressive, it became obvious that the lizards were originally not going to harm him. While he was thinking about it, suddenly a guard came out of the depths of the cave. It seemed to him that Hakon was trying to say something. It became clear that the baby was already morally prepared for the procedure that would be carried out with his lover, and the hero promised to do everything in his power. However, before the healer, it was necessary to find out a couple more details. He wanted to know what these lizards ate, because when he cuts off a dead tail, it is necessary to make sure that the patient will receive all the necessary nutrients. Hearing about this, the male rushed into the corner of the cave. Then he stopped, pointing to a small sprout. He even took him in his mouth as if giving a hero directly into the hands of the hero. Janaea came closer to look at him herself. After a long scan, she realized that in this weak sprout, there was a little energy. It was a seed of the flower, which before that grew here. The hero immediately realized that it was unusual, but most likely a spiritual plant. Pan Mu Huan also heard about this. Usually where spiritual beings lived, such plants grew. It turns out that in the same way as their wards, lizards ate energy, but not from matter, but from spiritual plants. However, View and Ryan understood that if the male dug up the seed, then the flower would not be able to grow. Therefore, he immediately began to bury him back in order not to break anything. But unfortunately, as it turned out, where many people steps, spiritual plants no longer grow. Most likely the lizard was well known about this, so he dug up this sprout. Even if V and Ryan plant him back, nothing will grow. Then the hero realized that the reptiles were even more angry with the people who came, because they literally poisoned their food with their presence. The doctor was very sorry that human cruelty soaked these creatures so much. However, Pan Mu Huan wanted to help, so I decided to find out what the plant was called. At first glance, the guard could say that the seed was very similar to the seeds of a snowdrop. For this reason, the warrior immediately decided to find something that would have a similar energy. And in his memory there was something suitable. The drug called the ice moon. The stone had the same energy as the snowdrop, but it was a very valuable thing. It is difficult to get a mineral, even if a person had money. But they were very lucky, because Janaea personally knew a person who could have this stone. Immediately, the inspired hero began to question the details. However, the girl began to be embarrassed to get rid of, clearly not knowing how to present this information. Then she calmly explained that another stone had a similar stone. Of course, Pan Mu Huan froze in shock, not understanding who was talking about, while the hero was again burned with shame, considering this topic already closed. Of course, View and Ryan insanely blamed his father-in-law, who then blurted out so rashly about it. The head of the Pan clan, as if nothing had happened, began to ask about this girl who had an ice moon. It was about one of the 3 flowers of Murim, the queen of flowers peony. She was also the daughter of the Namjoon family. Her name was Namjoon Sol. The girl heard that this beauty had a stone of the ice moon, and that for the most part she was without much need. While they were discussing this, the healer saw that the little male approached them. He clearly looked excited and asked to help his girlfriend rather. Therefore, the hero promised to tell him about everything as soon as he finishes with treatment. After that, the doctor again went to their small cave, where the lizard was asleep. Janaea was nearby. She heard that lizards were able to drop their tail, but she did not know if this reptile could hold out until they get a healing stone. However, the problem was that not all lizards dropped their tails. When the lizard drops the tail, this process is called autotomy. Most types of lizards have similar features, but not everyone. There are lizards who discard the tail, but do not know how to grow it. There are those who drop the tail and after growing it. And there are lizards who are not able to discard or grow. Therefore, it is necessary to figure it out properly and understand what kind this gekken belonged to. After that, it is also important to find a car area and press on it with a finger. It may seem that the tail disappears by accident, but this is not so. The tail of the lizard is separated only in certain places. They were called autotomic areas. Of course, Janaea did not even have a concept about it, and was amazed at how her fiancé knew a lot. But despite the fact that the hero spoke about this with complete confidence, he doubted that the operation would be successful. However, he could not give up and was ready to help, so he began to feel his tail thoroughly. Even to the surprise of Pan Mu Khan, this procedure took more time than he expected. In addition, the little male, sitting in anticipation next to them, looked very restless. But soon V and Ryan returned with a lizard and grabbing, and everyone looked satisfied. Fortunately, their small operation was successful. Now it remained only to care and take care of the patient. Looking at the face of a little male, everyone was touched by how happy he was. And Pan Mu Huan did not cease to be surprised at how amazing the boy he met. After the treatment of Six and Ryan, he decided to stay in the cave and observe some time for the condition of his patient. A few days later, he returned and found that both lizards were feeling very well. In addition, now they looked so cute that the healer could not even imagine how many millions of views would have gained a video with their participation. But the most important thing is that the female feels much better. Therefore, V and Ryan decided to inform them that it was time for them to leave. He explained that it does not leave forever. It is necessary to get food for them, after which they will return. And until then, a couple had to poke a little energy. After that, the gekkens were already nodded, agreeing with the guy. Therefore, V and Ryan invited his lover to return to the clan, after they all go together in search of an ice moon. However, after the issue with lizards was resolved, a lot of news arrived in the Tan clan. The most important of them concerned the Blood Sect. After the personality of the spy was disclosed, the Alliance people followed his trained servant. And of course, she brought them to the den of the members of the Blood Sect. Fortunately, at that moment, the Alliance warriors had a tiger change poison with them. Thanks to him, the Alliance caused significant damage to the members of the Blood Sect. For this reason, the Alliance sent View and Ryan a letter with gratitude. The chapter praised his son-in-law, considering him a fellow. He also decided to find out how the case was going with lizards. Father-in-law expected the boy to place them in the garden of toxic creatures, and wanted to go to see them. However, the young man made it clear that he had caught them only half of his plan. Then everything decided to explain his daughter and told about everything that happened until that moment. The chapter quickly realized that they needed an ice moon, Jean, but she asked her father not to worry, because she could go to Anku and visit the Namjoon clan with V and Ryan. In principle, the leader was not against it, because he just had a parcel that could be delivered along the road. Of course, now the time was not quite successful for traveling. But the head did not worry, realizing that he had a very reliable son-in-law. However, thinking about the Namjoon clan, the ruler also recalled that recently not the most pleasant rumors came from there. Events unfolded in some forest. At this time, as if nothing had happened, ordinary workers went. They discussed the rumors that spun around the daughter of the Namjoon clan. Of course, it was hard to believe in them, but the witnesses claimed that everything was so. Soon on the way, they noticed a man lying unconscious. The workers ran to him in order to help, and were afraid that he was dead. However, the man was alive than all the living. In addition, he was all covered with a blush and laughed like a fool. Of course, the workers considered that he simply drank it and decided to return it to the village. They did not know that the culprit of this condition was a girl hiding in the forest. At the same time, in the same forest, the lady in possession of the sword trained. She made a lot of blows until finally she was exhausted. Hands began to tremble, and she could no longer keep the blade in her palms so confidently. Looking at the ground, the beauty realized that she did not manage to cut all the flying leaves, and decided to increase the duration of her training in the future. And only after hearing this, the younger sister called the heiress and asked to return home. The girl understood that if they were late, they will certainly be caught on hot. In addition, the father would have punished even the younger sister if this time they are found. And although she supported her sister in fencing, she believed that as the eldest daughter of the family, she should take care of herself more. As a result, Namjoon Salt had no choice. This was the same girl, Queen Peon. However, suddenly the mistress burst into a strong intermittent cough, all due to the fact that she had a disease of overwhelming qi. At first, in the family, everyone perceived this as a blessing, because this happened due to the fact that the channels were widely opened. The process of accumulation of internal energy took place much faster, and the circulation of qi had no obstacles. However, the healers were worried that the childish child of the child was consumed too quickly. Of course, her father was worried and tried to find a solution to the problem. The healers recommended that she only accumulate energy. She had to be clean and strong, and to be used instead of internal, otherwise her life could very soon break off. But despite all the warnings, the girl continued her training. Seeing her sister's concern, she smiled with all her strength and comforted the baby. Then, they headed home. While the beauty was walking, she looked at her sister's lamp. For some reason, thoughts about this lamp caused her sadness, because she was like this lamp, the entity that disappears as soon as the fuel is burned inside. Therefore, the heiress wanted to hurry and master the technique of the Imperial Sword as quickly as possible. Otherwise, her body will simply burn and disappear. At this time, the hero with his company was already moving along the Yangtze River. At that moment, suddenly Tan Chol-san called out the healer so that he looked over the side where the dolphin splashed. And he really ended up here. The young man could not even believe that he could see river dolphins that died out in modern times with his own eyes. He loved insects and reptiles more, but the dolphins were as if from another planet. Looking at the admiration of the groom, Janaea neatly said that if they then travel along the river, they would soon get to Uthen, where the Muramal Alliance was located. The task of the father-in-law is to call in Huan, deliver the poison of the red-haired terrible, and after that, they will be able to leave the boat in Ansin, a safer area. In addition, due to the fact that there was a small passing breeze on the river, with its help they will be able to arrive at the place much earlier. But despite this, the hero still bothered something. He understood how valuable this icy jade was, and worried that the clan John would not give it to us just like that. These thoughts did not give him rest all the time of their journey. But Grandin knew perfectly well that the mentioned ice nefritis was important. But the mistress could not absorb him. For this reason, he was useless for her. But they had something in stock that they could exchange for him, because it would be much more useful for her. The hero understood the correctness of his bride, but he was still not sure whether the icy jade was as safe as they expected. After all, it is well known that lizards are cold-blooded creatures, so they usually hate everything cold. And of course, the healer did not really want to feed them with what he was not sure of. For this reason, he decided to ask the bride's help, so that she helped him deal with the icy jade, which contains cold energy. And although he had heard about yin and yang's energies, it was still difficult for him to understand. The girl decided to explain everything in detail to the hero, since this information was also important for the cultivation of martial arts. The energy of yang is qi that creates the fire of yang and the heart of the sky and earth. Yin refers to qi, which settles below, inhibits the activity of living beings. Dark, cold, terrible things are all types of yin energy, so the cold energy of yin is just a type of incoming yin energy. However, this does not mean that it is bad, because the opposite of the energy of yin is the energy of yang, which creates the fire of yang. Its excess accelerates vital activity, which leads to accelerated aging and exhaustion of energy. The reason why small geckos needed cold energy, that their bodies themselves are carriers of cold energy. Therefore, they grow, absorbing yin energy. However, it seemed to the hero that this energy should be balanced, like ordinary people. Therefore, he did not understand how different creatures reach balance when they have pure energy of the same type. After this question, the face of the Grace was instantly covered with a red blush. After that, choked. She awkwardly explained that she did not know the answer to this question, but promised that later the hero would learn how to find a balance between yin and yang. Looking at her embarrassment, finally it came to the guy that the girl had in mind. Therefore, he began to make excuses that this was not implied at all, but could not explain anything how Tanchol-san congratulated them on arrival and asked everyone to prepare for the landing. Soon the ship was already moored in Ujan. They have already been met, so Genia bowed and introduced herself as the heiress of the Tan clan, who brought the offered objects. Since the general already expected them, the accompanying person immediately led dear guests to the residence. V and Ryan, all the way, looked around with admiration of the Muramal alliance. He was really very magnificent, until suddenly this atmosphere was spoiled by the cries of people who were walking nearby. The girl, grabbing her friend tightly by the ear, did not allow him to get into a skirmish with an ally to whom he wanted to teach a lesson. Even his comrade believed that the guy was acting too recklessly, without checking the facts and so hurrying into battle. However, the man was sure that he was just defending the honor of their union. All their negotiations and disputes were instantly finished when they saw a poisonous flower. She also recognized the guy of a disarming dragon in a young Vesselos. Next to them was a girl who was majestically called the Phoenix Sword, and that guy Dadir was a dragon of a spear. This was their first meeting after the collection of dragons and phoenixes. The dragon of the spear was insanely embarrassed by how long he had not seen the local beauty. The hero already knew very well that in Muram those who have outstanding abilities receive titles, such as Dragon or Phoenix. And I realized that elite masters of martial arts gathered around his bride. At that moment, Phoenix's sword decided to discuss with a longtime friend rumors who went around her personality. She considered this hearing ridiculous, because he said that a lover had a lover. The girl did not even know how to react to these words. Then the dragon spear spoke that everyone was already gossiping about it. He was even going to call distributors to a duel in the name of honor of a beauty. The beauty really confirmed that the rumors were true. For this reason, the spear dragon, clearly in love with the beauty, was about to find that warrior who dissolves rumors and teach a lesson. However, Genia immediately undertook to fix this hearing and pulled the hero to her. After that, she calmly explained that she had no lover. Instead, she had a groom. It seems that the only one who was upset by this news is the dragon of the spear. Everyone else was just shocked. It seemed to the Mosque of Phoenix that the boy looked too young for the groom. While Devon apologized that she had not introduced her lover before, the hero bowed respectfully in order to finally get acquainted with the friends of his bride. He was sincerely glad to meet with such talented masters. However, he noticed the hatred of a spear dragon looked at him, literally sighing his eyes. After that, the man immediately sank into one knee in front of the hero. He introduced himself to John Sengum, a spear of a dragon from the Yang family, originally from Sencha. Then he invited a young warrior to a duel. His friends only sighed awkwardly, realizing that they returned to what they had started again. The hero only laughed awkwardly, while Jan St. Gu insisted on a man's duel against a man. But at that moment, the Phoenix Sword pulled him back. After that, both girls began to viciously shout at the guy, who offered something similar, and demanded that he finally left the hero alone. V and Ryan openly did not understand why he was constantly faced with strange people who want to call someone to a duel at the first meeting. Soon the general approached them, seeing the turmoil on their territory. Of course, the general was the same military leader, Hui, who recently returned to Murim. The hero immediately bowed in order to greet the man. Even Jan St. Gu was delighted with his arrival. However, he did not rejoice for long, because very soon he received a couple of slaps by the fan of the military advisor. After that, he scolded the guy who thus turned to dear guests. The advisor himself only laughed awkwardly, because he had already missed the hero, and offered to go together to the heavenly battle pavilion, where their leader was now. After the warlord led Chania and Vi with Ryan behind him, Jan Sengu clearly lurked the grudge. He did not understand why his friends intervened in an honest duel. It was he who was worthy of a place next to the beauty of a grace. Quite soon, the whole company moved to the same heavenly combat pavilion. It seems that the head of the alliance wanted to meet only with the hero, so Chania decided to wait for his return in the guest hall. Also, the master was advanced by a small maid, who decided to take the hero to greet the leader of the alliance. Watching how the girl is worried, Hui explained that she was a new servant who replaced the caught spy. The baby was still very inexperienced, so she could behave uncertainly. At that moment, the girl went to the door and loudly announced the head of the alliance that a military advisor with a young warrior from the Tan clan arrived. Therefore, the leader allowed them to enter. When the doors opened, they saw a man standing on the terrace and admiring the views. Coming, the military advisor bowed. The hero followed his example, and also introduced himself and greeted the leader. It seems that the man represented the guy a little differently, but asked to sit down, knowing that he was very tired after such a long journey. But suddenly he felt that some creatures were sitting on the hero. Therefore, I decided to find out if they would decide to accidentally get out or bite someone. Of course, the hero was surprised. Although he knew that this man entered the top 3 of the strongest masters of martial arts, did not expect that he would immediately notice the body of toxic creatures that wrapped his body. But soon, crouching, the leader suggested getting down to business. Did V with the reeve and the tiger water snakes with him? Of course, the poison was ready, and right before leaving, the masters prepared an impressive amount, as many as 3 bottles. Even J-Gal Dick surprised this volume, because when he was in Sochi, the observation young man saw the process of making this potion. The task is really difficult. To obtain an acceptable amount, you need to work hard and make serious efforts, so he was grateful for such a generous gift. Meanwhile, the leader decided to discuss the news that Viu and Ryan did not become the son-in-law of the head of the clan from Sichuan. The imperious leader began to ask the guy about his parents, but it turned out that he did not have them. He was lonely all over the world and had no one to rely on. J-Gal Dick explained that the young warrior lost all his memories as a result of an accident before the patriarch of the Tan clan took him. Earlier, the lad lived on Hainan Island, caught snakes and sold them to the merchant. Obviously, before this, the boy lived a lonely and very difficult life, but the hero comforted himself with the thought that he had never before was so lonely. In any case, the reason why the leader called him was that the young man played an important role in a recent incident with a blood cult, for which the leader would like to award him. However, the modest Vu and Ryan, worriedly, explained that the last time he was already saying by J-Gal Hu, he did not need any awards. The influential chapter calmly explained that the young warrior independently discovered something grandiose, sufficient to ensure that such vile bloodsuckers and adherents of the blood cult would never step on the Central Plains. Such merits cost more than just a reward. Obviously, the brave guy tried to justify himself, explaining that he came across this poison when he saved his people from the cult of blood, and he did not need anything else except that he had already requested. However, for some reason, after the words said, both men were wary. The leader of the alliance was clearly interested in that the young man came across this potion when he tried to save his people. After that, he got up from his place and finally realized why he felt such intimacy for V and Ryan. Now the wise ruler realized that they were really similar. Of course, it was not about appearance or faces, but they lived such difficulties in their lives. After all, once Jongkok also lost his clan and a woman whom he loved, from the same bastards from a blood cult. The desperate Avenger did everything possible to save at least one of the remaining member of his family, and it was on this way that he gained enlightenment and reached combat skill. An experienced leader had already heard that the brave youth rushed at the elders of the bloody cult, being poisoned in order to save the people of the clan. This story reminded him of the one that happened to him 30 years ago. The leader of the alliance understood that then the guy was powerless, but still threw himself all to their fate with only one desperate desire for the heart. Therefore, in return, the wise ruler decided to reward the young warrior with the most valuable that he had, with its unique martial art, the technique of steel shell. J-Gal Dick was shocked by such a generous reward, and even V and Ryan, not realizing all her power, was clearly surprised. Jongkak calmly explained that he had never taken his disciples. If he died, his technique will leave him forever. An influential mentor did not intend to play with the hero, and wanted the Tan clan to know about the seriousness of his intentions. For some time after these words, the bewildered young man did not even know what to say. He immediately jumped up from his place, scattering in thanks and promises that he would not disgrace the great name of the teacher. The powerful leader was happy, looking at the determination of the ward, and was very counting on him in the future. Soon, the valiant hero returned home with a heavy book in his hands in the evening. The leader of the alliance, having his own martial art, became his mentor. He was an incredible fact. Also, Zegalhoi asked the guy to keep it a secret from all except the elders of his own clan. After all, if the rumors are dispersed, he can become a goal for someone from a blood cult. Therefore, the brave warrior wanted to return to the guest hall as soon as possible, because he knew that the bride, having heard these amazing news, would be in real delight. However, unexpectedly, on the way back, the unknown called a hero by name. Turning around, he realized that it was the same dragon of the spear. The skillful master was clearly happy that he managed to meet again with the young fighter V and Ryan. He had already heard that the brave guy visited the Heavenly Battle Pavilion, and came here in order to get an answer about their duel. The point was that Jan Sengu was important to know if the guy really worthy of the poisonous flower, and wanted to get evidence. However, the hero did not want to intervene in such a dangerous battle, considering it too risky. Seeing that Vi and Ryan were worried about his health, Jan Sengai's promised that he would remove the tip from the spear and would be careful. But the brave young man was more worried about what the young warrior of the dragon could die. Of course, such a warning could not but offend a self-confident fighter. For this reason, the craftsman immediately grabbed the hero by the shoulder, not believing that he said something so arrogant. However, the skilled warrior soon noticed something strange, stirring under the guy's clothes. Then he recoiled in a panic. From there, 3 small poisonous Scolopendras crawled out. Vi and Ryan barely managed to grab them and make sure that this person was not bitten, and also to calm the poor pets who were scared of this strange uncle. After that, the young warrior calmly explained to the dragon why he considered their battle dangerous, and explained that he refused the battle. In fact, he just spared him. And only now John St. Gav realized that it was not a joke. If in the last second the brave guy did not intervene, and did not stop the little Scolopendra, he could really die. So the master was convinced that the young man in front of him is a really outstanding person. He looked literally like a monster in strength. At that moment, while the shocked dragon was sitting on the ground, the hero asked him to rise. But at this time, behind the young warrior, his bride had already appeared. Not understanding what happened, the girl was literally furious when she thought that the dragon of the spear again tried to crank up something with her fiancé. Jan St. Jiu only laughed embarrassedly, explaining to the bride that there was a kind of misunderstanding. He got lost at the exit from the heavenly pavilion. Just at that moment the dragon of the spear appeared, which suggested that he be carried out. However, Janaea still seemed strange that in this case the small Scolopenders were arranged. The resourceful hero continued to claim that they chatted about Scolopenders, and Viu and Ryan decided to show them by Jan Sengu. Therefore, he jokingly asked to release a little murderous energy, because of which the kids were quiet. After that, both began to joke that it was only a small harmless prank, and the embarrassed young man apologized for the fact that, it seemed, really scared the dragon warrior. Obviously, for the young lady, their behavior looked too suspicious. But still, she thanked the men for the explanation, after which she invited the groom to go to the guest hall. For this reason, the hero immediately rushed after the girl. Only when they left, Jan Sengais exhaled calmly, realizing that he had got into a real disaster. But the brave warrior, running away, turned to the dragon master, winked at him, making it clear that he had saved him for the second time. After that, he followed the bride. The next day, all cases were completed, so they again came to the embankment in order to go on the road further. Genia, I was very apologized that they could not stay, because they had many more things to take care of. However, she was glad to see old friends. Suddenly, Phoenix's sword asked V and Ryan for a while to linger. As it turned out, the blade has already heard the whole story from my Durak friend, so I decided to thank for the generosity shown to him. Jan St. Gu also decided to apologize to the young warrior for his past behavior, and thanked for what he did for him yesterday. Having talked with the Sword of Phoenix, the Dragon Master realized how stupid was. But seeing how V and Ryan were treating his rudeness with such grace and understanding, he was completely convinced that the hero really approached the role of the groom of a poisonous flower. For this reason, bowing, he asked, so that the brave young man continued to look after the grabbing. The young warrior only bowed calmly, thanking Jan St. Ga. In fact, he simply understood that they would again meet at a meeting of dragons in Phoenix, and did not want to become enemies with them. On such a peaceful note, they said goodbye, and grabbing with Ryan left away. At night, floating along the river through the lower village, they reached Mount Huanshan and stopped in one tavern. Thus, for a short journey, they already completely left Ujan and arrived in Ankoi. Genia proposed to spend the night here, because it was already too late. And since the path to the estate of the Namjoon clan will require at least half a day, they decided to spend the night at the hotel. Only then did the hero manage to tell the mistress that he received a secret guide to the technique of a steel shell, the unique martial art of Emperor Kulak. The girl was so excited. After all, I heard that training in this technique was very painful. But when a person masters it, this can block blades and even attacks based on internal energy. This is a unique martial art. Some even say that it competes with the diamond indestructible divine art of Shaolin. And since this is external martial art, internal methods of cultivation do not strongly affect it, so that the hero should not have problems with study. Only after these explanations did the guy realize that, having mastered this technique, he would receive literally bulletproof protection. He really had a chance for $1 million. In addition, Genia had a desire to help V and Ryan with training, because she heard that the Emperor Fist beat himself every morning in the form of hardening. The hero clearly looked not very joyful when he realized that hardening of the skin with the help of flogging was part of the training. He had already introduced enough as his imperious mistress and almost died of embarrassment. At that moment, the owner of the tavern came up to them, who heard that they were going to ascend Mount Huanshan. Obviously, they were wondering why this information interested him so much. However, the excited old man realized that if they are going to ascend, then they most likely go to the famous Namjoon clan. Seeing the worry of the old man, Genu remembered the warnings of her father about the sinister rumors who went around the clan, and realized that the alarm of the owner of the tavern was due to this. An elderly man said that the last couple of months, people who went to the mountain began to disappear. In the end, they were safe after returning, but all their energy was completely exhausted. Of course, this was a fairly strange information, but Genia did not understand what it had to do with the Namjoon clan. But as it turned out, each of the people who later came to their senses said the same thing. That the woman with whom they spent the night was none other than Lady Namjoon Salt from the Namjoon clan. Similar information obviously plunged both to Genia and the hero in shock. The girl immediately stated that it was a complete absurdity and definitely evil slander. And of course, everyone reacted in exactly the same way as the young lady. At this time, events returned to the Namjoon clan. There, the eldest Mistress Salt sat in her room, carefully embroidering, until suddenly an excited maid burst into her. As it turned out, the patriarch immediately called her to the main hall. The girl was very concerned about this and followed the main hall, not understanding what happened. She suspected that her father knew about her secret fencing training at night. When the young lady came, she saw that there were several men bowing in front of her father. For this reason, she ran closer, wanting to find out what all this means. However, the head ordered the men to raise their heads and carefully look at his daughter's face. And after saying whether this girl was really what they saw, men uncertainly began to look up, simultaneously apologizing to the elder, while the father himself began to pierce the truth from them. Then the head of the clan decided to find out from his daughter if she secretly went to Mount Huanshan at night. After all these men collected here claimed that she walked through the forest and exhausted their energy by yang. The young mistress already stumbled from such slander, because she perfectly understood how the yang energy was exhausted in men. But the father began to demand the truth from his daughter. For this reason, the girl resolutely stated that she trained with a sword away from Mount Huanshan for the last few days. However, in addition to training in sword ownership, she did not do anything else. The head of the clan, looking at the prosecutors, asked them to present good evidence that their words were true. Now he was inclined to believe his daughter, who declares his innocence. However, all men insisted that they saw it with their own eyes, and they had no intention of offending the mistress. They even began to consider themselves crazy or obsessed. But soon all the men remembered the general detail present at the girl who exhausted their energy. A mole. This mole was right on the chest, and one of the men indicated an approximate place. For this reason, the father turned to his daughter. Considering this ridiculous nonsense, he decided to find out if such a mark is present on her body. However, seeing the shock and fright of her daughter, his father himself already considered that she had been lying to him all this time. The lady herself until the last could not understand how everything turned out so. At this time, the hero and mistress climbed the forest path. It was evident that the girl was still angry with the story of the innkeeper. However, from the last forces, she tried to pretend that this story almost hit her. It seemed to her even funny that the lady of the famous clan would absorb male energy of yang every night. However, soon Genu realized that it was useless to hide her anger, so she just apologized for her behavior. However, What she heard seemed simply incredible to her, so she decided to explain everything to the hero. The situation was that Namjoon Salt could not contact men. She had a strange disease. Without energy, Jan, the duration of her life will be reduced. But for her body, the energy of Jan is like poison. That is why she is very careful, even when men are approaching her. So for her, such shameless affairs night after night were simply impossible. Obviously, a description of such a disease to the hero seemed some kind of ailment of fantasy fossil, but he was really interested in rumors, and he decided to figure it out. When they were near the gate, the guards decided to find out the reasons for the arrival of guests in the clan. Genia perfectly understood that the atmosphere in the clan was not very favorable, so I did not want to say directly that they came to meet with the lady. Seeing her confusion, the hero pretended that they came to conclude a deal with the head of the clan. Obviously, Jean did not understand what the brave young man was saying behind the nonsense, and the guards quickly noticed a small skirmish between them. However, soon, one of the young girls appeared, who did not understand what kind of bustle is around. This girl was the youngest daughter of the leader of the Namjoon clan. Obviously, he let the guests into the clan. The old friends immediately began to hug joyfully, not believing that they met each other. A lot of time has passed since their last meeting at a collection of 7 clans. Having talked a little, the youngest daughter decided to find out what deal they told the guards about. Genia awkwardly explained that in fact, their clan Tan needed an ice jade. Last time, she heard that he was Namjoon Salt, and they arrived because they really needed him and would like to get him. Then the youngest daughter offered to take them to the patriarchal hall so that Genia would meet her father and talk about it. The girl was sure that the head would be glad to see the mistress after so long. After that, the young lady also said that she did not come empty-handed and brought something in exchange for ice nefritis. Obviously, this proposal was even more interested in the young mistress. Therefore, they soon already moved to the patriarchal hall of the Namjoon clan. There, the head of the clan could not believe his happiness when he heard that dear guests brought an elixir containing the cold energy of Ki. Then Genu politely asked her fiancé to demonstrate the little thing found, and soon they already put this crystal on the table. It was a small ice crystal with some clot in the middle, and the head wanted to look at him better with interest. It was the same elixir that the hero carried with such caution all the way. While the head was holding him in his hands, the brave young man hoped that the patriarch would accept him in exchange. After analyzing the stone, the wise ruler realized that the cold energy of Ki was very clean. With her, his daughter could last at least 10 years. And since this stone was so valuable, they will gladly exchange it for ice nefritis. However, it seemed to the influential chapter that there was some strange seal inside the crystal. Unfortunately, the hero could not honestly tell what it is. The patriarch did not insist, because he perfectly understood that this drug was made by a young warrior, and decided not to ask anymore. The guy was insanely grateful for understanding. But the real reason that he hid the truth was different. As it turned out, recently, when he was on the territory of the Tang clan, the brave young man felt a sharp cold throughout his body. Then he looked at his hands, which were burned by cold. And I realized that the reason for all this was in the tail of the Gekken, which he left for his memory. He had strange things that looked like an ice crystal. Looking around this stone, the old man felt an incredible ice key, which would be useful for those who study frosty martial arts or use objects from the cold energy of Ki. Initially, View and Ryan thought they were storing nutrients or something like that, but could not imagine that it would be cold Ki. Then the wise elder suggested trying to make something like an elixir out of this tail. Therefore, now the hero did not really want to spread that the basis of the drug was the dried tail of a rare Gekken. The head of the clan at that moment asked the youngest daughter to go to the eldest and offer to exchange an elixir for ice nefritis. After which, the patriarch invited the guests to relax a bit, because he wanted to arrange a welcome festival for them. He knew very well how much Ina was close to his daughter Salt. In addition, he told how his eldest daughter recently survived something bad, and thought that the guests could console her while they were here. Then the youngest mistress decided to bring her old friend to the guest residence, and the head promised to send them an invitation when the holiday was ready. Already on the way to the guest residence of the Lady Namjoon, I thanked Janaea for the fact that with the help of their news, her father had a mood. After all, the last few days they literally walked on thin ice. Then the young lady decided to find out what happened to Namjoon Sol, because she did not believe the rumors behind Mount Huanshan, but was still very worried. The youngest daughter did not even know how to explain what had happened. She herself did not think that her sister was capable of something like that. However, they could not find any other tips indicating her innocence. For this reason, the eldest was enclosed in a solitude room, and was supposed to put a seal using the sand of virginity to prove their innocence. Genia cried out when she heard about this, and the hero only raised an eyebrow in surprise, As it turned out, the sand of virginity is what the girl is applied to their body in order to prove cleanliness. If you grow a gecko and feed it with cinnabar, its body will become red, then it is chopped into powder and applied to the female body. If the body is clean, then this paint cannot be washed off even with water. Obviously, the hero was infuriated by one thought about it. He considered this a literal mockery of animals and not covered by violence. Soon, the youngest lady asked them not to quarrel because they had already come. The brave young man saw a beautiful girl sitting with a red mark on his hand. Jean, too, also ran up to greet her old familiar, and the younger sister quickly explained to the eldest that the girlfriend of Janea had brought an elixir containing cold ki, so her father asked if she would exchange icy jade for him. As soon as the lady looked at the crystal, she realized that her father was not mistaken. She really felt incredible and pure cold energy. Thanking for such a find, the young lady happily gave them her icy jade. The hero with admiration took a stone from her hands, and with a grace experienced great relief, seeing him. However, it was clear that the eldest mistress was clearly upset. Devon immediately explained that she had heard rumors, but she would never believe that Namjoon Salt would do so, so she asked the girl not to be upset. However, she did not know how to be with such a huge number of witnesses, and did not understand how these people knew where she had a mole. Vi and Ryan began to reflect on this mysterious case. Then, standing behind his bride, he began to grin ominously. In fact, the hero was a good expert in such matters. He was even called Sherlock in quests to escape in a past life. He decided to find out from the girl whether she was once washed alone in a pond or river at night. Janea, I suggested that it was possible that her friend was conducted with surveillance, and Vi and Ryan suggested that. However, the mistress was never outside, and even if someone saw her, they would have no reason to stipulate her. After all, people who are in the hall for receiving are like a family living together at the foot of the mountain. Even the younger sister of Mrs. Sol believed that Vi and Ryan were very mistaken. For this reason, they returned to the starting position from the wrong reference point. At some point, some idea occurred to the mind of Generally. She realized that in this situation there is only one most likely explanation. Therefore, she called the most likely culprit a ghost. Initially, the hero was interested in what a deep answer was going to present the mistress. However, he was very surprised that she suddenly spoke of ghosts. However, now the brave young man also began to think about it. He had already met a ghost of a blue-spotted millipede in a dream after her death. In this case, it all did not look so absurd. Therefore, the hero wanted to know whether the girl touched something strange or did not do anything unusual. For example, he ate the inner core of the spiritual beast. Obviously, the lady thought about the question as much as possible. From all the recent that she touched, it was sturdy, or leaves of trees, but it was clearly not what was expected to hear from her. But as it turned out, there was still a case. While she trained alone at night, the young lady felt someone else's presence. There was a feeling that someone was watching her all this time. She was sure that she felt something. At first I thought that it was a younger sister, and went to check, but there was no one there. It seemed that perhaps she was too sensitive. However, the hero thought about this suspicious situation. But suddenly a young maid came running to them. As it turned out, something terrible happened. Therefore, she was in a hurry to report that another resident of the village was missing. The clan warriors have just set off in search of him. However, looking at Mrs. Salt, everyone saw how angry the girl was. She was strongly ready, no matter what, to personally catch and avenge the ghost for the insult received. But the younger sister tried to explain that if the eldest disappears from the supervision, she would be caught, and this time the consequences would be really serious. However, the decisive lady was sure that everything would be fine, because this time she would not go alone. For this reason, she turned to the guest of Jean and her groom for help, so that they help her with this mission. Obviously, both were excited, wanting to hear her plan. At night, they still managed to somehow slip away from the palace. For this reason, they have already entered the forest leading to the mountain. The younger sister shook with fear, realizing that if she was caught this time, they would definitely be locked in the room for solitude for many months, and she will spend at least 6 months there. Therefore, she very much asked, so that Viu and Ryan helped her stop her sister and her bride, who obviously do not think her head. Some time ago, Salt showed them a small suspension. It was a jewelry made of knots. The central part was made in such a way that ice nefritis could be installed in it. Of course, she did not quite understand why her friends were needed, but if they were looking for something to carry with themselves, then this decision was a good choice. Even Grabbing was amazed at the beauty of this suspension. In addition, they could divide this trinket in half. Then she could serve as an amulet for them too. The girl suggested giving this suspension to them if they agree to help. As a result, Generally liked this jewelry so much that the hero subscribed to this adventure. Therefore, Now he explained to Namjoon's younger sister that he decided not to help because he wanted a pendant, but simply wanted to protect Lady Soul's honor and dignity. Obviously, the lady screamed here, demanding that the hero stop speaking stupidity. However, Namjoon Salt only dismissed the youngest who behaved so recklessly in the presence of guests. Soon they already arrived at the place. The girl definitely felt someone's presence from this meadow and wanted to search him to find some trace. If it really was a ghost, then the lady will cut him with her sword, saturated with the energy of the destruction of evil. While they talked and made plans, the hero noticed something unusual. The fog appeared literally from nowhere and was so thick that no one saw anything. He and the hero were not far from each other. But when the brave young man began to call the satellites, no one spoke. It seemed to him that perhaps his company had scattered around, so he began to look for them. But at some point he felt something strange. His legs stuck slightly, and when I looked, I realized that I was stuck in the web. To his surprise, the thread was very fat, so he was interested in knowing how huge the creature was that such a web woven. And soon nearby the guy heard loud cries near himself. The voice of the screamer looked like the younger lady of the Namjoon family. Probably something happened. Therefore, the hero decided to ask for help from baby Scolopendra so that they would find a grab. The pets had to go to protect her, while he would go to save the screaming girl. While the brave young man ran towards the scream, he got the impression that they were tightened deeper and deeper into the forest. Therefore, a young warrior had more and more questions about what was happening. As far as he knew, spiders are divided into two types, sitting and wandering. Swanger builds the web and remain in place, while the wanderers explore the district like tramps. But in any case, not one of them puts the web on the ground in this way. This meant that it was not just an ordinary spider. Fortunately, the fog began to scatter a little, and the hero decided to hurry to find the younger mistress and everyone else. But when he came running, he realized that the web completely blocked his way out. Obviously, the brave young man did not understand what this means, and could not even believe that everything he sees around him really did a spider. However, he soon heard the weak voice of the younger mistress. Then he saw her stuck in the web. After that, the hero began to look around in fright because he heard a rattle nearby. And then he saw the one who created all this. It seems that all this was a matter of the hands of a huge earthen spider, on which Mrs. Saul was now sitting. Looking at V from Ryan, she smiled slyly and chuckled at him. However, not this strange woman was clearly interested in a young warrior. He looked at a spider that had never seen before. Instead of weaving the web in the air or on the branches, he weaves it on the ground, which means he was a new look. Therefore, now the hero finally understood the true essence of all these incidents. Behind them stood Namjoon Salt, so he was sure it was just a mimicking spider. Pedipalpus are a word that usually refers to antennae, like organs. They are specific organs used to perceive touch, mating, and hunting. Although they are called legs or antennas, these are not just legs, because the pedipalpas are the organs attached to the head. Even in ticks and scorpions, these are not legs, but pedipalpas. Now this Madame Salt opened her shoulder and behaves tempting to seduce him. But this was probably the result of evolution to seduce men who are its prey. However, this woman did not even need to do anything. The hero was already fascinated, looking at what was happening. The youngest Madame Namjoon panicked. She could not believe that even a brave young man fell into the trap of this spider. Closer, he literally began to tell the ballad about the beauty of this woman. Then he ran to her and hugged her waist. The mistress herself was already rejoiced, thinking, as if as soon as possible, to dig into the body of this guy. But in fact, the young warrior was in no way to go to this temptation. He only asked his Scolopendra babies to bite this woman. Obviously, the deceiver literally howled from pain after this bite. Her expression was so realistic that it is not surprising why people were so easy to fall on this fishing rod. However, soon both the woman herself and spider became bad, and the hero hoped that now, paralyzed, they could not resist. He knew that the poison of such multinocations was a neurotoxin designed for paralysis. Blue-spotted pollinates are strong enough, but given the size of this spider, everything should have been in order with it. The brave young man also stroked the spider, hoping that he was not upset too much. He decided to save his life, because otherwise the inhabitants of the village can be caught and killed. After which he could not restrain himself and began to study the big spider with pleasure. He had a bright red body with 4 large spots on his back, as well as a soft, thick fur that looked like velvet. After which the hero decided to see how much this spider was a beautiful face. For this reason, he began to raise the girl's skirt that used to disguise. But at that moment, Mrs. Devon appeared, who attacked her fiancé. After that, he flew away, and the bride began to scold the guy for being caught in the fraud of the monster. She asked him to breathe and use the circulation of internal energy. And only then he realized that she obviously did not calculate her strength. Now the hero was unconscious and could not recover. Only when View and Ryan woke up after a while did Genia could apologize. She thought the guy seduced the spider, and he was really seduced, but in a slightly different sense. He explained that he studied the appearance of a spider that was very cute and fluffy. After making sure that the hero was in order, the girl decided to find out what happened to him. The fog covering the forest was like a spider's hands, and if you inhale it, then the heart will beat so much, as if under the effect of aphrodisiac. She inhaled a little and was surprised, so quickly ran away from the fog to restore energy and return later. But the hero did not affect this effect. View and Ryan only guessed that perhaps the inhabitants of the village, who seemed to be a ghost, behaved like that because of the fog, which was probably a pheromone distinguished by a spider. Also, the brave young man was interested in what kind of creature was actually. Given its size and ability to create fog, he was sure that it was a real monster, not a spider. Generally vaguely remembered the name of this creature, but unfortunately could not say for sure, because she had not yet remembered the names of all of them. Obviously, the hero did not understand why the girl looked so excited. However, suddenly behind them they heard a strange rattle and sound. The brave young man hoped that this sound did not come from the spider. However, he emanated from the cocoon, where the youngest lady Namjoon was tied all this time, which he completely forgot about. Of course, these two immediately lowered the girl. By this moment, she had already lost consciousness. Janaea tried to bring her to her senses, of course. She still breathed, but her breath was weak, possibly due to the fact that she was paralyzed. For this reason, they decided to find the eldest lady Namjoon's soul as soon as possible, because when the fog was dissipated, she had to be able to find them. But before going in search, they also needed to neutralize this spider. Therefore, the hero tied him with the help of Sheol. Now he could not leave. Now they could deliver the spider to the clan and check it, because it was an unconditionally unique poisonous creature. At that moment, Ms. Sol herself appeared from the thicket of the forest. She saw a woman similar to her, sitting on a huge spider, and she cried, realizing that she had finally found the one who stained her honor. However, she could not forgive the fact that he tried to harm her sister, so she immediately rushed into battle. The hero tried to stop her, but did not help. As a result, he had nothing left but to put himself under hit and prohibit moving on. He made it clear that it was he who caught this spider, so now he belonged to him. Obviously, Genia understood that this did not sound in the best way. Salt did not even understand and immediately lost her temper. In fact, the hero believed that killing this unfortunate small creature was clearly a baryon. At first, she had already killed Red Hakon with her poison, and now she tried to cut down a poor spider. Genia understood that Sol was clearly scared for her younger sister, so she explained that the girl was alive, simply paralyzed. Therefore, she asked her friend to calm down a little. She understood her feelings, but if the lady kills the creature, then the connection will be broken, it will take a different form, and there will be no chance to cleanse their names. Now they needed to take this spider and show family members. After all, in this case, misunderstandings will be clarified. In addition, it was View and Ryan who caught this creature, got an elixir for the girl and even saved her sister's life. It was he who was those who helped to expose this problem. Therefore, Mrs. Devon really hoped that Salt would not be thoughtlessly smeared with a sword. As a result, the girl had nothing left but to apologize to V and Ryan. She did not even think about his kindness, and made a similar mistake. The hero was infinitely grateful to his bride, who made such a virtuoso speech. After that, Mrs. Sol decided to find out what they are going to do with this creature. However, so far he planned to spare him and deliver him to the clan, because he was still touched by the appearance of this spider and even stroked his head. Mrs. Salt was very embarrassed, especially considering that View and Ryan already had a bride, and Genia only exhaled awkwardly. Realizing that the groom clearly did not mean this, he simply considered the body of the spider very pretty, red with a soft, thick fur, and even with unique abilities. Therefore, the hero called him Sweet. The brave young man, while studying the spider, did not understand and did not hear what the girls said about. For this reason, they returned home peacefully with the onset of the day. As a result, the spider and the youngest lady Namjoon were successfully taken to the clan. The chapter finally understood what kind of creature stole his daughter's appearance and insulted him, and was about to kill the spider. However, the hero asked the patriarch to calm down, because now the misunderstandings around his daughter will be eliminated, and rumors are dispelled. The head of the clan had nothing left but to thank the young warrior who retained the life, honor, and dignity of his daughter. And of course, he decided to fulfill any desire of the hero. The only desire of the guy was to take this creature with him. However, there was a thing that still bothered the patriarch, namely, the appearance of the spider. After all, the creature still took the form of his daughter. If this creation stole his daughter's appearance and skillfully changed his appearance, He no longer wanted to feel doubts about his daughters. The hero understood that he had already defended his ownership, but there was still a question regarding copyright with whom he did not know what to do. But soon they saw a crowd that gathered nearby. Therefore, the brave young man ran to the commander of Gupe in order to find out what was the matter. As it turned out, the crowd was very upset by the fact that this essence faked the appearance of the young lady and demanded that she be killed right now. The wise commander explained to people that this creature was caught by the Tan clan and could not understand how these people dared to demand to seize the property of their clan. The hero hoped that now the misunderstanding was clarified and everyone could see. The creature had already been caught and coped with it. Therefore, he would like to go home, because he was afraid that the spider could suffer if everything continues. For this reason, people were expelled away, and the gates finally closed. However, one person still stood near the gate, asking him to be missed. It was an old grandfather who could not come so quickly, but wanted to look at this spider. The guards apologized because they could not miss him because they received an order from above, but the old man continued to beg that he was allowed to look at least one eye. The hero noticed that this venerable grandfather had no bad intentions. In addition, with his health, he went a long and difficult path. So the brave young man decided to let the old man go to the spider. As a result, grandfather was convinced that it was really true. He wanted to know what the young warrior was going to do with this spider, and suspected that he wanted to kill him. However, the hero saw in him a valuable creature who planned to be taken to Sichuan and grow there. Of course, he looked unusual in terms of what he eats, but for V and Ryan it was just another creature, and his abilities were given to him by heaven. This was not his fault. The wise elder was very happy and even cried, because before I had never heard someone said this. For some reason, he trusted the hero. Then he cried in a bow and began to slowly remove the ropes connecting the spider. The brave young man tried to warn the old man that it was too dangerous. However, he leaned toward the spider's face and began to stroke it gently. Then he realized the spider's eyes shone. He clearly recognized this man. And the guy, why did it seem to him from the very beginning that a familiar aura emanated from the old man? Apparently, this grandfather with him was kindred souls. This elder was the same enthusiast. As it turned out, the man raised this spider and even gave him a name. Once, having lost his entire family after the plague, in despair, he found this baby. At that time, he was still the size of a fist, and they began to live together. These events took place more than 20 years ago, when the old man was still full of vitality. He personally fed her with his energy so that she could grow. But with the way his strength faded, and he could no longer provide his energy, something similar began to happen. As a result, the old man was ashamed that the spider had done something terrible with the young lady from the Namjoon clan, and believed that it was his fault. He did not know what to do now, because he was just rushing back and forth. But now, when View and Ryan sheltered her, grandfather was finally able to calm down. Therefore, he hoped that the young man would take care of his spider. He also apologized to the spider for the fact that his father was already very old and could not take care of him, and asked the spider to follow this young man and live a long life. Then both cried and these two hugged. The hero himself touched this himself, because he saw that the spider understood human speech and reacted to his emotions. Obviously, such a connection was formed due to how they spent a lot of time together, and it seems that the elder really treated Spider as his own daughter. Then the hero invited the old man to go with them to Ankoi, because it was much easier than parting forever. However, the man deeply appreciated the hero's words, but was not so young as to withstand such a long journey. In addition, there were the graves of his family, which he could not leave. Therefore, the brave young man at least asked the old man to share the experience that he acquired, growing a spider, because he first encountered such a creature. The first thing the hero wanted to know was how to convey to him the energy of Yang, which he ate. Then the old man demonstrated. He simply inserted his finger into the parashi's mouth. And when he transmitted in this way, the spider acquired the form that, according to the owner of the energy, was the most beautiful. For example, now she took the shape of a late wife when she was still young. The elder wanted to see her face before his death and was now calm, after which the man suggested testing something similar to a young man. As soon as he fed the spider with energy, she also began to change. The guy was really interested in what form she would take and hoped that it would be a bang. However, the adopted form was not like a person. It was a real spider. Therefore, many were surprised that it was a true form who liked the hero. The old man recognized the form that the spider took. This was the form that she showed initially, before she took the human appearance. Obviously, Gupei and the rest of the warriors did not understand why the spider did not take the appearance of the young Lady Divan. And the hero finally realized the reason why the spider all this time took the appearance of the salt, the Bolivari of the inhabitants of the village, considered her the most beautiful woman. But now it was about the most beautiful woman of the Central Plains, the poisonous flower of Genu, the one that he gave his energy to Yang. But for some reason, the spider did not turn into it. The brave young man realized that the clan would regard this as a betrayal on his part. For this reason, he rushed to run away. He knew that he was very fond of poisonous creatures, but clearly he loved them no more than a bunk. He was in a hurry to the room of the youngest daughter Namjoon in the guest residence. There was just a grab. When the hero burst there, the girl was surprised at such a sudden appearance of the groom. However, he came running to her with a request. He wanted the girl to hug him at least once. Of course, she was embarrassed by such an unexpected request, and the hero tried to make excuses that in fact a slight misunderstanding arose. He did not need anything else. But Genu blamed herself that the hero had already guessed everything, and she began to apologize for deliberately hid an important fact from him. She just read a lot in the books, so she herself was not sure, so she could not tell him the truth. This confusion that she spoke touched the spider. From the very beginning, the girl realized that this was one of the 10 legendary poisonous creatures of the Central Plains called a spider with a human face. Obviously, the hero was struck by the fact that this spider was such a legendary creature, and grabbing only awkwardly stuttering, she apologized. After all, she didn't want to deceive the hero. She just thought that it would be better to see in essence a spider, because of the promise that they gave each other. Finally, the guy realized why the girl doubted so much, and he clearly did not expect to hear something like that. But suddenly the lady reminded of her promise. For this reason, she attacked the guy and hugged him tightly. And at that moment, the youngest Madame Klana Namjoon woke up just the same. The hero was very embarrassed, because he saw how embarrassed the girl looked. She only whispered awkwardly that the couple in love did not pay any attention to her. So 2 more days passed until the hero decided to go home. Joyful sisters thanked them for their kindness. Thus, the incident has come to an end, and they left the clan. Fortunately, after the absorption of his energy, the spider nevertheless took the appearance of his lover, so now they no longer had to worry about piercing views. Also, constantly during the road, a brave young man visited the Parachi, promising to her that if she was suffering a little more, he would already release her soon. Then Gu Pei approached the master to find out if he had any thoughts about their next place of trip. Initially, the guy planned to go to the mountain, where the Triton geckos live now. But now, when they took a spider with them, it seemed to him that to begin with, he had to return to the clan, because he was not sure that she could withstand such a long journey. When he talked about this, the spider shook his head. It seems that she was worried about him and did not want them to change their plans because of her. The hero was to the core to touch her with kindness and a delicate soul. So he promised that they would go to the clan as quickly as possible. After that, he informed Gu Pao that, as planned, they would go to the mountain, take the hecticons, and deliver them along with the spider at the same time. This is how the journey with fellow travelers on the ship continued. Once the hero heard that they were discussing that the leader of the Alliance personally headed the expedition of the Blue Dragons this time, as well as the fact that some of the warriors of the Blood Cult were seized during the last raid of the Alliance. But information appeared about the whereabouts of other strongholds. Fortunately, according to information, there were no losses on their part. There were rumors that someone managed to create a poison that acts only on the members of the Blood Cult. Obviously, the guys were wondering who was able to do something so incredible, and realized that now they had a chance for a return blow. However, it was sad that the Alliance decided not to disclose the identity of the creator of the poison. They considered him no less than a real hero, and from now on began to admire this person. While the hero listened to the stream of flattering praise, he did not have time to look around how they arrived on that very mountain. Therefore, everyone went to land in order to quickly go to small geckos. He did not possess the technique of light steps on the waves so well, so he could not get on his own, and asked General with the captain to pick up small geckons. However, both Gu Pei and General Li were sure that without the presence of the hero they would not follow them. She could even try to throw lasso to the other side so that he could rise. But suddenly the members of the group of toxic creatures noticed something upstairs. At this time, the spider began to climb with her paws up. After that, she fixed upstairs and threw her web down. After that, as if nothing had happened, she went down to his new owner. The hero realized that what the spider had just demonstrated was air spot. She could fly in the air on her web, like other spiders. Many people do not know that spiders who have no wings could fly by substituting their body to the wind. They can soar for tens or even hundreds of kilometers. This phenomenon was called aeronautics. Sometimes, when a person suddenly walks along the street and feels that he went into a web hanging in the air, It was a trace left by aeronautics. The hero was insanely delighted, realizing that his spider also knows how. For this reason, she seized her master and eventually reported to the very top. The brave young man joyfully hugged her and did not even know that she was so universal and incredible. However, soon his bride began to look too embarrassed at his arms because she had the feeling that the hero hugs exactly to Genu. Therefore, apologizing, the guy promised not to do this anymore and went to the cave for Hecticated. When he went inside, he saw two kids who stood in the middle of a beautiful cave. As soon as he called them, they joyfully turned their face to their savior, after which they ran to the hero into a hug. Since they did not see each other, they have become even more affectionate. V and Ryan were extremely glad to see them in good health, and also showed them the ice jade that he brought, and he promised to take care of the kids well, hoping that they would follow him. Then he gave the kids names. He called the girl a snowflake, and her gentleman is an ice floe. After that, when all the preparations were finished, they were ready to go on a trip. The hero could no longer imagine how they would live in the same house. And finally, late at night, this respected family reached the walls of the Tan clan. Obviously, with their appearance, they very shocked the guards. Those could not believe that right now they saw two young ladies accompanied by the hero. However, having looked closely, they realized that the second girl was a spider, and they wanted to know how it happened that she had the appearance of the young lady. However, the brave young man calmly asked the guard to go to the head, and to inform that his heir returned with one of the 10 great poisonous creatures of the Central Plains. Only then did the guards realize what unthinkable creature now sees in front of themselves. Therefore, a signal fire was immediately launched into the sky, and soon the whole estate was already buzzing the news that the master returned with one of the 10 great poisonous creatures. Therefore, obviously, the whole family immediately ran out to meet him. Of course, they could not understand how the hero who went for the geckos returned with a spider and what they did at all. And most importantly, it shocked parents is that the spider had the appearance of their daughter. It was impossible to distinguish them. V and Ryan calmly explained that he accidentally found a spider when he visited the Namjoon clan. Obviously, no one had ever heard that someone simply found one of the 10 great poisonous creatures. They wanted to know how he managed to catch the infamous spider with a human face. The elder did not even ask questions. He realized that this young man would not cease to surprise. In principle, they did not expect the smaller from the son-in-law of such a clan. Since then, he finally fixed as their heir. And the mother only chuckled that now finally the promise between the children was fulfilled. The hero, of course, was embarrassed, not knowing how they learned about their agreement. However, this did not matter. It is important that now V and Ryan was a true member of their clan. Therefore, the wise elder invited the guy to go tomorrow to the river and bring a living wild goose. After all, as you know, according to their traditions, the groom had to prepare a goose for the wedding rite. And although the hero was still very young for the wedding, he could hold a betrothed ceremony. This meant that later, even if Devon changes his mind to marry him, she still could not turn away from this fate. Obviously, after that, the parents began to discuss all future preparations. And the brave young man only bowed with a smile, looking at everyone. Then he swore as a member of the Tan clan and as an official son-in-law to help them in the future in everything that he could, and also wanted to count on their further support. Thus, after arriving in the Sichuan clan, the first thing he took up to determine the place of residence of the pets. First, the spider chose a large tree at the entrance to the village of clan, and the Hex who looked like puppies he decided not to divide. Therefore, instead of the garden of toxic creatures from the hall of toxic creatures, he left them at home. After he organized more or less, the young warrior decided to consult with his little pets. But it seems that both Pauchika and the little geckos liked everything. The hero suggested that Pauchika come to him when she was hungry. He would always find how to feed her. However, suddenly the spider was worried, stirred, pointing to her web. As it turned out, she weaved a special web in order to teach a lesson to bad people, if they are announced. After that, the Gekkan babies also spoke. Generally, it seemed, realized that they also told their parents not to worry. They say they would guard them. Obviously, Viu and Ryan were extremely glad to be the father of such cute and kind children. And so, when a house was prepared for the family, a betrothed ceremony was held between them. The elders and the head gathered. It was a modest ceremony. Young exchanged oaths and brought ritual gifts. However, of course, there was a small bustle during the preparation of gifts. Genia wanted to get a little Gekkan as a gift. Of course, this surprised Viu and Ryan, who expected that she would ask for some gold trousers. He did not know what to do, but he had long noticed that the lady looked at the lizards, but did not think that she would say so openly about it. For this reason, he carefully tried to explain to her that he could hardly give pets. Instead of listening to the explanation, the girl interrupted the hero and asked him to no longer turn to her as a young lady. They say this appeal is not suitable for the bride. Thus, she so confused the guy that he had already forgotten what arguments he wanted to bring. Soon after all the things were completed, they were met in the patriarchal hall. Obviously, the hero was interested in why the chapter called them too. He believed that perhaps he wanted to tell them a couple of parting words. However, the patriarch wanted to discuss his great art. It was about 10 poisons, which was discussed earlier. The elder believed that the hero was very lucky right now to catch a spider with a human face. His poison was a weakest of a dozen great poisonous creatures, and would be the easiest to master. The brave young man suggested that the chapter offers to start training right now. However, he spoke about 5 deadly creatures that formed the basis of the technique of returning the 5 poisons. These creatures are an indigenous thing: Hikon, a scorpion, a snake, and a toad. For this reason, the chapter invited the young warrior to try to master the divine art of returning the 5 poisons.